Hello, in this course you will learn ASP.NET Core 3.1 MVC by building projects. The course will cover how to use ASP Core MVC to make websites and how to create and consume RESTful APIs, plus there are standalone lessons after the projects with topics that didn't fit in with the projects, and of course there is much more along the way. If you like the content, please like and subscribe to support the channel and be notified when new courses and tutorials are published. Okay, let's get to it. In this video, I'm gonna go through the projects that are created throughout the course. So first we have this CMS and shopping cart project. Okay, so we have a CMS here with pages. So this is the home page and contact and services and about. And of course you can add as many of these as you want. And we also have products here, so a shopping cart. And you have to actually be logged in to access this part. So I'm gonna log in as, let's say, John. Okay, so now if I go to all products, I can, and products by category as well. And if I log in as admin, now I have this admin area link here, so I can go to the admin area, and here I can manipulate pages and categories, products, users, and user roles. Okay, so all the CRUD operations: create, read, update, delete. And let me again log in as a regular user, such as John, and add something to the cart. So let's say add this and this, and you can see here the cart updates. So go to view cart, and here's an overview where you can also add or subtract or remove products. And checkout takes us to PayPal checkout. So if I click this, so now I'm taken to the PayPal sandbox checkout. Here are the products and so on. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the project. So the cart has been cleared, and this is a brief overview, but there's a lot in this project. Okay, so it's a big one, and let's go quickly through the REST stuff as well. So I have the API here, and this works with the pages from this project. Okay, it uses the same database and the pages table, and I can go to a particular page as well and see that, and I have all the CRUD operations for the API. So create, read, update, and delete, and it also uses put and delete methods, or requests actually. And here's the client that consumes this API. So it's just the pages, and you can also do CRUD stuff from the client. So if I go to edit, I can edit here, and I can delete as well, and I can add new. Okay, once again, this is a brief overview of the project, and there's actually a lot in this project. So I really hope to see you in the course. In this video, I'm gonna go through the software that's used in the course, and that software is Visual Studio Community Edition, but the preview version is gonna be for me. So if I go to help and about here, you can see that it says Microsoft Visual Studio Community 2019 preview. Okay, so it's the same as the regular version, but it contains the latest features, since currently regular Visual Studio doesn't support ASP.NET Core 3 and preview does. So you can use either one as long as it supports ASP.NET Core 3. And to get the preview, you can simply Google Visual Studio preview, and this link right here. And here it is. Okay, so it's the same thing as I said as the regular version. It just contains the latest features, which is ASP.NET Core 3 in this case. So if I search for Visual Studio installer on my machine, you can see that I have both the Visual Studio Community 2019 and the preview version installed. But as I said, I'm going to be using the preview one. And if I go to modify, just to show you what I have installed, I just have ASP.NET and web development checked here, and let's see, data storage and processing. Okay, so those are the two things you need to have installed for this course. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create a new project in Visual Studio. So I'm gonna click here. Okay, so in here, I'm gonna go to create a new project. And I'm gonna choose ASP.NET Core Web Application and click Next. And I'm gonna call it CMS Shopping Cart. Location is fine for me, solution name as well. And click Create. And here I'm gonna choose ASP.NET Core 3.1. So just choose the latest one that's available. And I'm gonna choose here Web Application Model View Controller. Okay. And no authentication, and I'm gonna leave this configured for HTTPS and click Create. Okay, so here it is. I'm gonna close this file that's open. And if you get prompted to accept something regarding HTTPS, just accept it. I already did all that, so I don't have anything popping up. So anyway, here's the project. And the last thing I'm gonna do in this video is add the project to source control. So I believe that Git comes with Visual Studio, integrated Git. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it is. But me, I always install Git regardless of Visual Studio. So I had it when I installed Visual Studio. But once again, I believe it comes with Visual Studio. So anyway, to add the project to source control, I'm gonna right click the solution here and say add solution to source control. Okay, and now here in Team Explorer, I have my project, and now I'm ready to move on. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. And in the next one, I'm gonna go through the files and folders of an ASP.NET Core MVC3 project. See you then. In this video, I'm gonna go over the files and folders that make up an ASP.NET Core project. So let's see what we have here. We have these dependencies, and here you will be able to see the packages that you download for the project. Then there are properties with launch settings.json. So here you can change the environment and the port number and so on. Okay. Then there's this www root folder, which contains static files, such as the favicon, the libraries you use, JS and CSS, folders, images, and so on. So all the static files. Controllers is for the controllers, models is for models, and views is for views. And the views folder contains some files and folders of its own when you create a project with the MVC template, as we did. And I'm gonna go through this during the course, but the views are here. That's the point. And app settings JSON is where you can have some configuration, most notably the connection string for connecting to the database goes here. Program CS is the main entry point for the program. So there's this main method here. And the startup CS file is very important. It contains configuration. So there's this configuration, configure services method, that is, which registers services or dependencies, and the configure method, which is used for some configuration, and it also contains routing. Okay, and we're gonna go in depth with all of this as we move along with the course. Okay, so that's it for the overview, and lastly, to actually start the project, I'm gonna open Chrome. And there are two ways of starting a project, either with debugging or without. I usually start without debugging, but you can use debugging if you want to use breakpoints. So anyway, as I said, I usually start with debugging, which is what I'll do now. So I'm gonna press Ctrl F5. And here is the home page as it is right now. So you should be seeing this as well. Hopefully you do see this. And there's this IIS icon here as well that I have, which means the server is running. And now I can make changes here in Visual Studio in the code, and I don't have to restart the application every time because it started without debugging. Okay, so it's just gonna keep on running. And I'm gonna have it like that for most of the time. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I want to go over why this page appears here when you first start the application. Okay, so when you create a project with the MVC template, as we did, you get in the controls folder this home controller, and in the views folder you get the home folder, and shared in these two files as well. And I'm gonna go over shared and these two files later on, but the point now is this home folder in views and the home controller. And in the models you get this air view model, but that's not really important. So anyway, in the home controller we have this logger field and the constructor, and then this index method. Okay, so this index method is actually what's being displayed here. That's the request that's handled. And that's what the C is in MVC, so the controllers. And the controllers handle requests. Okay, so when you go to the root, which is this domain for me, you might have a different port. But anyway, when you go to the root, you get this. So the default request is this home controller and the index method, or action as we call it in ASP.NET. Okay, so why is that so? That's because it is defined so in the startup CS file. Down here in the configure method, here are the routes. Okay, so we can see that there's one route defined for us when we create the project with the MVC template, which is this one right here. So its name is default, and this can be anything, but the point here is the pattern. So the pattern goes controller / action, and the action is a method of a controller / some ID, which is optional. Okay, because of this question mark, that makes it optional. And as you can see here, this says controller is equal to home, action to index, which means those are the defaults. So that's why the root domain points to home controller and the index action by default. Okay. So let's see, for example, here what else we have. We have this privacy action. So if I click here to go to privacy, I go to /home/privacy. Okay, because of the route again, which is some controller slash some action, with the defaults being home and index. So if I go to privacy, I actually go to /home/privacy. Okay, and if I, let's say, change this default action here to be privacy instead of index, then if I go to the root, I'm actually gonna get the privacy policy page and not the index page. Okay, and I can still go to home if I just click, but now the URL is /home/index. It's not just the root path. The root is privacy policy because I said so here. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna change this back to index, and we're gonna get more into routing as we move along with the course, but I just wanted to explain in this video why that default page is there. And one last thing I want to mention is we have the home controller, and we also have in the views folder, and this views is V in MVC, so views, which is what you see, what's displayed. It has this home folder, which corresponds to home controller without the controller suffix, and it's like that in ASP.NET. So whatever controller name you have that view folder as well without the controller suffix. And in here we have the index CS.html and privacy CS.html, which are HTML files that can contain C# code as well with Razor. And Razor is the templating engine of ASP.NET. Okay, so we have this index method which returns a view, and if you don't specify a specific view in here as a parameter, it is assumed that you want the same view as the method name, so index in this case. Okay, so index method and index view in home folder, and privacy method and privacy view file in the home folder. And lastly, the models. So there's this error view model now, which doesn't really matter much. The point of models, and the models is the M in MVC. They can contain various functionalities, but the most basic one is that they represent the data you work with, which corresponds to the data in the database. So for example, in ASP.NET Core, you would have classes here in the models folder that represent the tables in the database. And as I said, these models can also contain other functionality depending on the platform you use, if it's ASP.NET or let's say Node or Java or PHP or whatever. But anyway, the most basic functionality is the data you work with. And you're gonna see that in action, and it's gonna become clear in case you don't have experience with that already. So anyway, that's gonna be it for this video. You should understand now why we have this page right here as the root page on the root domain, and you should understand also the basics of routing, but we're gonna get more in depth into all of this and more as we move along with the course. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna go over the view files that are generated when a new ASP.NET project with the MVC template is created. So this shared folder with its files and view imports and view start. Okay, so let's go back to the root here and this welcome page. So as we said in the last video, in the home controller, there's this index method, which is responsible for returning this page. Okay, but this index method actually just returns the view called index, right? Which is in home folder and index file right here. So there's only this in the index file. And this is Razor's syntax. Okay, when you see this at and curly braces or just at, it's Razor. So this is some Razor here, which I'm not gonna get into too much now. But there's also this text center div with welcome and a P, which is this right here. Okay, but we also have all of these other things, such as the navigation here and the footer. And in Chrome, if I press Ctrl U, I can go to the source. And we can see now that we have all of this. And yet only this HTML is returned by the index view. So how come that's the case? That's the case because ASP.NET supports having one main layout for the application, and then these smaller view files, so to speak, are injected into that main one. Okay, so the main one is in shared and underscore layout. So here it is. Okay, so this is the main layout file, which contains most of this stuff right here. Here's the header and the navigation and so on. And this render body here is where the smaller view is injected from an action method. Okay, so there's this main here with render body, and if we look here, here is that main, and it ends here. And here is the div with HTML from the index view. So that's how it works. And this shared folder contains files that are shared throughout the application. So that's the main layout file. And it's defined to be used as the main file in view start, underscore view start, that is. So here it is. There's this Razor syntax here, and it says layout is equal to underscore layout, which is gonna be looked for automatically in the shared folder. Okay, next there's this underscore validation scripts partial, and this just contains Jquery Validation scripts which are in www-root and lib and Jquery Validation right here, and Jquery Validation unobtrusive. And this can be injected into any view, and we'll see how that's done later on. So that's not being used right now. And there's also this error view file, which doesn't really matter. It comes with the MVC template, and you can see up here it says at model and error view model, which is this class right here, errorViewModel.cs. And I'm going to explain how this works later on. Right now it doesn't really matter, and it's not important at all for the project, and it's not important for the fundamentals of any project. In any case, unlike the layout folder and the view imports and view start, which are really important and are a part of every project. So finally, this view imports, it contains the using statements and the tag helpers as well. So this isn't going to make much sense right now, but because of these using statements here, let's say this error CS.html file, it says here at model error view model, and this error view model class, it lives inside of the CMS shopping cart .models namespace, right? Because it's in the models folder here, and because in view imports that namespace is imported here with using, then you don't need to use the fully qualified name when specifying the model for a view. And again, I'm not going to go into specifying the model for a view right now, but it just exists here now, so I might as well mention it. So if we didn't have that using statement, then we would need to use the fully qualified name here. Okay, like so. And models and our view model. But because there's that using there in the view imports, we don't need to use the fully qualified name for classes in this namespace, and we can add more namespaces here as well, like so. Okay, and the tag helpers here at tag helper is used to support tag helpers. And we're gonna get into tag helpers later on. There's a bunch in ASP.NET, such as form tag helpers, anchor tag helpers, and so on. And the point is that you need to have this line here in view imports, which is there by default in the MVC template. So you need to have it there in order to actually use the tag helpers. Okay. And I didn't mention one file when I went over the files and folders of the project, which you don't see here. To see it, you have to right click the project actually and go to edit project file. So here is that name of the project .csproj file. And it just contains the target framework and packages you use. So this file is going to change with the packages as we add more packages. Okay. And I also didn't mention in that video, which you can see here, that you get with the MVC template, you get Bootstrap and Jquery automatically with the project, and the Jquery validation as well. So this is the latest Bootstrap, Bootstrap 4, and Jquery and validation, which is all really good in my opinion, since I use all of those in every project I work on, regardless of the technology used, if it's ASP or not. So I just find that a great thing to have automatically. That's support for Bootstrap and Jquery validation. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna get started with creating the database. So first of all, I need to get a few packages. So I'm gonna go to Tools and NuGet, manage NuGet packages for solution, and browse. And I'm gonna search for SQL Server, and I want this Entity Framework Core SQL Server. Click the project here and install. Accept. Okay, it's been installed, and I also want to get the EF Core tools. So I'm gonna search for tools, and Entity Framework Core tools is what I want, so install that as well. Accept. Okay, that should be installed. So if I go now to dependencies here and packages, now I have these packages here which I didn't have before. And you can see here the installed packages. And also if I right click the project and go to that the project that is not the solution, and go to edit project file, if you remember, now I have this site and group here with the packages that I just installed. So this file has been modified. Okay. And let me just collapse this folder and the dependencies as well. So now I need to create a database context class that's going to represent the actual database. So to do that, I'm going to create a folder in the project. So right click the project and add folder, and I'm going to call it infrastructure, like so. And some people create this context class in a data folder. I mean, it can go anywhere. You can have it in the models folder as well, or wherever. But I don't want to have a folder just for one file, so I'm gonna use this infrastructure folder for all the custom things I do, such as this database context class and custom tag helpers, custom validation, and all that good stuff we're gonna do as we move along with the course. So anyway, in the folder, I'm gonna right click it, add, and add class. And again, you can call this class basically anything. I'm gonna call it CMS shopping cart context, which is kind of the norm. So the project name and the context. Add that. Okay, here it is. And this is gonna extend DB context. And we need to import this, so I'm gonna say using Microsoft EF Core, like so. And in here we need a constructor, so I'm gonna say ctor and double tab. And in here I'm gonna pass that as DB context options. And the type is gonna be CMS shopping cart context. And call that options, say base and options. Okay, and there's not gonna be anything in the constructor, but we need to call that base constructor as well. That's how it works. Save that file. So far so good. Lastly, in this video, I'm gonna commit my changes. So I'm gonna go to Team Explorer here and changes. And I'm just gonna say DB here and commit all and save. Okay, and I'm not gonna be committing anymore on video because I'm gonna try to keep the videos as short as possible, and I'm gonna commit after each one. And you don't need to commit after each little thing you do. It's up to you. I showed you how to do it. So whenever you make a change, you go to Team Explorer and click on changes if you haven't, and you're gonna have the files here that are changed. So now if I write something here, you can see it's appearing here. Okay, and I'm gonna get rid of that, save, and now it's gone because there is no change. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create a page model, and that model is gonna serve as both a DTO and a view model. And DTO stands for Data Transfer Object, and it represents the table in the database. And the view model is a model that is used with the view to represent the data that's used within the view, and you'll see how that works later on. So anyway, before I create the model, I'm just gonna get rid of the stuff that I don't need, such as this air view model here. Delete that, and home controller as well. Okay, and home folder in views, and this air view file as well. And now I'm gonna build the project to see if it's all good. And for me, let's see, the shortcut is F6. I believe I changed that. I think that's not the default one, but I'm not sure. Check what it is for you. Anyway, for me it's F6, so I'm gonna press F6. And one build failed. It failed for some reason. Let's go to error list. the type for namespace models doesn't exist. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna create that model in that namespace now, so it's gonna be good. Let me just right click models and go to add class, and I'm gonna call it page. Okay, so now I'm gonna specify the properties that I need, which are gonna be the columns in the table. So prop and double tab int ID, shift enter to go to next line, and prop double tab string, and this is gonna be called title, and again string and slug, and another string content, and finally int sorting for the sorting order. Okay, save that, looking good. And let's build again and see if it's okay now. Okay, now it's all good. It says here one build succeeded. So anyway, back in the CMS shopping cart context class, after the constructor, I'm gonna say prop double tab, and this is gonna be db set of type page and page that is, and let me import this. So CMS shopping cart models, and I'm gonna call it pages. So in this way, I'm gonna be able to create and access the pages table in the database. And the type is page, which means the table is gonna contain these fields right here. Okay, those are gonna be the columns. And I called it pages, and this can be called anything here. And by the way, since I have an ID here, a field called ID, that's gonna be recognized automatically as the primary key once the database is created. Okay, save that. So far so good. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video, and we're gonna do the migrations in the next video. See you then. In this video, I'm gonna use migrations to create the database. And migrations is a set of tools that lets you create and update the database based on your data models. So anyway, before I do the actual migrations, I'm gonna create that service or register the service for the project. So to do that, I'm gonna go to startup, and here I need to register that DB context service or dependency, and that's done in the configure services method. So after this services at controller with views, I'm gonna say services and add DB context of type CMS shopping cart context, and let me import this. And then I'm gonna say options and fat arrow, and options use SQL server, and let me also import Microsoft EF Core. Let's see. Okay, here it is. And in here, I'm gonna say configuration and get connection string. And the name is gonna be CMS shopping cart context. So I'm just gonna copy and paste that. Okay. Save that. So once again, you register your services and dependencies in the configure services method. Also, if you're new to dependency injection, especially in ASP.NET, be sure to watch the dependency injection video in the standalone section of the course, the standalone lessons section. Okay, so anyway, let's continue with this. We registered the DB context here, and now we need to create this connection string. and the connection string goes in app settings JSON, and in your course files, which you can download from the last lecture in the course, you have, among other things, the connection string. So I'm just gonna open that and copy it and have a comma here and paste it. Okay. And this is a ready string that's just missing the database name here. So I'm gonna call it CMS shopping cart context, and you can call it anything. Save that, and that looks good. So finally, now for the migrations, open Package Manager console, either from down here if you have it there, or if you don't, go to Tools and NuGet Package Manager and Package Manager console. And here I'm gonna say add dash migration, and I'm gonna call it initial create, and you can call it anything, but I'm gonna call it initial create. Hit enter. Okay, and you can see here that now we have this migration folder, and there's the file with the timestamp _initial create, and it's open here. It opened for me by default, and it contains this up method which creates the tables. And right now we just have that pages field in the DB context. And here are the fields which are gonna be the columns. So ID, title, slug, content, and sorting. Okay, so you can see that the end fields, so the ID and the sorting, are not nullable, and the strings are nullable. So to make strings not nullable, I'm actually just gonna delete this whole migrations folder. So delete it. Okay, and I'm gonna go to page CS, and for the title I'm gonna say square brackets and required, and import data annotations, and I'm gonna say the same for the slug and the content as well. And these data annotations can be used for model validation as well when submitting forms and so on, but in this case right now they're gonna make the columns not null in the database in this table. Okay, so once again I'm gonna go to Package Manager console, go up and just redo the migration. Okay, here it is again, and you can see now that the title, slug, and content have nullable as false. So that looks good, and now I'm gonna say update dash database, hit enter. Okay, it should be created hopefully. To view it, I'm gonna go to SQL Server Object Explorer right here, and if you don't see that, go to View, and here it is, SQL Server Object Explorer, and local DB, MS SQL local DB, databases, and refresh, and here it is. And if I expand and open the tables as well, here's the migration history and the pages table based on our model. So with these columns, let's see, I'm gonna right click it and go to View Designer. And you can see that the ID has a primary key. The title, slug, and content are n varchar, and the ID and sorting are ints, and no nulls are allowed. Okay, so it's all based on the model, which is great. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna see the database or the pages table to be more specific. So anyway, in the models folder, I'm gonna create a new class and I'm gonna call it seed data and have a method in here, public static void initialize, we'll call it. And I'm gonna pass here iService provider and call it service provider. And this iService provider is used to get registered services. So in here I'm gonna have a using and say var context, and I need that CMS shopping cart context here. So I'm gonna say that's gonna be equal to new CMS shopping cart context, and let me import from infrastructure, and I'm gonna say service provider and get required service. And for get required service, I need to import this dependency injection. Okay, so this get required service is going to be of type db context options, which is itself going to be of type CMS shopping cart context, and import ef core as well, and just have parentheses here. Whoops, like so. Okay, so finally now in here I have access to the database. So first of all, I want to check if there are any rows in the pages table, because if there are, I don't want to do anything. So I'm gonna say if context pages, and you can see I automatically have that pages property here, which represents the table, any. So if there are any pages, I'm just gonna return. Otherwise, I'm gonna add some pages. So I'm gonna say context pages and add range. And in this range, I'm gonna say new page. And I'm gonna have the title as home and slug, and I'm just pressing Control space here to get suggestions by IntelliSense. So slug is gonna be home, and by the way, the slug is a URL friendly representation of a title. Okay, so let's say, actually we'll see in a minute an example of that. Here it's kind of the same, but when you have, for example, multiple words, you can't have that in the URL, you need to have a slug. But anyway, we'll see that in a minute. So let's finish this. Content is gonna say home page, and sorting is gonna be 0. Okay, comma, and let me copy this. So I'm gonna highlight this whole new page and Control D. Bring that down, and this one is gonna be about us. So now the slug has to be a URL friendly version of the title. You can't have this in the URL. So the slug is gonna be about dash us, all lowercase, and the content is gonna say about us page, and sorting is gonna be 100. And highlight Control D again, and this is gonna say services, and services here, and services page, and one more, Control D, and let's say contact. So contact and contact page. Get rid of that last comma, and finally after this I'm gonna say context and save changes, like so. And I just did Shift Enter here to get that semicolon at the end of the line or the statement, and that looks good. So now to actually run this method, I'm gonna go to program CS, which contains the main method, which is the entry point. Okay, so here I'm gonna have a variable var host, and that's gonna be equal to create host builder args build, and I'm gonna say host run, and in here I'm gonna run that initialize method. So I'm gonna say using, and var scope is gonna be equal to host and services, and create scope, and import dependency injection again. And here I'm gonna say var services, and that's gonna be equal to scope and service provider. And then I'm gonna have a try here, and in catch I'm gonna have exception x and just throw x, and I'm gonna try seed data, and let me import that. So from models and initialize and pass services. Actually, I don't even need this x here, I can just throw like so. Okay, looking good, so hopefully this is gonna work. Let me build. So F6 for me, for you it might be different. Once again, go to build and check what shortcut it is to build solution for you. F6 for me. Okay, there are no errors. And Control F5 to run it. And I get this localhost page can be found because we deleted the home controller. It doesn't exist, but still the table should be seeded. So if I go to pages, right click, view data, and here it is. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna get started with the admin section of the website. And for that, I'm gonna create an area. And an area is kind of like a mini MVC application within the main MVC application. So you don't have to do that, but I think it makes sense for the admin area. And let me just click here to disable this show all files. Anyway, I'm gonna right click the project and go to add, and there should be area here, but there isn't. So I'm gonna create a folder called areas, and that's missing after the last update, I believe. But anyway, now if I right click and go to add, here it is. So area, and I'm gonna call it admin like so. Okay, it's ready now, and as it says here, we need to add this route for the actual admin area now, because the one we have is not sufficient for the admin area. So I'm gonna, let me actually copy this and go to startup and routes down here, and above the defined route I'm gonna paste what I just copied, and this is gonna be endpoints now, and map controller route. For some reason this scaffold readme still has the old areas from ASP Core 2, but anyway, and this is supposed to be pattern, and this looks good. This is actually supposed to be map controller route. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this as it is. This looks good. So default is home and action index. That's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna have a home controller, but anyway, this will do. So that's done. And now in areas admin, as you can see, I have that MVC application within the admin area now. So I'm gonna get rid of the data folder and the models as well. I'm gonna be using models from here. So for the controller, I'm gonna right click and go to add controller and choose this empty MVC controller, and I'm gonna call it pages. Okay, so here it is. And controllers in MVC are C# classes that extend controller. Okay, so we have this index method when we create the controller, and just to test it out, I'm gonna say that it returns a string and just return here test, like so. And one more thing to do is, because this is in an area, I need to set the area attribute on this class. So I'm gonna say here area and admin. Okay, save that. So now if I run the project, Control F5 to start without debugging. Okay, so here's the root page, which doesn't exist, and I'm gonna go to admin/home. Admin/pages, actually, not home. And here it is, test. Okay, great. So far, so good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna modify this index method to return all the pages, because right now it's just returning a string. So anyway, first of all, in this controller, I need to get that database context. So that's a dependency I need, and I need to inject it into this class. So the way you inject dependencies in controllers is via constructors. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna have a field here. I'm gonna say private and read only, and CMS shopping cart context, and I'm gonna call it context, and import this from infrastructure. And now I'm gonna inject it in the constructor. So I'm gonna say ctor double tab and just copy this CMS shopping cart context and say here this context is gonna be equal to context. Okay, and now I can use that context in the methods or actions. So for the index method, first of all, I'm gonna say that it returns an iAction result. And this iAction result is kind of a catch-all for returns, so it can return views, redirects, and so on, anything basically. You can be more specific, so let's say if you want a redirect, you can say this returns, let's see, redirect result, like so. But iAction result is gonna be able to return more or less anything. And I want to make this method asynchronous. So I'm gonna say public async, and then have this be a task with the type of iAction result. Okay, get rid of that return there. So I want to get all the pages. So I'm gonna say iQueryable of type page and import this from models and call it pages, and I'm gonna say here from p in pages, in context pages that is, and order by p and sorting. So you can see I have that IntelliSense support, and select p, and I want to turn that into a list, so I'm gonna say list page and pages list, I'll call it, and that's gonna be equal to await and pages to list async. Okay, and I need to import EF core and finally return the view with that pages list. Save that. Okay, looking good. That's gonna be it for this video, and I'm gonna create the view in the next video. See you then. In this video, I'm gonna create the view for this index method. So to create the view, of course, I can go here in the views folder and add a folder and so on. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna right click inside of the index method and go to add view. And view name, I'm gonna leave as index, so same as the method name. The template, here is a template you can choose to get some HTML rendered automatically, which I will use. This is a really good thing. So you have create, delete, details, edit, and list, or empty without model. So I'm gonna use a list. And if you use a template, you need to specify a model class. So it's gonna be page. In this case, it's gonna be based on the page model. And I'm gonna have reference script libraries and use a layout page checked. So I'm gonna click add, let's see what happens. Okay, so here it is. I have the model here and then view data title. And now I have some HTML, so this h1 and the table. So let me now just go to that URL and see what is gonna display. So I still have that IIS server running here, as you can see from the previous video. So I'm just gonna refresh this page, and here it is. So as you can see, just like that, we have a list of the pages. There's no layout here or anything, so if I Control U, you can see that literally there's not even an HTML tag here, open HTML and so on. It's just the table with th1, which is fine for now. So back in the method here, I just want to mention that you might remember from before, even though I'm not specifying a view name here, it knows since the view name is the same as the method name, it's gonna look for that automatically, okay? But if I change this index to, let's say, apples and refresh, now it's not gonna find it, but you can see where it's trying to find it. So it's trying to find it in areas, admin views, pages index, and areas, admin views, shared index, and finally in views shared index. Okay. But I can still have that view named apples, but here now I need to say apples as the first argument and then pass the data I want to pass. So save that and refresh. And I can see that view again now because I'm specifying the name. But I'm gonna get rid of this and rename this back to index. Save that and refresh just to make sure it's all good. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. In the next video, I'm gonna add the main layout for the admin area. And in a video after that, I'm gonna go through this view. So, of course, I will go through this view. Don't worry about it. Let's just add the layout in the next video. Okay, see you then. In this video, I'm gonna add the main layout view for the admin area and the other view files as well, the shared ones. So to do that, I'm gonna go to views in the root of the project and copy this shared folder and paste it in views in the admin area. Okay, and view imports and view start as well. So copy that and paste it in views in admin. Okay, so let's see now if I refresh the page. And now, as you can see, it's using the layout. So that's great. I just want to change it up a bit for the admin area. So here I'm gonna say admin area in the title. And this one here is gonna say home. And target blank. And I'm gonna get rid of this ASP area controller in action. And just have a regular href that's gonna point to /, which is the root. Okay, and let's see here in this UL, I'm gonna get rid of this secondly, and I'm gonna modify the lead that's there for the pages. So you can see now those tag helpers in action, anchor tag helpers in this case. So you can specify the area, the controller, and the action. And it's gonna map that to the appropriate controller and action and create the proper URL. So for this, I'm gonna say that ASP area is admin and controller is pages, action index, that's fine, and this is gonna say pages. Save that and let's see the rest. I don't really need this footer in the admin area, so I'm gonna get rid of that. And I'm gonna leave the rest, so jQuery and Bootstrap.js and site.js. And this render section scripts is when you add some JavaScript to a view, you can add it to the script section, and then even though it's in that view, such as this index for example, down here let's say, even though it's there, it's actually going to appear at the bottom of the page via this render section scripts, and you'll see how that works later on. Okay, so anyway, this looks good. Here we have site CSS, so custom CSS file that comes with this MVC template and Bootstrap CSS, and it's all good. So refresh. Okay, home and pages. So if I click home, I'm taken to the root, and pages links to pages controller and index action. So that's all good. And finally, I want to go into the index view, and I'm gonna go through this file in the next video, but now I just want to get rid of this CMS shopycart models here. That's not needed because in view imports we are using that namespace here, so you don't need to have it here as well, it's redundant. Okay, let me just refresh to make sure it works still. And it does. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna go over this index view and explain what's going on. So the first line here, add model, it tells the view what data specifically to work with, what data is available to work with. Okay, so whenever you see this add, it means it's Razor. And Razor is the templating engine of ASP.NET, and it enables you to write C# code within views. That's why the extension is CS.html and not just HTML. Okay, so in this case it's enumerable page, but it can be just page or any single model or a string or whatever. Okay, so next is this right here. This view data is one of three ways to pass arbitrary data from view to view, or more commonly from an action method to a view. So there's view data, there's view bag, and temp data. So this one is view data with a key of title and value index. And that's used in the main layout here. Okay, so that's how you can pass it from view to view. So here the title is index-admin area. Okay, so index because it says index here. So that's that. Now let's see. I have this create action here, and let's see where that points to. So if I hover over it, you can see in the bottom left it points to /admin/pages/create. So if there's only the action specified, the SP action, and that's a tag helper, anchor tag helper. So if only action is specified, it's going to automatically assume that you want the default controller and area for that view, where it is. In this case, it's admin pages, which is correct. Okay. Next are these THs, and this here isn't really needed. Like this, you don't need this C# code here. This is only needed if you want to have a different name here than the name of the field. So now it's model ID, model title, and so on, and we have that here. Okay, and that's coming from models page. So these are the names of the fields. But let's say you want to display a different name for a field. You can specify that here in the model and then use this code to display that name. So an example would be, let's say here, instead of the title, I want to display fruit. So the property is still title, but I want to actually display fruit, the word fruit. So I can say here display, and name, actually this is supposed to be name, equal to fruit, string, like so. Save that, and let's see now if I refresh. And as you can see now, it says fruit here. So that's the only use for that. I'm gonna get rid of that here, and I'm gonna get rid of this C# code here because it's unnecessary. I don't like to have C# code where I don't need to, but that's a personal choice. You can use this if you want. And while I'm here, I don't want to have all these fields listed, ID and so on. I just want the title, the slug, and these actions here. Edit, delete, edit, details, delete. So I'm gonna get rid of this one and these two, and I'm just gonna change this to say title, just like so, just a plain word, and the slug, so no C# code. Okay, and here I'm gonna get rid also of those TDs I don't need, so ID and content and sorting, and I'm gonna leave this. Okay, so back to the model. Here you specify the model with @ and lowercase model. Okay, but you access it in Razor with the uppercase model. So this here, if you hover over it, you can see it's the IEnumerable of page. So that's how you access it. And it's looping through that IEnumerable. And here also we have too much of C# code in my opinion. We can simplify this and just say item and title here. And here as well, just item and slug, and you can see that IntelliSense is working here, so that means it's all good and it's all connected properly, so to speak. So title, slug, and these actions here, and these are all the action links. This is how it used to be. I don't know why they still have that in core now, but I'm not gonna use that, it's ridiculous. I'm gonna use the new anchor tag helpers, which are much better. So here I'm gonna have an A, and I'm not gonna have the href. I'm gonna have ASP action. So edit. This is gonna point to the edit method, which doesn't exist yet in the pages controller, but will. And I'm also going to say sp-route and then specify the route parameter, which is going to be ID in this case. Whoops, like so. And I need the ID of the page here, so I'm going to say add for razor and item and ID. And I'm going to say add it here. So I'm saying ID here because of the route. Okay, so if we go to the startup CS file, I'm saying here that the third parameter of the URL is this optional ID. So that's why I'm saying ID here. Here that is. And I'm gonna need that to get the actual specific page to edit. So I'm gonna have a pipe here and just Control D twice to duplicate that line, get rid of this one and this pipe as well. And this one is gonna say details and details, and this one is gonna say delete, so it's gonna point to delete, and it's gonna say delete here as well. Save that. Okay, refresh F5, refresh the page to see what's up. And here it is. So title slug and these actions here, and if I hover over them, I can see that they point to /admin /pages /edit the ID of the page, details the same, just the details action, and delete as well, so it's all good. Okay, so to recap, you specified the model with @model like so, and whatever the model is, and you access it with the uppercase M in model. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create the details action method for this link right here, so we can view the details of a page. Okay, so first of all, I'm just gonna have a comment here and say get, because this is a get request. This method handles a get request, and this is gonna be /admin /pages. Okay, and I'm gonna copy this whole thing, Control D, and this is gonna be /pages /details /some ID, so I'm just gonna have 5 here, and this is gonna be called details, the method, and I'm gonna have the ID here, int ID, which is that route parameter. Okay, so that's let's see, this right here, and from the URL it's this right here. Okay, so to get that specific page, I'm gonna say page, and that's gonna be equal to await context pages first or default async, and here xxid is equal to ID, so where page ID is equal to this ID. And I just want to make sure the page is not null, so if page is null, in that case I'm gonna return a not found. Otherwise I'm gonna return the view with the page. Save that. And now I need to create the view, so I'm gonna right click inside the method, add view. View name is gonna be details, so same as the method name, and I'm gonna use a template, this time details. Model class is gonna be page, and reference script libraries and user layout page checked, add. Okay, so here it is. I'm gonna get rid of this fully qualified name here, have just the page. Title details, that's fine. I'm gonna get rid of this h4 and thr, I'm just gonna have details here. And I'm gonna leave these names of the fields as they are, I'm not gonna modify them. Otherwise I can do, for example, just this, but I'm just gonna leave it as it is, it doesn't make a difference. So we have the model ID, the title slug and everything else. And down here we have back to list and the edit link. And I'm just gonna copy from here this edit link from the index and paste it there, get rid of this action link. And this is supposed to be model. Okay, so if you remember from the previous video, you access the model with uppercase M, so model ID, and you can make sure it works with IntelliSense. So at model dot, and here are the properties. Or if you're not seeing them for some reason, control space. Okay, and ID. Save that. And let's see now if I go to details for home. And here it is. ID, title, slug, content, sorting, back to list. If I go to, let's say, services. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create the create method for creating a page and a view for that. So down here, I'm gonna, let me just copy this whole thing, so Control D, and get rid of the whole body. And this doesn't have to be async because it just returns a view. And the comment is gonna be /admin/pages/create, like so, and it's gonna be called create, and nothing in here. And this is just gonna return the view. Shift Enter to place that semicolon at the end. Okay, so now to create the view, right click the method, add view. It's gonna be called create. The template is gonna be create as well. So create model class page, and reference script libraries, use layout page checked, add. Okay, so here's the view. Again, I'm gonna get rid of this fully qualified name here and just have page, title create. Let's say create a page, and here as well, get rid of this H4 and THR, save that. And now because we have a form here and we had those reference script libraries checked, we have this section here now, section scripts, and this await HTML render partial async is one way to render a partial view. And we're gonna get into partial views later on, but the point now is that this says section scripts, and it contains this, which is this file, so Jquery Validation scripts. And because it's in section scripts, it's not gonna get rendered in this view. It's gonna get rendered in the main layout and down here, render section scripts. Okay, which is really good. So let's see what we have here now. We have a div class row, call md4. I'm gonna change this to 10, save that, and a form. And now the form tag helper is being used here, so asp action create, and this is gonna be, it's gonna have the post method by default, so you don't need to specify its post if you actually want this to have the post method. So the action is going to be create in the admin pages controller. Okay, and this div ASP validation summary is used to display the errors, validation errors. So this can be model only, which means it's gonna display here, or it can be all. Let's see, actually control space, so all, model only, and none. And all would display the errors on top of the form as well, and you have none, which isn't gonna display anything. And I'm gonna just have this as model only. And now we have this form group divs, so just bootstrap classes. And let's see what we need here. So this ID we don't need, and let me just space this out a bit. The title we do need, the slug we don't need, content we need, and sorting we don't need. Okay, and finally submit here. And they have this input type submit instead of a button, which is ridiculous, but they have that still for some reason. So I'm just gonna leave it as input type submit. And there's this back to list action here, and the validation scripts, as we mentioned already. Okay, looking good, so save that. And if I go to create new here it is, title and content. And this is a text input, and I want this to be text area. So I'm gonna say text area here and get rid of name, columns and rows, and say ASP for content, like so, and get rid of the input. Save that, refresh. Okay, great. It's just missing a class, so class of form control, and ASP Visual Studio, that is, and ASP with it provide bootstrap support, which is really good. So class form control, let's see, F5 to refresh, and here's the text box. So if I do Control U, here is the form, or actually let me just right click and inspect it. Okay, so here's the form. Action is /admin/pages/create. That's a method we still need to create, but that's correct. That's what we want. Method is post, and this no validate here is because of Jquery validation. Jquery validation is going to take care of the validation on the front end. And form itself, so you can see, for example, the title, it has the ID of title and name as well. And here we just have ASP4, ASP-4, and the property, which is title in this case. So that's another tag helper there. And it's the same for the text area. Its ID and the name are content, which is the name of the property. Okay. So, and this data val and data val required, that's for Jquery validation. So that's what that's for. And so far this is looking good. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video, and we're gonna do the post request in the next video. See you then. In this video, I'm gonna do the post create method. So let's see here again in the create view, ASP action points to create. Okay, and if I Control U here again, I can see that the form action is /admin/pages/create, and the method is post. Okay, so I need to create that create method, and this can be any method, but it makes sense to have it called create because the get method is create as well. Anyway, to create that method, I'm gonna copy this details one and paste it here, and I'm gonna change this comment to say post because this is supposed to handle the post request, and /create here like so, and get rid of this int ID, and I'm gonna call it create. Okay, so now I have two create methods, but this create method is supposed to handle the post request. So I'm gonna say here square brackets and HTTP post, like so. So now this method is gonna handle post requests, and if you don't specify the request attribute, like we don't have it here or anywhere else in the controller, it means it's get by default. Okay, so here, for example, you can say square brackets and HTTP get, but you don't need to. It's assumed that this is a get request if you don't specify anything else. So in this way, we can have two methods with the same name because they handle different requests. Okay, so I'm just gonna get rid of everything in here and this as well. So now I need to get that form data in here somehow. So how am I gonna do that? I'm gonna do it via model binding. Okay, so model binding is a big deal in ASP.NET, and it's a way to pass data to the methods or the actions. So here this view uses the page model, and these inputs here are properties of the page class. So I'm gonna say here page, so I'm gonna pass that page, and the properties are gonna be filled automatically with the values from the form. Okay, so that's model binding, and model binding tries to find values in models passed like so. That's one way. The other way it tries to get values is via a query string, and the third way is via route parameters, such as here, for example. Okay, so anyway, I have this page here now, which will have the values from the form. So the first thing I'm gonna do is check if the model state is valid, which means there are no validation errors. So if model state is valid, in that case it's all good and I can proceed. Okay, so in here first of all I need to set the slug, and I'm gonna turn the title into the slug. So I'm gonna say page and slug, and as you can see I have IntelliSense here, and that's gonna be equal to page title and to lower, and replace spaces with dashes, and shift enter to place the semicolon at the end and go to new line. And I'm also gonna set the sorting to 100. Okay, so each new page is gonna have the sorting of 100, and I'm gonna add the functionality to actually manage sorting via drag and drop later on. But for now, whenever a page is created, it should go to the end, basically, be the last page when getting all the pages. Okay, so the next thing to do is I need to check if the title or the slug exists. So I'm gonna say var slug, and that's gonna be equal to await context pages and first or default async, where slug is equal to page slug. Okay, so if slug isn't null, then that's a problem, and I'm gonna add an error to that model state. So I'm gonna say model state add model error, and the first argument is the key, which doesn't really matter, so I'm just gonna have it as an empty string, and the message is gonna be the title already exists. Okay, and at this point I want to return because the title or the slug exists already. So I'm gonna say return view and return that page information, which is gonna refill the properly filled out fields in the form. And if that's not the case, then it's all good. So the model is valid and the slug doesn't exist, or the title. So I can add the page. So I'm gonna say context add and page, shift enter, and await context save changes async, like so. And also, if the model state is not valid, then again I'm gonna copy that return view page here. Okay, but if it's all good and I added the page, then I want to return a redirect. So I'm gonna say here return redirect to action index. Okay, and you can see now the benefit of this iAction result. It allows me to return both views and redirects, for example, in the same method, which is really good. Okay, great. I'm gonna end the video now, and we're gonna add the validation and test this out in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna add validation to the page model. Okay, so here in the page CS file, there is already some validation here, just required, but let's add a minimum length as well. And I'm gonna get rid of the required for the slug, which I just had there for the migration, if you remember. So anyway, I'm gonna save that and let's just test this out now. Okay, it refreshed. So if I click create, I get here I get that the title field is required and the content as well. So that's great. And if I start typing something, it goes away, the error message, because it's valid now. So that's great. That's basic validation. But I want to add a minimum length as well for the strings. And you can have another validation rule here, or this data annotation attribute, as it's called. So I can have that here, say min length and so on, but you can also have it in on one line, like so. So I'm gonna have that required there, and I'm gonna say comma and add another validation rule. I'm gonna say min length, and in parentheses I'm gonna say 2, so that's the minimum, comma, and a custom error message. I'm gonna say minimum length is 2. Okay, and I'm gonna copy that line, Control-C, and paste it here for the content, and say that the minimum is, let's say, 4 for the content. So minimum length is 4, I'll say here, save that, let's refresh and see. Okay, so if I click create, I get that the fields are required, and if I type one letter here, now I get minimum length is 2. Okay, and another, and now it's okay. And here let's say BB, and now it's okay because there's 4 characters. So that works. That's great. Let's try adding a page. I'm gonna say test and test page here and create. And I'm redirected to the index, and here is the test page. Okay, and let's try adding another page called test page again, and now I get that the title already exists, which is coming from here, this line right here. Okay, so it's all good. And as far as validation goes, we're gonna get more into it later on, but there's a bunch of these you can use: minimum length, maximum length, regular expressions, and so on. And we're gonna use some of them later on. So just be aware that there's a bunch of these data annotations you can use for validation. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm going to add support for flash messages. So basically, when I, for example, add a page, I want to get a message here, page added or something like that, not just a redirect with the page being listed here, but a notification as well. And for that, I'm going to use a partial view. And before that, here in the post create method, I'm going to use temp data to set the message. And if you remember, we saw let's see, this view data as well. And there's also temp data and view bag. And I'm gonna use temp data in this case because I'm doing a redirect here, and if I use view bag, it's not gonna be available, but with temp data it will be available. Okay, so temp data is like view data, it works with keys. So I'm gonna say temp data, and I'm gonna have a key here called success, and that's gonna be equal to the page has been created or added, let's say, like so. Okay, and then now to access this temp data success message, I'm gonna create a partial view, and the partial view is like a regular view, but it doesn't use a layout, and you insert it into an existing view. So I'm gonna have that in the shared folder. I'm gonna right click and say add view, and I'm gonna check here create as a partial view. Okay, and the view name is gonna be underscore and notification partial. So you don't need this partial at the end or the underscore, but that's the standard. Template is gonna be empty, and I'm gonna click add. Okay, here it is, Control A to get rid of everything. So in here now I want to check if that temp data success is active. So I'm gonna say if for razor. So if temp data success is not null, in that case I'm gonna have a div with the class of alert and alert success, and in here I'm gonna display the message, so temp data success, like so. Save that, and I'm gonna inject, so to speak, this partial view in the main layout. Okay, so in underscore layout here above the render body, to include it I'm gonna say partial, and the name is notification partial. Okay, and ASP is gonna look automatically in the shared view folder for that. So this should work. Let's see if it does work. So I'm gonna go to create new, and let's say test2, and just some gibberish here, whatever, create, and here it is, the page has been added. Okay, great. And let me also show you a view bag while we're here. So I'm just gonna show you an example and get rid of it then. Let's say here in the index method. So here I'm passing the pages list, right, which is the model. But I can also pass arbitrary data using, for example, view bag or temp data, as we just saw. So to use view bag, you don't use indexes, but dot notation. So I'm gonna say here view bag and something. Let's say actually, for example, fruit, and that's gonna be equal to apples. Okay, so now I'm gonna have this viewback fruit available in the request, which is index, in the index view then. So after this h1 I can say, for example, at and view bag and fruit. Save that, and let's see if I refresh, and here it is, apples. Okay, so those are ways of passing arbitrary data to views that don't have anything to do with the model. So if you need to pass some extra information on top of the model, you can use view bag or temp data for that. And I'm gonna get rid of that now. Okay, save that, and that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm going to show you how to use Csrf protection when posting forms. And I also want to disable this delete link here for the homepage. So Csrf stands for cross-site request forgery. And let me go to create new here to create a new page. And if I go to Control U to view the source, let's see down here in the form, there's this request verification token, which is there automatically. Okay, it has some value. And to validate that token, all you have to do in your post method is add the validate anti-forgery token attribute, like so, and that's gonna do it. Okay, so you should do this when posting. And once again, the hidden input field here is always there automatically, provided by ASP. Okay, and let's also disable the delete for the home page, because the home page is never supposed to be deleted in this project. So in the index view, let's see here, for the delete, I'm gonna say if item slug is not home, then I'm gonna display the link, otherwise I'm not. Okay, so let's see what happens here. Refresh, and good, it's not there anymore. So as far as the home page goes, this home link that is, it should never be deleted, and the slug should always be home. Okay, anyway, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add the edit page functionality. So first of all, I need to display the edit page view, and for that I'm gonna copy this details method and just copy it down here. Okay, so this is gonna say edit and some ID, and it's gonna be called edit, and I'm gonna need this ID as well. It's gonna be provided in the URL as the route parameter. So now we need to get the page, and instead of first or default async, I'm just gonna say find async and paste the ID. So do it a bit differently this time. So if it's null, return not found, otherwise return the view with the page. Okay, so far so good. Now to create the view, I'm gonna save this file and right click, add view, and view name is edit, template is gonna be edit, model class is gonna be page, and make sure reference script libraries and user layout page are checked, and that create as a partial view is not checked. Add. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna change the title to edit page, and here as well. H1, get rid of the H4 and HR. Space this out a bit. And this save I'm gonna change to edit. Save that. Okay, so the ID I don't need, like so. Title I need, slug I don't. Content I do need, and sorting I don't need, because sorting is not gonna be set this way. And the content should be a text area. So I'm just gonna go to create and copy from here, copy that line and paste here, get rid of the input. Okay, so I have the title and the content, but I need to pass also the ID and sorting, and I'm gonna use hidden input fields for that. So I'm gonna say input and colon hidden, and I'm using that Zen coding extension for Visual Studio. That's why I have this shortcut. Anyway, input type hidden, and I'm gonna say ASP4 and ID and Control D, and this one is gonna be sorting. Okay, that looks good. There's this back to list link here, which is fine, pointing to index action and the validation scripts. So that's all good. The only thing we're missing is the post method to handle this form submission. So for that, back in the pages controller, I'm gonna copy this create post. since it's kind of the same thing. So copy that and paste it here. So this is going to be post admin pages edit, and it's going to be called edit, and I'm going to pass the page here. So that's good. Okay, so first of all, I want to check if the model state is valid. And next, I want to check if the home page is being edited, because if it is, I don't want to edit the slug. The slug for the home page should always be home. So you can change the title and you can change the content, but not the slug. Okay, so let's just check here in the index view. If I go to edit or details here, if I hover over it, I can see in the bottom left that the ID is 1. So that's what I'll use to check if it's the home page. So I'm gonna say page slug is gonna be equal to, if page ID is 1, slug is gonna be equal to home. Otherwise, it's gonna be this. So just copy and paste that there. And now I don't need this line or the sorting, because I'm passing the sorting through the hidden input field. Now again, I want to check if the slug exists, but not for this particular page, right? I want to check if it exists for some other page, any other page, but not this particular one. So I'm gonna modify this a bit and add a where in here. So I'm gonna say where xid, so where the ID is not equal to page ID. Okay, so now check if the slug is not null. If it's not, that's a problem. So the title already exists. Actually, I'm gonna say the page already exists. That kind of makes more sense. And here as well, the page already exists. Okay, return view page, that's fine in case it does exist. Otherwise, instead of add here, I'm gonna say update. So context update page, and save changes async, and temp data success, the page has been edited. Okay, and I'm gonna redirect to action, and the action is edit. But let's see here, the get request, it needs this ID as well, so I need to pass that as well here. So I'm gonna say here new, and ID is gonna be equal to page ID. Save that. Okay, looking good. Let's see. Now if I go to edit, let's say about us, here it is. So I'm gonna say about us 222 here and 222 for the content as well. Edit, and the page has been edited, I get, and I'm back at the page, and I can see the updated values. And if I go back to list, it says about us 222 here, and the slug is changed as well. And if I go to details, I can see the content as well. Okay, so that's all good. And let's try to, for example, call this title services and edit, and the page already exists, so that's not gonna work, which is great. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add the delete page functionality. So let's say here in this index view, if I hover over delete, I can see it points to the delete method. So I'm gonna create that method now. And for that method, I'm gonna get this edit method, copy that and paste it down here. So this is gonna be /delete/SumID and get request. And I'm gonna call it delete, and I still need this ID in here, so that's good. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna try to find it, then check if it's null. If it's null, then I'm gonna get this temp data and have a temp data error here, and I'm gonna say the page does not exist, like so. Otherwise, I'm gonna have an else here. Let me just paste this out a bit. Else it does exist, so I'm gonna remove it. So I'm gonna say context pages and remove page, and await context save changes async. Okay, and I'm gonna have this temp data. Let me just copy from here, actually, the success one. Temp data success, and the page has been removed or deleted, let's say. And I'm gonna return a redirect to action index, the name of the action. Save that. Okay, so I need to create this temp data error message in notification partial. So I'm gonna highlight, Control D to copy, and this is gonna say error. So if error is not null, this is gonna be alert, alert, danger, and temp data error. And also now when we display this message, it stays there forever until you refresh the page or go somewhere else. And I want it to disappear after a couple of seconds, so I'm gonna add another class here, notification, and here as well. Okay, save that. And also when I click delete here, I want to confirm that I want to delete the page. I don't want it to just get deleted. So for that, in the index view, pages index, I'm gonna give a class to each delete link. So class confirm deletion. Save that. And I'm gonna have it confirmed by JavaScript. So for that, I'm gonna go to www.root and JS and site.js. And this site.js comes with the MVC template. So in here, I'm gonna check for that confirm deletion. And let me just go to the layout, and here it is, okay, being included. So anyway, in here I'm gonna have that jQuery ready. So $ and function, semicolon there. Okay, so in here I'm gonna say if a confirm deletion length, so if it exists, then I'm gonna say a confirm deletion on click and have an arrow function in here. And here I'm gonna say if not confirm deletion, return false. Save that. Okay, so this should hopefully work. Refresh, and if I click delete for test, for example, I get the page has been deleted, so there's no confirmation. So let's see what's up with that. Let me refresh the page again and check. And there's definitely no confirmation, so I guess I messed up the class. Confirm deletion. Okay, copy that, and oh yeah, I messed up the class name here. Okay, anyway, save that, and before we check that, let's add some JavaScript here to have that notification thingy go away. So I gave it this notification class here, so I'm gonna use that. And let me just copy this whole thing, copy paste. So if div class alert class notification length, so if it exists, and get rid of this, I'm gonna say set timeout and have an arrow function in here. And let me just copy this. So div alert notification and fade out. Like so. And that should happen after 2 seconds. Okay, so let's check everything again, refresh. And I'm gonna go to create new because I don't want to delete any page I have now. Test, create. The page has been added and it goes away after 2 seconds, great. And now to delete it, delete, confirm deletion, cancel, nothing happens, delete, okay, and it's deleted. Okay, great, it's all good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to get client-side libraries in ASP, and we're also gonna turn the text areas into wysiwigs. And before all that, let me just go to the edit page, and I want to change the column here. It's not wide enough, so I'm just gonna go to edit and change this column D4 to 10. Same as create, I believe. Yes. Okay, let's just refresh and see. Okay, looking good. So the way to get client-side libraries in ASP is to use libman. And if you've never used libman, you'll see it's pretty good. So I'm gonna right-click the project and go to add and client-side library. And now I'm gonna get this provider list. Okay, so there are these four. And this is libman in action. So you can see the target location is www.root/lib, which is correct since that's where jQuery, Bootstrap, and so on is. So anyway, here you can search for whatever you want. I'm gonna search for CK editor, and here it is. This version is fine, and I'm gonna click install. You can see down here that something is happening. Okay, it finished after a while. So now in lib, there's a CK editor. Okay, so that's pretty good. And also there's this libman.json file now. That's been created. So that's the way to get client-side libraries. That's basically built in. The built-in way, but of course you can use npm, for example, if you want, but you would have to write a script for the task runner such as gulp or whatever to actually move those packages into the lib folder and so on. So if you can get it with libman, that would be advisable since it's the easiest way. Okay, so anyway, I have this CK editor now. And to use it, I'm gonna open the layout in admin and drag CK editor JS down here above site.js. Okay, to include it. Save that, and in edit CS.html down here in scripts. In section scripts, that is, I'm gonna have a set of script tags for JavaScript, and I'm gonna say CK editor and replace and name or the ID of the elements of the text area. So content. Okay, let's see if that actually works. Refresh. And here it is. Great. So this is a wysiwig. You can have, for example, headings here, lists, and so on. So the HTML stuff basically. Okay, so great, that works. Let me just copy this and paste it in create as well. So we have it there as well. Save that. Let me just indent that a bit like so. And here as well. So if I go back to list now and create new, and here it is, it's working. Okay, great. So let me go into each page and just edit so that the actual HTML gets saved instead of just plain text. So I'm just gonna edit h1 and contact. Okay, so now if I go to details, let's say for about us, and let me actually change this about us to remove the 222 like so, and here as well, edit. Okay, so if I go to details for about us, let's say, you can see here, I can see the p tag, so it's actual text. And to display that as HTML, I'm gonna go to details view, and for the content, I'm gonna say HTML and raw. Okay, and pass content here. Model content, that should be actually. Save that, and let's see now. Okay, now it should be an actual P here. So if I right click and inspect, here it is, it's in P tags, so great. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add the sorting functionality for the pages. So to do that, I'm gonna be using jQuery UI's sortable. So let's see now here in the lib folder, I don't have jQuery UI, so I need to get it. Okay, so to get it, I'm gonna go to right click that is the project and add client side library. And I'm gonna search here for jQuery UI. Here it is. Okay, this version is fine. Install. Okay, seems to have finished. Here is the UI folder. So now I'm gonna go to layout and include this jQuery UI script. So I'm just gonna drag it and drop it after jQuery script, like so. Save that. Okay, so that's the first part done. Next, I'm gonna go to the index view. So here, okay. And I need to make some modifications to the table. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna give it a class of sorting as well. So table sorting. And I'm gonna give it an ID of pages. And to this tr here, I'm gonna give a class of home. And to each tr in the loop, I'm gonna give an ID of ID underscore and item ID, so the ID of the page. And this is how you have to do it for the sortable functionality. That's what it expects. And I'm also gonna give it a class which is gonna be the slug of the page. So item slug. And I'm giving it a class of slug here, whatever the slug is, because I don't want the home page to be sortable. Okay, and that's why I gave this tr here a class of home. So home always has to be the first page or the first menu item, and all the other pages can be sortable. Okay, so that's that for the table. And now down here, I need to have some jQuery. So let me just go to, let's say, edit and just copy this whole thing because of section scripts and get rid of this key editor. Okay, so in the script text here, I'm gonna get that table. So table ID pages and t-body, and you need to get the t-body when you use sortable with a table, and say sortable and pass an object. And in here I'm gonna say items, so which items are sortable, and I'm gonna say tr colon not and dot home, so all trs except the ones with the class of home. Okay, and the placeholder class, which I'm gonna call UI-state-highlight, like so. And you're gonna see what that does in a minute. And finally, the update. So this update is gonna be a function. And here now, first of all, I need to get all the IDs. So I'm gonna say let IDs, and let me just copy this table pages t-body, and I'm gonna say sortable and serializing here. Okay, so I'm gonna serialize all the IDs, which means I'm gonna turn them into a string representation. And I can specify the URL as well in a variable. The URL is gonna be /admin/pages/reorder. Okay, now I'm gonna make an Ajax post request. So post URL and pass the IDs. And I'm just gonna have an empty callback here. And save that. Okay, so hopefully that should do it for the index view. And I don't have the reorder method, this one written yet in the controller, but we can still test this out, see what happens when the request is made. Okay, so inspect. And now if I click any TR, you can see I can drag it. And let me add some CSS to make this a bit nicer and easier to see. So I'm gonna press Ctrl comma and go to site CSS. And after all this stuff here, I'm just gonna have a comment like so for my own stuff. And I did Ctrl K, Ctrl C there to make a comment. Okay, so in here I'm gonna say table with the class of sorting and tr but not home. So those TRs that don't have a class of home, for them I'm gonna have cursor pointer. And that UI state highlight is gonna be the border basically around the place where the item is supposed to be dropped. So for that I'm gonna say border 1 pixel and dashed and CCC. Okay, so let's see that now. I refreshed, and if you don't see any changes in Chrome, then do a hard refresh, Ctrl-Shift-R to clear the cache. And now you can see that the cursor changes to pointer for all the TRs except the home TRs. Okay, and if I drag, you can see that dashed border where I'm supposed to place the TR that I'm dragging. And let me go to network here. So let me get this contact and just drop it here. And here is the request. Obviously it's not gonna work because there's no reorder method, but let's see what it sends. So down here you can see the form data. And if I go to source, it's the IDs serialized. So it's basically an array of IDs. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna use in the reorder method. Okay, so let's do that in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna continue with sorting or reordering of the pages. And this is where I stopped the previous video. So as we saw at the end of the video, this is what's passed, the serialized IDs, which is basically an array of IDs. So I'm gonna use that in the method. And for the method, I'm gonna go to the pages controller and let me just copy this post create method and paste it here. So this is gonna be admin pages reorder post. I don't need this anti-forgery validation. And I'm gonna call it reorder. And as we said, we're passing that array of IDs. So in here, I'm gonna say int array and ID. Okay, so this right here. And I'm gonna get rid of everything here in the body of the method. And I'm gonna initialize a variable here called count. So count is gonna be equal to 1. And this is going to be equal to 1 because the first sorting number will be 1 because home is 0. So home is always first and the others are going to go from 1 upwards. Okay, so this count is 1 to begin with, and I'm gonna say for each. So for each var page ID, in ID, I'm gonna say page, and await context pages where xid, so where ID is equal to page ID. And actually, let me simplify this and just say find async. So find async ID, page ID that is. And for that page, I'm gonna set the sorting to count and say context update and pass the page in here and await context save changes async. Okay, and finally, I'm gonna say count ++ to increment the count by 1 for each iteration. And finally, I'm gonna return OK. So let's see what this OK is. If I hover over it, I can see that it returns status 200 OK. So as you can see, you can return even this with iAction result. Okay, looking good. So save that and let's refresh here. Okay, here it is. So this is the order right now. And if I say I want contact to come first, when I say first, I mean the first after home. Okay, I get status 200. Okay, so it's good. And if I refresh, I can see that contact is the first after home. And if I go to the table, so let's see. And tables. So right click pages and view data. You can see here that contact has sorting of 1, about us 2, and services 3. So if I say I want services to come after contact, okay, I get an okay here, so the request was okay. And if I refresh here, now services is 2 and about us is 3. And if I refresh, I get it in the order that I just made. Okay, so great, working good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create the categories controller, model, and migration. So I'm gonna right click controllers, go to add controller, empty, and call it categories. Okay, here it is, and let me just open up pages as well, so I can just copy this CMS context dependency injection. So just paste that there and change the constructor name and import. And let's just copy this area admin here above the class. And okay, looking good. That's it for the controller so far. Let's now create the model. So right click models, add class, and I'm gonna call the class category. Okay, so here I'm gonna say prop double tab int ID. Then I'm gonna have a string name and string slug and int sorting. So we're gonna have sorting for the categories as well. And I'm gonna add some validation here now. So for the name, I'm gonna say min length and required, and let me actually just copy from page for that. So this one right here, so paste that there and import data annotations. Okay, so this is good. And I'm gonna say required for the slug as well, just so it's not null in the table. So the column is not null when we do the migration like before. And let's add another validation to name, just to spice it up a bit and show you something new. So I said before, if you remember, there are loads of these validation attributes you can use. It really depends on your needs. So when you need something, just look it up. But let's add another now. Let's add the regular expression. So I'm gonna say regular expression, and in parentheses I'm gonna have a simple regex. So I'm gonna have @ sign here and double quotes, and the pattern is gonna be simple. Let's say we want to allow just letters. Okay, so of course you can have any pattern you want, but I'm not gonna go crazy with this. I just want to show you how to use regex invalidation. So I'm gonna say caret here, oops, here it is, for the beginning of the string, and in square brackets I'm gonna say A to Z and A to Z uppercase, plus and a $sign for the end. Okay, so this pattern means that only letters are accepted, and I'm also gonna have an error message here, actually inside of the parentheses. So anyway, error message, and that's gonna say only letters are allowed. Okay, looking good. Save that. And now let's create the migration. So I'm gonna open Package Manager console. And actually before that we need to add a model to the context. So let's actually do that right now. So CMS shopping cart context, and right here we need to add that db set, which is gonna be category type, and I'm gonna call it categories. Save that, and now we can do the migration. So I'm gonna say add-migration, and I'm gonna call it second create. Okay, so let's check the migration folder. Here it is, and you can see we have this second create file now with a timestamp. And here's the up method, which creates the tables, and here's the new categories table. So let's say now update database. Okay, let's open the database and see if it's all good. So local DB databases, CMS shopping cart, and the tables, and here are the categories. So let me just view data in pages to see it's all there still. It's all good. And the categories, I'm gonna go to right click and view designer. Okay, so ID name slug sorting, all are not null, and that's it. Looking good to me. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna do the categories index method. Okay, so here it is. It got created when we created the controller, but let's make this async. So I'm gonna say async and task iActionResult. And now we need to get all the categories. So I'm gonna do this a bit differently than I did it here in Pages controller. Here we had this syntax. And now I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna return the view and get the categories in here. So I'm gonna say await context categories and order by sorting and to list async. Okay, and I need to import this EF core. Okay, great. Save that and create the view. So right click and add view. Index template is gonna be list, model category, reference script libraries, use a layout page, add. Okay, so for some reason this is saying the model doesn't exist in the current context and so on, but we have the categories folder created and the index. So let me just go to admin categories and see if it works. And it does. It's just that Visual Studio was bugging out a bit. Okay, so anyway, here it is, and I'm gonna just get rid of this CMS shopping cart models namespace. And let's see here, I don't want the ID or the sorting, and I'm gonna say here categories, and here as well for the H1. And I'm gonna get rid of the slug too. Actually, I don't really need that. So just the name, and in the loop get rid of the ID, TD, and slug in sorting. Okay, save that. And I'm gonna change these actual links to use anchor helper tags, tag helpers, that is, same as for the pages. So in pages index down here, I'm gonna copy these A's and get rid of these links here and paste that. Just get rid of this if there. And this lack of syntax highlighting is really annoying. I don't know what's happening. It's tripping up a bit. So let me actually just exit the IIS, and I'm gonna close the solution and reopen it. So let's say close solution and reopen it. Okay, now it's normal, finally. So anyway, let's see here, item ID, edit details, and details I don't really need, since it's just the category name, so I'm just gonna have edit and delete. Okay, looking good. Save that, and let's see what else we can change. I don't think there's anything else to change, so let's Control F5 to run without debugging. Okay, so here it is, /admin/categories. Okay, looking good. I'm just gonna add the menu item to the layout. So layout, and copy this link, Control D, bring it down. So controller is gonna be categories, and this is gonna say categories as well. Save that and refresh. Okay, here it is. So pages, categories. Okay, great. And let me just add the hover effect for the A's, just so we know we're hovering over some links. So Control comma and go to site CSS, and down here I'm just gonna say a hover and opacity 0.3 and just make it important. Okay, so Control Shift R to refresh with cache cleared, and okay, this is easier now to spot that we're actually hovering over something. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add create category functionality. So once again, I'm gonna open Pages controller and just copy some code from there. This get create. So this is good. I'm just gonna change pages to categories here in the comment, and add a comment here for the index as well. So get admin/categories. Okay, now to create the view, right click and add view. So create, template is create as well, model class category, add, and here it is. I'm gonna change this to this H1 to create category, and the title as well, create category. Get rid of this namespace here. I'm gonna change this call MD4 to 10, like so. Okay, so let's see here, I don't need the ID, name I need, and slug in sorting I don't need. Okay, so back to list and validation scripts. Seems good. Let's see, I'm gonna go to categories and create new. And here it is, looking good. So if I click create, the name field is required. And if I enter a number, you can see I get only letters are allowed. So that's Let's just find it. This validation here, the regex. Okay, and while I'm here, I'm gonna get rid of this required for the slug as well. I don't need that for the form validation. And if I enter a letter, I get minimum length is 2, and 2 letters, and it's all good. Okay, so that looks good, but we need to create the post method as well to handle that. So I'm gonna do that now down here, and again I'm gonna copy from pages. So copy that post method. This is gonna be post admin categories create, and this is gonna be category. Okay, so first of all, check that the model state is valid. Next, get the slug and set sorting as well. So this is gonna be category name. Let's see, for some reason I don't get IntelliSense. Oh, because this isn't imported. Okay, import category, and now I get IntelliSense. Okay, so slug and sorting, and next I want to check if the slug exists, because I don't want to have two categories with the same name. So context and categories here, first or default, where slug is equal to category slug, and change this to category already exists, and return view category in case it does exist, and context add category here, save changes async, temp data success, the category has been added, redirect to action index, that's fine, and finally return view with category in case there are model errors. Save that. Okay, let's see now if I go to create new and add a category, let's say fruits. Okay, the category has been added, it disappears, and here is the category name here, fruit. So add it doesn't exist, but it works, and delete as well. And create new, and t-shirts, I'll call this one, and it says only letters are allowed. That's because of this dash here. So let me just change that validation a bit. Have a dash in here as well. Okay, refresh. T-shirts, let's see. And create. And okay, here it is. And let me actually add a slug for the index as well, just to make sure it's all good. So in the categories index, I am gonna have slug, so highlight and copy that. And let me actually, while I'm here, get rid of this, since I don't need all that code. So just name and slug, and Control D to copy that TD, and this as well. I'm just gonna say item and name and item slug. I don't need that display for. Save that, and let's see again. Okay, great. Let's also add the test category, like so. Add that, and let's try to add another category called test, and the category already exists. Okay, so that works fine as well. So far so good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna add the edit category functionality. So once again I'm gonna copy from pages. So get this method here and change it, the comment that is, to categories edit and some ID, and this is gonna be category and category. await context categories find async ID, and if category is null, return not found, otherwise return the view with the category. Okay, good. Let's create the view. Right click and add view. So view name edit, template is gonna be edit model class category. Okay, so here I'm gonna get rid of this ID and get rid of the slug and get rid of the sorting as well, and get rid of this H4 and HR, and this is gonna say edit category and edit category here as well, and get rid of this namespace. But I do want to pass the sorting in here, and let me actually just change this to edit as well, the submit button. So I'm gonna have a hidden input here, input hidden, and I'm gonna say ASP4 sorting. Okay, and if you remember, for the pages I passed the ID, let's see, edit pages, I passed the ID here, and in the edit post here I got the ID via the page model. Okay, and I'm gonna do it a bit differently in this one. I'm not gonna, let me close this one. So this is edit category. I'm not gonna pass the ID here, because let's have a look. If I go to edit, and let me edit this test, and here it is. So if I right click here and inspect, you can see that the form points to /edit/DID, so it has the ID, so I can get it from there as well. Okay, and I'm gonna do that now just for variety's sake in the post method. So let me still copy the post edit from page, because it's gonna be similar regardless. Paste that there. So this is categories edit and /some ID. So I'm gonna say here int ID and then pass the page. Okay, and let's see here what we need to change. And by the way, I just want to mention, because some people complained for some of my courses for this copy pasting, but I'm copy pasting these methods because they are nearly identical, and that's what you do in real life. Okay, so you're not supposed to write every single character or letter if you don't have to. You're supposed to understand the code, so you need to study the code and understand what's happening in each line. That's the point. And I'm copy pasting methods if they are similar to not waste time and show you how it's done in real life. Okay, so there's no point, for example, here to write all of this again. It's just literally a waste of time. So hopefully you don't mind that I'm copy pasting and editing. So anyway, back to this post method. I don't need to check if the slug is home, so I just need a slug. So I'm gonna say this is supposed to be actually category. So I'm gonna say category slug is gonna be equal to the name, which is modified a bit like so. Okay, now check if it exists. So context categories here, where ID is equal to, and I'm not gonna do category ID here like so. I'm just gonna pass the ID from the route parameter. So this one right here, first or default, where xslug is equal to category slug. Okay, so check for that. If it's not null, it exists. So I'm gonna say the category already exists and return the view with the category here. And let me just check here that I have the correct message. I do. Okay. Anyway, temp data success. Actually here, page, change it to category. So update category, save changes async, temp data success, the category has been edited, and return redirect to action, that is edit and ID equal to ID. Or since the names here are the same, I can just do this, it should work, and return view category here and save that. And let's see if that works. So I'm just gonna go back to list just in case. Okay, so edit test and test 2, for example, edit. Actually, that's not gonna work. So test, edit. Okay, the category has been edited and I'm back here. So it's all good. I'm back where I should be. If I go back to list, I can see that the name and the slug are changed. And if I, let's say, go to edit and try fruits, the category already exists, so that's not gonna work, which is great. Okay, so far so good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add the delete category functionality. So once again, I'm gonna copy from pages this delete method. So copy that whole thing, Control C, paste it here, Control V. So get admin categories, delete and some ID. Okay, so this is supposed to be category and category. And categories here. Copy that. So if category is null, the category does not exist. That's the error. Otherwise, context categories remove category, save changes, success, the category has been deleted. Redirect to action index. Okay, looking good. Let's test this out, refresh the page. So if I go to delete test, I get confirm deletion. If I click cancel, nothing happens. And I get that because in the index, there's this confirm deletion class for the A, right? Which we had for pages as well, because I copy pasted these A's from the pages index, these anchors. So anyway, I'm gonna delete again and okay. And the category has been deleted and it's removed from here, so it really is deleted. And by the way, let's see this error in action. So that's if the category is null. So I'm gonna manually go to a link here to delete the category. So /delete/ and 333, for example. So something I know doesn't exist. And now I get the category does not exist. I mean, there's no reason for the admin to do that, but I just wanted to show you what happens in case it doesn't exist. And some people make this delete method a post, okay, which is what the scaffolding does in ASP when you scaffold the CRUD operations, and I'm gonna show you that in the standalone lessons, but I personally usually have it as a GET request. Okay, but anyway, that's up to you, but for this project, the deletes are gonna be GET requests. So anyway, the delete works, and the only thing left for the categories right now is the sortable functionality, and we're gonna do that in the next video. See you then. In this video, I'm gonna add the sorting functionality for the categories. So right now, if we go to the categories table and view data, the sorting is 100, which is the default. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna go into the index view, since I need to make some modifications here. So here I'm gonna give this table a class of sorting, so it has those CSS classes. And I'm also gonna give it an ID of categories. And to these TRs, I'm gonna give the ID of ID underscore and the ID, so item ID, which is needed for sortable to work. And I don't need to give it those classes because I want all the categories to be sortable. Okay, so that's it for the table, and let me go to pages index and get this jQuery section scripts. Okay, paste that here, and let me just change this pages to categories and copy that, and here as well, and here as well. Okay, that should do it for the index view. Now I need to create the reorder method here in categories controller, and for that I'm gonna copy from pages. So this one right here, paste it here. So this is gonna say categories, and this is gonna say category and category, and this I'm gonna call category ID. Copy that, this is category ID, and this should be categories, and category here and here. Save that, looking good, no red squiggles. So let's Control Shift R here for a hard refresh. Okay, and I get that cursor pointer. Let me inspect just to refresh again, just to see if it's all good. So I'm gonna say t-shirts come before fruits, and I get the status 200 okay here, and if I refresh, t-shirts are indeed before fruits, and if I say fruits are before t-shirts and refresh, it stays so. Okay, looking good. Let me just go to the table, and here it is, sorting is 1 and 2. And if I say t-shirts are first and refresh here, now sorting is 2 and 1. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create the products controller, model, and migration. So I'm gonna right click controllers in the admin area, go to controller, and call this controller products controller. Okay, and I'm just gonna open pages and get the context, the database context, just so I don't need to type it out, and change the constructor name, import CMS shopping cart context, and get this area admin attribute for the class. Okay, great. That's gonna do it for the controller for now. Let's now create the model. So in the models folder, right click and add class, call it product, and here I'm gonna have an int ID, shift enter to go to the next line, and I need a name, product name, and let me actually Control D here to copy the line, and the slug, Control D again, and this is gonna be description, and I'm gonna have a decimal price, and I also need to have that category ID because each product is gonna belong to some category, and I also need a string for the image, product image. Okay, so those are the fields I need for the table and the model, but I also want to specify that this category ID is a foreign key, right? This is a foreign key to the primary key in the categories table. So to do that, I'm gonna create a virtual field here of type category, and I'm gonna call it category, and I'm gonna annotate it with foreign key and import schema, and specify which field is the foreign key. So that's category ID. Okay, so this is gonna make the connection. I also want to add some validation here, so I'm gonna open the page and get this required and minimum length, and I'm gonna have that for the name. For the, let me import this actually, and for the slug I'm not gonna have anything, so I'm just gonna have it like so. But the description as well needs to have some validation. So required minimum length can be 4, let's say, and error message minimum length is 4. And for the price, I'm gonna specify that it's a decimal type for the table, so I'm gonna say column and type name, and that's gonna be decimal and 18,2 in parentheses. Okay, and the rest is fine for now, so save that. And now let's create the migration. So package manager console, and I'm gonna say here add migration and the third create. Okay, now I'm gonna say update dash database. Actually, I forgot to add the product to the context. So let me make a copy here and say product and products here. Okay, and I'm gonna get rid of this third migration here. So let me just add migration again, and now update database. Okay, so let's see now, right click and refresh, and here it is. So I'm gonna right click and go to view designer. Okay, so notice that it has a foreign key. Okay, so category ID is a foreign key, and it says so here as well. So foreign key category ID references categories ID, and it's gonna cascade on delete, which means that when you delete a category, all the associated products will be deleted as well. Okay, and we'll see how all that works in a bit. So anyway, so far so good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create this index method for products controller. So I'm gonna go to categories controller and just copy from here and get rid of this one here that's created. So this is gonna say admin products, and it's gonna get from products, and there's no order by. Actually there is, but by ID. But this is gonna be descending. And to list async and include EF core, import it. Okay, and I'm gonna modify this method more because it's gonna use pagination, but for now I'm just gonna have it like this. But one more thing I want to add in here is I'm gonna say include and include the category that the product is connected to. So I'm gonna say XX category. And now let's create the view. So right click, add view, index, and template is gonna be list, and model class is gonna be product. Add that. Okay, so here I'm gonna say products for the title and get rid of the namespace, and products here as well, and save that. So let's see now the ID. I need the name, so I'll get rid of the ID, and I need the name, and slug and description I'm not gonna have in this list. Price I will, category ID I will, and image I'll have as well. And let me just get rid of this C# code here. So name, price, and this is gonna be the category actually, not the category ID. So I'm gonna get the category name automatically via this include here. Okay, so this is gonna be the image, Okay, get rid of the ID here and the slug in description. So name, price, category, and image. And let me simplify this. So here I'm gonna say item name and item price. And for the category ID, I'm not gonna say item category ID. I'm gonna say item category and name. So to get the name of the category, okay, so that's that foreign key connection. And the image is gonna come later on. So for now, I'm just gonna say image here. And for these A's here, these action links, I'm gonna replace them as usual with tag helpers. So copy from index pages or categories, wherever, get rid of this if. Okay, so edit details and delete. Looking good. So let's refresh this now. Okay, and let me actually add the products link to the layout here. So Control D, and this is gonna be products, and here as well. So let's refresh again. Okay, here it is. If I click it, I go to products. So great, so far so good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add the get create method and view. So to get started, I'm gonna go to pages controller and just get that get create from here. So this one, copy that and paste it here. So this is gonna say products, and I'm gonna have curly braces here. Okay, so here I want to return the view, but I also want to pass the categories to this view, so that when I'm creating a product, I can choose a category for the product. And you can have this, for example, as a list, like a list of categories, and then pass it to the view and loop through it there in a select list and so on. You can do that, but ASP supports creating actual select lists, and I'll show you what I mean now, which is a much better way. So anyway, to do that, I'm gonna say here view bag, and category ID I'll call the property, and I'm gonna say new select list. Okay, and I need to import from MVC rendering, and let's say control space here, control shift space, that is. There are 5 overloads, and I'm gonna use the third one. So I need the items, and actually the third one I'll use. So I need the items and the data value field, so the option value and the option text. Okay, so I'm gonna say here context, categories, and order by, so order by sorting. Okay, and I'm also gonna say here ID and name, like so. Name like so. So these are the properties of the product model, and this ID is going to be the option value, and name is going to be the option text. Okay, so this is a really great feature. And to create the view now, right click, add view, create, template create, model class product, and add. Okay, so here it is. Let's just clean this up a bit, get rid of the namespace, and the title is gonna be create product. Copy that, create product here as well. Get rid of this H4, HR. Okay, so in here, let's see, let me just paste this out a bit. I don't need this ID, and the name I do need, slug I don't need. Description I need, and price I need as well, and category I need, and the image. Okay, so this description should be a text area, so let me just copy from pages create, copy this text area and paste it here, get rid of the input and change ASP4 to description. Okay, so name, description, price, and now this category. So instead of input, I'm gonna have that select. So I'm gonna say select here, and ASP4 is gonna be category ID, and I'm also gonna say ASP items. Okay, to get those items, and this is gonna be view bag and category ID. And I'm also going to give it a class of form control, like so. And in here I'm going to have one option with a value of 0, which is going to say choose a category. Save that and let's see what this looks like. So create new. Okay, here it is looking good. I just need to turn this into call MD10. Okay. So here's the categories, and if I right click and inspect, you can see that t-shirts has a value of 2, which is its ID, and fruits 1, which is its ID. So that's great. I just want this to say category, not category ID. So you can just say category here, save that, and let's see. That works, of course, but for variety's sake, I'm gonna get rid of that category, and that's the way I would usually do it. But because this is a course, I'm gonna go to the product model, and if you remember from before, I talked about that display name, so I'm gonna use that here now. I'm gonna say display, and name is gonna be equal to category. So now this ASP4 here is gonna kick in, otherwise you don't really need it for a label, but in this case we're gonna use it like that to change the name, the text of the label, that is. Okay, so here it is, category again, great. Okay, so that's all good, and I need to turn this description into a wysiwig, so let me do that as well. I'm gonna go to pages create and just actually get this whole thing. Let me see actually what I already have that, so I'm just gonna get script and CK editor. Okay, indent this a bit, and this is gonna say description. Save that and refresh. Okay, great. And finally this image. So for the property in the product model, I have a string image, but actually I want to upload an image file here. So I'm gonna change that here. Okay, so instead of this image, I'm gonna say first of all product image here. Now it says just image. So just to spice it up a bit. And for the input here, I'm not gonna have this image, which is a string right here. Okay, I'm gonna create a new property here. So prop double tab, and the type is gonna be iForm file. So a form file, and import this from HTTP, and I'm gonna call it image upload. Okay, and I don't want this image upload property to have anything to do with the table, so I'm gonna say here not mapped. Okay, so this is one way to do it. Another way would be to create another product class which would serve just as a view model, which would have this property as well. But instead of creating two classes that are basically the same, I'm just gonna have one class which is gonna serve both as a DTO or a data transfer object, so it represents the table in the database, and it also serves as a view model, which is the data that the view expects. Okay, so anyway, once again, because of this not mapped here, this image upload property isn't gonna have anything to do with the actual table in the database. Okay, So now back in here, instead of input sp4 image, I'm gonna say sp4 image upload. And the validation for image upload as well, but I still need to add validation for that. But anyway, I'm just gonna have this sp validation 4 here for now. Okay, looking good. Let me refresh here and see what happens. So here it is. Now the product image is a file type. Okay. So that's great. And finally, I need to tell this form to support image uploads or file uploads. So here in the form tag, I'm gonna say enctype and multipart form data like so. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add image preview functionality. So when I choose an image here, I want to be able to preview it here. Okay, so in the create file, below this image upload input, I'm gonna create a placeholder image. So img, and source can be empty, and ID is gonna be image upload. Save that. And for the functionality, I'm gonna add a JavaScript function to the site.js so I can reuse it elsewhere. Okay, so control comma, and I'm gonna go to site.js. And here I'm gonna create that function outside of this jQuery ready because of scope. So I'm gonna say function, and I'm gonna call it read URL and pass input in here. Okay, so first I want to check that there is a file. So I'm gonna say if input files and input files first. In that case, I'm gonna create a new file reader. So I'm gonna say let reader equal to new file reader. And reader on load is gonna be equal to a function. And I need to pass the event for the function, so E in here, and a semicolon there. So get that image preview and set the source, so attr and source, and the source is gonna be E target. And let me just get rid of this pop-up. Result. And I'm also gonna set it width and height here, so I'm just gonna say width 200 and height 200 as well. Okay, and finally I'm gonna say reader and read as data URL and pass that file, so input files first. Okay, that should do it for the JavaScript function. And now here in the create view, I want to respond on the change event for this file input. So here I'm gonna get that input, which has the ID of image preview, and say change and pass a function in here. And I'm gonna call that function. So read URL and this. Save that. Let's see if this works. Refresh here. Okay, so choose file, and I'm inside the course files, which you can download in the last lecture for this course. And let's say I'm gonna choose apples, and nothing happened for some reason. Let's see why. Oh, this is supposed to be image upload, not image preview. Okay, so image upload, save that, and let's refresh again. Choose file, apples, and still nothing happens. Let's see what's up. There are no errors. Maybe I messed up the ID. Let's see what it says here. Oh, it says image preview here, yeah. So I'm just gonna copy that and paste it here. Sorry about that. Hopefully now finally it's gonna work. Choose file, apples, and here it is. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add validation for the category. So if I click create now, you can see that I don't get any error for the category, even though I don't want this choose a category to be an option. And if I right click and inspect, and let's see here, so that option has a value of 0. So I'm gonna use that to do the validation. Okay, so in the product model, here, I'm gonna do something new. I'm gonna add a range. Okay, so I'm gonna say range, and I need minimum and maximum here. So I'm gonna say that minimum is 1 and maximum is int max value. And an error message, which is gonna say you must choose a category. Okay, save that, refresh, and let's see now if I click create. And I get here you must choose a category, and if I choose some category, it goes away. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add custom validation for the image. Okay, so there is actually a file extensions validation attribute. So you can do something like file extensions and then set the extensions here and so on, but this doesn't really work for file types. It works only for strings basically. Okay, so it doesn't really make sense, but that's how it is. So it wouldn't work for this image upload or file upload, whatever the file is. And this is going to give us a chance to create our own custom validation, which is really handy. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this file extensions. So this file extensions, plural, is the built-in one, and my one is gonna be called file extension. Okay, so for now I'll just get rid of this. And to create that custom validation attribute, I'm gonna go to infrastructure, and I can go anywhere. I can create this class anywhere, but I'm gonna do it in here and go to add class, and I'm gonna call it file extension attribute. Okay, so the name should be whatever you want to call it plus the attribute suffix. So add, and here it is, and this should extend validation attribute. Okay, so there's data annotations here imported. So in here now you're supposed to override a method of validation attribute called isValid. So let's do that. I'm gonna say protected override, and validation result is the return type, and isValid, here it is. Okay, so I'm passing here object value and validation context, and I'm gonna get rid of the return. So the value is the value that's passed for evaluation, and validation context can be used to get services if you need to. Okay, so we don't need the database context service or dependency in this case, but I'm gonna show you how you would get it if you did need it. So if you wanted that database context, you would do something like var context, and that would be equal to cast to CMS shopping cart context, and say validation context, and get service, and have a type of in here. So type of CMS shopping cart context. Okay, so now if I do context dot mp, let's say, so here are the pages. If I do, what else we have? Categories. So C, here the categories, and P for products. PR products. Okay, so you have that context available now. But as I said, I don't need this context for the file upload validation. So I'm just gonna leave this here, and I'm gonna just make it into a comment. So Control KC, and leave it here for your reference. Okay, so anyway, back to the file upload validation. So let's say you wanted to validate a string. You would use this value. You would call its toString method, that is, so valid and toString value, that is not valid, value toString. Okay, so you would use it like that if you wanted to validate a string, but I want to validate a file. So I'm gonna say var file and value as iForm file. Okay, and I got automatic import. So make sure you have that as well. So now I'm gonna check if the file is null or not null actually. So if file is not null, so first of all I want to get the extension and I want to validate, let's say, for JPG or PNG only. Okay, so get the extension, which is gonna be path and get extension file name, and I'm getting this automatic import. So when I wrote path, I got using system.io here, so just make sure you have the correct using statements here for everything. Okay, so anyway, that's the extension, and I'm gonna make an array of allowed extensions. So string array extensions, and as I said, so JPG and PNG, let's say. And now I want to check if the extension variable contains extensions. So I'm gonna say bool result and extensions any, and x extension ends with x. Okay, so if not result, if the result is false, which means that the file doesn't end with JPG or PNG, in that case I'm gonna return a new validation result, and I'm gonna have a custom method here called getErrorMessage. Okay, and that method doesn't exist, so let me just generate it. And this is gonna return a string. And I'm gonna say here return. And allowed extensions are JPG and PNG. Okay. And back in here. So if the file is a JPG or a PNG, I'm gonna return validation result success. Okay, so that should do it for the validation. Actually, this return is supposed to be outside of the if. Okay, and let's see, looking good. I'm just gonna build the project to make sure there are no errors. So it's F6 for me, might be a different shortcut for you. Okay, it's all good. And finally I'm gonna add that validation here. So file extension. Okay, and if I control click it, I go here. So once again, the attribute name should be whatever name you want, and this attribute suffix, which isn't going to be used when applying it, such as here. Okay, so it's just file extension. Okay, great, looking good, but I'm not going to be able to test this out here now because I need to create a post method to handle the request, because as it is now, the validation is only going to kick in after the request. Okay, it's not going to be using Jquery Validation to check for it here. Okay, so anyway, that's going to be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm going to add a post create product method. So here I am in the products controller, and I'm gonna go to, let's say, pages controller, get the post create from there. So this one right here, copy that and paste it here. Okay, so this is gonna say products create, and this is gonna be product. So let's see, check if model state is valid. Okay, set the slug, so product slug, and import models. So product slug is going to be equal to product and name. Okay, to lower and replace, spaces with dashes, get rid of this sorting. Check if slug exists. So check if the product name already exists. So context products, where slug is equal to product slug. If it's not null, we're gonna say the product already exists, and return view with the product. And then I'm gonna say context add product, await context save changes async, and temp data success, the product has been added. And finally return a redirect to index. Okay, so this is the same stuff as we had before, but in here now I need to upload the image as well. So that's gonna be new. So first of all, I'm gonna add another dependency to this class, to this controller. So up here, I'm gonna say private read only, and this is gonna be web host environment. Okay, and I'm gonna call it web host environment, and that comes from this spnet core hosting. Okay, so make sure you have the correct using statements there, correct imports. I got that auto imported. Okay, so anyway, back to this post create. So in here, and this is actually supposed to return product. Okay, so in here we need to upload the image. So first of all, I'm gonna say string image name and have this variable here that's gonna be equal to noimage.png. Okay, so this image is gonna be the default image in case no image is uploaded, and for that and the uploading of the images in general, I'm gonna create a new folder inside of www.root. So right click, add folder, and I'm gonna call it media. And inside of that folder, I'm gonna create a new folder and call it products. So this folder products is gonna contain the product images. Okay, and I'm also gonna get from the course files, which you can download in the last lecture of this course, the no image png image, and let me drag it to products. Okay, so that's there as a default. And now let's handle the uploading of the image. And by the way, I just realized I didn't mention, let's see what this web host environment does. When you hover over it, it says it provides information about the web hosting environment the application is running in. Okay, so we're gonna use this to get the paths we need. Anyway, down here again, first of all, I'm gonna check if anything is uploaded. So if product image upload is not null. So in that case, first of all, I'm gonna set an uploads there. And for that, I'm gonna say path, combine, using system.io for the path, and the web hosting environment, web root path. and I want to combine the web root path with media products. So the second argument is going to be media/products. Okay, so this is going to combine whatever the root path is /media/products to get the correct path to the uploads there. And now I'm going to modify the image name. So I'm going to say GUID here, new GUID, and this is going to give me that unique identifier. So if we upload the same image twice, it's not going to get overwritten. Okay, and I'm going to say toString, and I'm going to give it an underscore, and then I have the image name. So product and image upload and file name. Image upload, this is supposed to be, and file name. Okay, and let's see what the problem here is. Oh, I'm missing a parenthesis here. Okay, so now I'm gonna get the complete file path with the image. So file path, string file path, and again I'm gonna say path and combine uploads there and the image name. Okay, so now finally for the upload, I'm gonna have a file stream fs, and that's gonna be equal to new file stream, and pass the file path in here, and file mode create. Okay, and then I'm gonna say await and product image upload, copy to async, and pass that fs there, the file stream, and I'm gonna close the file stream at the end when I don't need it anymore, like so, fs close. And actually we need to save the new image name as well here, so I'm gonna say product image is gonna be equal to image name. Okay, so either this no image png or whatever the new name is. Actually, this product image is supposed to be after the if, so that it saves either no image png or the actual image name. Okay, save that. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I wanna test the post create product. But before I get started with that, I'm gonna go Control comma here and open product CS. And I noticed that I have this file extension validation set to the wrong property. So I'm gonna cut it and paste it here for the image upload. Okay, so anyway, here I'm gonna go to create new, and let me just submit the form like so. So I'm gonna click create, and we can see now that I get the error message for name and price and the category, but not for description or the product image. So for the description, I don't get the error message here because of CK editor. CK editor is gonna take over the text area, and this is now basically a div and so on, so that's why that's not gonna register. But more importantly, I wanted to talk about product image because it has custom validation. And the custom validation by itself doesn't support client-side validation. Okay, just the backend validation. And actually right now I didn't even choose anything, so there wouldn't be any validation because it's not required. But let me actually just choose that text and submit again. So it's the same thing. I still don't get an error here because there's no client-side validation, and it's possible to add client-side validation with a custom validation attribute, but that's a bit more involved, and I'm not gonna get into that. The most important thing is to know how to create custom validation, and if you want to have the support for client-side validation as well, you can check it out in the documentation, and I might do it later on for this course. and have a lesson for that in the standalone lessons section, but that depends on a few factors. Okay, so right now the point is there's no client-side validation for product image, but there is backend validation as there is for everything. So whatever validation you have here is going to work first of all on the client side if there's support, and then in the backend to check if it's all correct, because the user can, for example, disable JavaScript. Okay, so again, let me just enter here, and now I'm going to disable JavaScript and test it out. So I'm going to right click and go to inspect. You have to have the developer tools open in Chrome to disable JavaScript, and I'm going to press Control Shift P and search for disable JavaScript, enter, and refresh. And you can see now there's no JavaScript. We can see that easily by this description. Now it's a plain text area. There's no wysiwig because there's no JavaScript. Okay, so if I choose a text file now here and click create, you can see that now I do get the error. Okay, and we have another problem here, and that's that there are no categories when there's an error. So we need to fix that as well. First of all, I'm gonna enable JavaScript, so Control Shift P and search for enable JavaScript, refresh. Okay, I'm just gonna hit enter here in the URL. So to have those categories always, I'm gonna copy this line from the get create and paste it here in the post create. Okay, so it's gonna be there. If it's needed, it's needed. If it's not, it's not. So let's check again. I'm gonna enter here just to refresh the page. Okay, so once again, I'm gonna say apples, and here I'm gonna say some apples and the price 150 and category fruits. And for the image, I'm gonna choose a text file so that I get the error. So create. And I still have everything now here, and the categories as well are there, and the correct one is chosen. Okay, so that's all good. And let me choose this apple's image and click create. Okay, there's a bit of a problem in the controller. Oh, the error is that I don't have the web host environment in the constructor. Okay, so let me just copy that and paste it here and here as well. Okay, you guys probably caught that when I did this, but anyway, here it is. So anyway, let's try again. Okay, create new, and apples and some apples and 150, category fruits, product image apples, and create. And the product has been added. Okay, great. So there's the name, the price, the category, and we need to have the image here, and this is supposed to be formatted a bit better for the price, but we're gonna do that in the next video. So it's all good. In this video, I'm just gonna add the rest of the products for the rest of the video. Okay, so you don't have to follow along anymore, but I need to add everything. So I'm gonna add, let's see what's next here, bananas. So bananas, and say fresh bananas here or whatever, and the price $2.99, let's say. Category fruits, create. Okay, create new. Let's see actually what's next here in the image. So grapefruit, description juicy grapefruit, price is $2.50, let's say. Category fruits, product image actually we have. So create. Okay. Next, let's see, grapes. So grapes, and the description is wonderful grapes. The price is 150, and category fruits, create. Okay, next, let's see, kiwi. So kiwi here, and description is nice kiwi. Price is 350, let's say, and fruits, create. And create new, and watermelon. Watermelon, juicy watermelon. Price is 50 cents, let's say, category fruits, and create. Okay, now on to the t-shirts. So let's see, we have a black shirt here, so black t-shirt, simple black t-shirt, and price is gonna be $1.99, let's say, category t-shirts, create. Next, blue shirt, so blue t-shirt, and nice blue t-shirt, price is $2.99, category t-shirts, create. Then let's see, we have the gray t-shirt, so gray t-shirt, new gray t-shirt, let's say, price is $3.99, category t-shirts, create. And two more to go, so pink shirt, pink t-shirt, a pink t-shirt, price is $5.99, let's say, category t-shirts, create. And finally, white t-shirt, so white t-shirt, description, nice white t-shirt, price is, let's say, $3.99, and category t-shirts, and create. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna get started with pagination for the products here. So right now I have 12 products and I can see all of them here. But let's say I want to display 6 products per page. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the products controller and the index section. And there's no very easy way to add pagination. You have to add some stuff yourself and then use a package, and that's what I'm gonna do. And the package I'm gonna use is actually just a tag helper, a custom tag helper. But anyway, let's see what we want to achieve here. So I want to have 6 per page. Okay, so first of all I'm gonna say that int page size, so have a variable page size, is 6, which is how many items I want to show per page. And I want to have a p in the query string. Okay, so here I'm gonna say int p is gonna be equal to 1. So now here I'm gonna say var products, and that's gonna be equal to, and let me just copy this context, products order by descending include. Okay, and let me bring this down just so it's a bit easier to read the whole thing, I mean. So now here I'm gonna say skip, okay, to skip some, and I'm gonna skip in parentheses p minus 1, and times the page size, and I'm gonna say take page size. Okay, so the first one is gonna skip 0 because it's 1 to begin with. So 1 minus 1 is 0 times page size is going to be 0. Then the second one is going to skip 6 and so on. And this return here, I'm going to replace this whole thing with products to list async. Save that. So now here, if I refresh, as you can see, I get 6. And if I go here to the URL and add a query string, so question mark MP equals 2, I get the next 6, or actually 5 for some reason. And why I get 5, I don't know. Let me see. Maybe I have 11 products instead of 12. Let me see. Go to the table. Okay, right click, view data. And I'm missing one t-shirt. So I have black, blue, gray, pink, white. Okay, let me just add another product here. So let me see again. Gray, oh, and yellow I'm missing. Okay, so actually yellow. And while I'm here, I can see that there's no padding here. So let me just right click and inspect. Okay, let me go to the index view, products index, not index but create I meant. And let me see here. Okay, I need a class here of pt-2. Okay, so just a bootstrap class, and refresh now. Okay, so again yellow shirt, and now there's some space. So yellow shirt and nice yellow shirt, or let me say t-shirt here. Nice yellow t-shirt, and price is $3.99, and category t-shirts. Create. Okay. So once again, if I go here to p equals 2, I get the next 6 and so on. So that's great, but I need to have the navigation here to actually do that by clicking, not by the URL. And by the way, now we can see this type of model binding in action. So as you remember from before, I said model binding tries to take values either from the model, for example, when you pass the model to the method, or via route parameters, or via query strings, and this is a query string. Okay, so that's this p right here. So far so good. This works manually, but we need it to work automatically, and we're gonna get to that in the next video. See you then. In this video, I'm gonna continue with pagination functionality. So if you remember from the last video, I said I'm gonna be using a package. So in Visual Studio, I'm gonna go to Tools and NuGet Package Manager, Manage Packages for Solution. And here in the Browse tab, I'm gonna search for pagination. And I'm gonna be using this code hacks pagination. But I'm not gonna download it since that doesn't really do anything. So I'm gonna go to project URL here, and here's the documentation. Okay, so I'm actually just gonna go to the tag helper. Let me just find it. Here it is, and I'm just gonna copy this whole thing and paste it in my custom tag helper file, which I'm gonna create. So this pagination uses a custom tag helper, and I'm gonna show you later on how to create your own, and we're gonna go through this one as well because it's a really good example. But anyway, for now, let me go to infrastructure folder, right click and add class, and I'm gonna call it pagination tag helper. Add that. Okay, let me just select everything and paste what I just copied. So the namespace is wrong. This is supposed to be CMS shopping cart and infrastructure. Okay. So let's see what it says here. This is how you use it. And you have these values you can set. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. And before that, actually, I need to add this to the view imports file. Okay, so because this is a custom tag helper, we need to add this line, so I copied it and I'm gonna go to view imports here and paste it below this one here. So this one is for the built-in ones, but I'm gonna need this line for the custom ones, and I'm gonna say here CMS shopping cart infrastructure dot all or star, and CMS shopping cart here. Okay, so this is gonna include all the tag helpers from shopping cart infrastructure. So now let's copy this thingy, copy that, and in the index, so product index, I'm gonna paste it below the table. Okay, so let's see here what we need. We need the page count and the page target and page number and page range. So let's see what these things are. Page count is the total of the pages. What's next? Page target is the URL. Page number, let's see. Okay, it doesn't say here, so page number is the current page we're on. And finally, page range is how many items to display. Okay, so we need to provide these values. For the page target, I'm gonna say /admin/products. Okay. And for these others, I'm gonna go back to products controller and set them here in the index, or here that is, and then pass them. So I'm gonna set the page to viewbag page, and that's gonna be equal to p. And let me just recheck what they call it here. So page range. Okay, so viewbag page range is gonna be equal to page size, whatever page size is, and I need the total number of pages. So I'm gonna say viewbag and total pages, and that's gonna be equal to, cast this to an int, so math ceiling and context products count. This was supposed to be count divided by page size. Okay, and I'm gonna cast this to decimal as well. Okay, that should do it. So in the index view, this is gonna be view bag and total pages. Page number is gonna be view bag, and let me actually call it page number in the controller as well. So page number, and page range is gonna be, what was it, page range here as well. Okay, let me just copy this thing. Page range is gonna be at viewbag page range. Save that, and let's see what we have now. Okay, looks good enough for now. And let's check out these links. So you can see that the links point to /admin/product/page number. Okay, so you can create a special route for this and so on, but I'm not gonna do that. I want to have it. I want to have the pages set by the query string, as we did already with the P. Okay, so I need to modify this tag helper a bit for that, and I'm gonna do that in the next video. So I just wanted to show you the link, so make sure to check out where it points to now. And here I'm also just gonna have this as lowercase because that's the proper way to have it, even though uppercase works as well. And I want to center this. So I'm gonna have this in a div. Let me just cut and paste this whole thing. Okay, and give this div a class of dflex and w-100 and justify content center. Okay, so these are just Bootstrap classes, and I have a course on Bootstrap if you're interested, but anyway, all these classes I'm using, if I haven't defined them myself on video, means they're Bootstrap classes. Anyway, let's refresh this and see what's up. Okay, looking good, but as I said, we need to change these URLs. And also, for example, here we don't want to have this first on the first page or last on the last page. So we're gonna take care of that as well. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna modify the tag helper a bit to suit our needs. So Control comma and go to pagination tag helper. Okay, and I'm gonna go more into custom tag helpers later on when we create our own, but the gist of it is you have this process method which you need to override, and you pass the context and the output, and this output is the point, and that's gonna be the final string. Okay, and this guy here, whose tag helper this is, as you can see, he has some logic here, and there's this var content, which is a string, and he is appending to the string to get the final string at the end. Okay, so the point is to get a string at the end, and you output it with the output parameter here in the process method. Okay, so anyway, let's see this a bit. So here we said we don't want this first for the first page or last for the last page. So let's take care of the first, and that's this line right here. Okay, it says page first here. So I'm gonna have an if here. I'm gonna say if page number is not 1. In that case, I want to have this, otherwise I don't want to have it. So what is this page number? Let's control click it and see. It's a property here in the class, and this is because this is a tag helper, it extends tag helper. This property is automatically, the value for this property is automatically coming from the index view. Let me just open it. So index and page number here. Was it yeah, so page number here, all in Pascal case, is gonna get the value from this page number in kebab case. Okay, automatically, once again, because this is a tag helper, it extends tag helper. So if that page number is 1, I don't want to display the first link. So let's see. Okay, it's not there anymore. And if I go to P2, it is there. Okay, so great. That's good. Next is this link. So as we said, we don't want to have this URL, so /admin product /did, because by our route, that's the ID. So we would need to create a custom route, but I want to have this as a query string. So let's see. Those links are coming from here. Okay. And others like it. So here it is. href is equal to page target / current page. So we don't want that. We do want the page target, but with the p query string, not / current page. Okay, so I'm gonna press Ctrl F in Visual Studio and current document here, and I'm gonna search for / and curly brace current page curly brace, and I'm gonna, let's see here, say find all, and click here for the replacement. Okay, so this is what we want. It was just there for me, I guess, from before. I'm not really sure. But anyway, let me just write it. So $p equal to, and in curly braces, current page. Okay, so let's say here replace all. 3 occurrences replaced. Okay, hopefully you get the same thing. Save that and refresh. Okay, so if I hover over 2, you can see down there in the bottom left, it's a query string now. So if I click it, I go to the next 6. And if I click number 1 here, the first page, I go to P1. Okay, so great. And the first link is wrong, so let me just check that out. Okay, so we don't want this /1 here, we just want the page target. Save that and refresh. Okay, so 1 points to $p equals 1, which is correct, and first points to admin / products, which is great. Is the same as clicking here. Okay, really good. And this last we don't want to have on the last page, and we need to change the URL it points to as well. So let's find that. That's this one right here at the end. Okay, so again I'm gonna have an if here, and I'm gonna say here if page number is not equal to page count. Okay, in that case I'm gonna have this last. Otherwise, if they are equal, I don't need it. And change the href a bit, so this is gonna be $p equals page count. Save that. So again, this page number is from here, we saw that already, and page count is also a property here. And in the index view, here is page number, so the same thing but kebab case, and page count. Okay, so refresh and let's see. And there's no last page now, which is great. And if I go to the first page, now there is last, and it points to p equal to 2, which is correct. Okay, that's it for pagination. Great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the details action method for the products. Okay, so I'm gonna go to pages controller and just copy the details from there. So this one right here, copy that and paste it here. So this is gonna be admin products details and some ID. And this is gonna be product, and Control W to highlight the word product here as well, and products. And I'm just gonna say find async here, ID, and if product is null, return not found, otherwise return the view with the product. Okay, let's create the view. Right click, add view, details, template details, model class product. Okay, so here I'm gonna get rid of this namespace and say for the title product details and h1 as well. Okay, and let's see what we have here. So edit, and for this edit let me just copy from index from here, so the one with the helper tags, or tag helpers actually. Okay, and this is just gonna be model ID, not item, because it's not in a loop. Because here we have this item because we called it item in the loop. Okay, so anyway, let's see what this gives us if I go to details for the yellow shirt. Okay, here it is. So ID, name, slug, description should be HTML, price should be formatted, and the image needs to be displayed as well, and the category name actually. So let's see. ID, name, model, slug, description. So this is gonna be HTML and raw. Okay, model description. And the price is gonna be model price and to string C2 to format it. Category is gonna be model and category name. And now that I'm doing this, I think I didn't include the category in the query. Let me see. I didn't. So I'm just gonna say here include and XX category. And let's see. Now find async isn't gonna work. So I'm just gonna use first or default async and say here where ID is equal to ID. Okay, so anyway, back to the view, details view. So category should be okay now, and the image finally. So for the image, I'm gonna have the image source, and in the source I'll say tilde for the root domain, and you can see that I get IntelliSense here, which is really good. So media products and model image. Save that, and actually let me give it a width of 200 just so it's not too big. Okay, let's see. Refresh. So what was the problem? The description, now it's fine. Price is formatted. Category says the category name, and we get the image. Okay, great. And while I'm here, let me just quickly in the index view change this price and image. So right now it's like this, and there's no image. Okay, so let me just say here to string and C2. And for the image, let me just copy since I wrote it already here. So copy that line and paste it here and just have this as 100, let's say. And this is supposed to be item here. Okay, so let's see, refresh. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the get edit method, action method for products. Okay, so first of all, I'm just gonna cut and paste this method above here so it matches the other controllers for no particular reason. So let's see in pages, it's like that. So first the index, then details, and then create and so on. Okay, so anyway, let me get the edit from here, from pages, and paste that down here. So this is gonna be products edit and some ID, and this is gonna be product and products here. And if product is null, return not found, otherwise return the view with the product. Okay, save that. And let's create the views. So add view, template edit, model class is gonna be product. Okay, so let's see here, get rid of the namespace. And the title is gonna be edit product, and h1 edit product as well. Get rid of h4 and hr. And here I don't need the ID, and the name I do need. Slug I don't. Description I need, and price and category and the image. Okay, so let's first of all change this description to be text area. So I'm gonna go to create and just copy and paste here, get rid of the input. And for the category, I need to pass those categories in the select list. So let me go to products controller and just find that here, this line. So copy that and paste it here. Okay, and from create also I'm gonna copy this form group div with the select. So copy that and paste it here instead of this one. And the only difference is now I want to have a pre-selected option here. Okay, so if I Control Shift space, you can see that the fourth override accepts the selected value, and that value will be product and category ID. Okay, so let's go to edit, let's say yellow t-shirt. Okay, so category is t-shirts, that's good. And there's the description. So we need to turn this into a wysiwig, and we need to modify this image a bit. So for the image, first of all, I'm gonna, in this div, just display the current image. So I'm gonna say here in the label current image, and let me just paste from details this image source. Okay, and I don't need this validation here, and because I don't have that input here for the image, I'm gonna pass the image value here as a hidden input. So input hidden, and this is gonna be ASP4 and image. Okay, and for the new image, in case we want to upload a new product image, I need to support that as well. So I'm gonna go to create and just get this div with the image upload, and I'm just gonna change the label to say new product image. Okay, so hopefully that should do it for the form. And I need some JavaScript here. I need to turn the text area into a wysiwig, and also to support this image preview. So in create, I'm just gonna copy this script tags. So copy that and paste it here. Indent this a bit. Okay, so let's see, refresh. Okay, looking good. So description and the image and new image to upload with the preview. Okay, great. Let me just change this value to say edit, and up here change this column D4 to 10. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the post edit product. So for that, I'm gonna copy this create post. Okay, get that copied and paste it down here. So this is gonna be /edit and /some ID. So I'm gonna use the ID from the URL and int ID here. And this is gonna say edit. Okay, so here I have the view bug category ID in case I need it. And I'm just gonna add the fourth argument here for the selected value, so ID. Actually, that's product whoops, product category ID, that is. Okay, so let's see the rest. If model state is valid, I'm gonna set the product slug, that's fine. Then I want to check if the slug exists, but not for this particular product. So again, I'm gonna have here that where and say where xxid is not equal to id. Okay, so for the image upload now, I don't need this variable here. I'm gonna get rid of that. And again, I want to check if the image upload is not null, because it's not mandatory to upload an image when editing. So first I get this uploads there, I need that. But then I want to check if the product has that no image PNG image, because I don't want to remove that image. Okay, so now here I'm gonna say if not string equals and product image. So if product image isn't no image.png, in that case we need to remove the existing image and upload a new one. Okay, so I'm gonna copy and paste that line here and call this old image path, and I'm gonna combine uploads there with the current image. So product image, and then delete it. So I'm just gonna make sure it exists. So if file exists, and let's see here, I don't get any help here, so I'm just gonna say here system.io file exists and pass that old image path and copy this line and paste it here. So if it does exist, I'm gonna delete it. I'm gonna change exists to delete. Okay, now we need to upload a new image, so I'm gonna say this string image name here, and the rest is the same as it was. So the only difference is that we need to remove the existing image if we're uploading a new one, and if the existing image is no image PNG, we don't want to remove that. Okay, so this is gonna be context update instead of add. Save changes async, and the product has been edited, and return to index, that's fine. Okay, looking good. Save that, and I'm gonna start the server, so Control F5. Okay, here it is. So I'm gonna go to admin/something and then go to products. So let's edit this yellow shirt, for example. I'm gonna go to edit and say yellow t-shirt 2 here and 2 here. And for the image, I'm gonna choose gray shirt, let's say, and click edit. And the product has been edited, but the image isn't changed. So let me go to edit. Okay, let's see what's up in the edit file. And the problem is that I'm missing the multi-part, the young type that is here. Okay, so anyway, let's refresh this page. And now I'm gonna get rid of these twos just to have it back to normal. Okay, so again I'm gonna choose the gray image and edit, and here it is. Okay, and hopefully the yellow image has been removed. Let's check. So in media products, expand this a bit. Okay, I don't see any yellow t-shirt here or yellow shirt. So seems to be working fine. I'm just gonna re-upload that yellow t-shirt. Okay, great. And let's just try to change the name to an existing one. So let's see, gray t-shirt, and the product already exists. Okay, and if I go back to the list, this is still a yellow shirt. Okay, so it's all good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the delete product method. So for that, I'm gonna go to pages controller first and just copy delete from here. So this one, copy that and paste it here. So this is gonna be admin products delete and some ID. Okay. So let's see here, this is supposed to be product and product and products. I'm gonna copy this product, paste it here. So if product is null, temp data error, the product does not exist, else context product remove product, save changes async, temp data success, the product has been deleted, and redirect back to action. Okay, so this is all good. We just need to add that delete image functionality in here to get rid of the image as well. Okay, so for that, I'm just gonna go up here and copy this block of code. So copy that and paste it here in the else. Okay, so we're missing the uploads there. I'm gonna get that as well. Copy this one and paste it in here. So that's it. It's the same thing again. First of all, we want to check if the product image is not no image, because we don't want to delete no image PNG. And then we do the deletion. Okay, so hopefully that should do it. Let me add a new product in here because I don't want to delete one of these. Let's say here test shirt and just some gibberish in here. Price can be $2.99, whatever. And the t-shirts, and just upload a t-shirt. So create, and here it is. And if I go to delete, okay, and the product has been deleted and it's gone from here. Okay, so great. And if I just check the images here, so there's that gray shirt, the original one for the product we have, and there are no other gray shirts here. Okay, so that's all good. And by the way, because of that confirm deletion class on delete, of course, if I say cancel, it's not gonna go through. Same as before. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I just briefly wanted to go over the scenario of deleting a category. So each product has that category ID, right? So that category ID is the foreign key to a category. And when we created the product model, that is, we specify that foreign key, which we can see if we open the database. So DBO products, view designer actually. Okay, so it says here, down here, the constraint, foreign key constraint, category ID references categories ID, so the ID column in categories, and on cascade delete. Okay, and that means that if you delete a category, all the associated products will be deleted automatically. So let's see that in action. I'm gonna go to categories and create new and just call it test. And I'm gonna go to products and create new and just create a test shirt with some gibberish here and some price category test and some shirt, create. Okay, so we can see here that the category is test for this shirt. So now if I go to categories and I delete this category, the shirt is no more, that test shirt. Okay, so it's deleted automatically. So this is a great thing. And the only thing that's not deleted is the image. Okay, so there's no mechanism to delete the image automatically. That doesn't make sense. So you can see here I have a gray shirt and a gray shirt. So one of these is the one for the product we just deleted. So to delete the image as well, you would need some additional logic. For example, you could create a folder for each category here in the media folder when you create a category, and then have the products in there, the images and so on, and then delete that folder, for example, when you delete a category or whatever, you know, that's up to you, the logic for that. But the point is, I wanted to show you that cascade delete in action, which deletes all the associated products. So if we had 1000 products, it would delete them all. Okay. Anyway, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. We are done with the admin area. So in this video, I'm gonna get started with the front end section and create the pages controller and the index method. So in controllers here, I'm gonna say add controller, empty, and call it pages, add that. Okay, here it is. I need to get that context, DB context dependency here. So to do that, I'm just gonna copy from wherever, somewhere I have, such as this one here. So copy that and import infrastructure. And I need to change the constructor name as well to pages controller. Okay, change this method to be async, so async task, like so. Okay, so here for the comment, I'm gonna say get / so the root, or / and the slug, page slug. Okay, so for example, the routes we have now, let's see, the one route actually for the front end, which is this one here. With this route, it will work like /pages / some action, and I don't want that. I want the root domain to be the home page and to go to other pages by going to root domain / the page slug, which is normal. So I'm gonna need to create another route, but first of all, let's take care of this one here, this method here. And I'm actually gonna call this page, not index. And I'm gonna pass a string slug here. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna check if slug is null. So if slug is null, that means we want to get the home page. So I'm gonna say return view and await context pages where x slug is equal to slug and first or default async. Okay, and let's import this EF core. Otherwise, we need to get the specific page via the slug. So I'm gonna say here page is gonna be equal to this again. So I'm just gonna copy that and paste it here. And I want to check, let me actually just import this first of all. And I want to check if the page is null. So if page is null, if it doesn't exist, I'm gonna return not found. Otherwise, I'm gonna return the view with the page. Okay, save that. And let's create the view. So right click, add view, page, and the template can be empty really for this view. And use a layout page checked, so I want that. Okay, click add. And here it is. So for the title, I'm gonna say CMS shopping cart here, and I'm gonna specify the model. So I'm gonna say add model page. Okay, and the content here, I'm gonna say HTML raw and model content. Save that, looking good. So once again, I need to specify the route because I want it to be either the root domain or / the page, and that's not supported now. So for that, I'm gonna go to startup and I'm gonna copy and paste this one at the top, but it's gonna look a bit different to this one. So I'm gonna get rid of this, just have that closing parenthesis there in the semicolon. Okay, so now I'm gonna specify the name straight away without this name key here, basically. So I'm gonna call the route pages. And the next argument to specify is the route. So the route is gonna be in curly braces, I'm gonna say slug, and the question mark to make it optional. And now I'm gonna set the defaults. So I'm gonna say defaults and new, and controller is gonna be pages equal to pages, and the action is gonna be equal to page. Okay, let me just bring this back a bit like so. So that should do it. And by the way, when you specify routes, you always go from most specific to least specific, okay? And this goes for any platform, ASP or not. So in this way, this route will first be checked if it's possible to do something with it. If not, then this one, and then finally this one. Okay, so once again, you always go from most specific to least specific. Anyway, let's see this in action now. If I go to the root, let's see what happens. Oh, here I'm saying equal to slug, and this should be equal to home. So if slug is null, it's automatically the home slug that we want, which never changes. Okay, save that and again, refresh. And here it is. This is the content of the home page. Okay, and if I go to, let's say, about-us, which I believe exists, here it is, about us page. And if I go to some page that doesn't exist, and not found is returned. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna make it so that this main menu displays the actual pages. Okay, because right now this is hard-coded in the main layout. Let's see. So shared and layout, and here it is. Okay. So to do that, I'm gonna use a view component, and view components are a part of ASP. They are kind of like partial views, but you use view components when you need more C# logic. Okay, so anyway, let's create that view component. So to create it, I'm gonna right-click infrastructure. Let me see where it is. Here it is. So right-click, add class, and I'm gonna call it main menu view component. Okay, so same with the attribute. The custom attribute we created, you're supposed to call it whatever you want to call it and add this view component suffix. So add that. And this should extend view component. I'm gonna import it. Okay, so the first thing I wanna mention here is that you get the dependencies through the constructor. So same as with controllers. Okay, so to do that, I'm gonna copy from pages. From here, just copy that and paste it here. And just change the name of the constructor. Okay, so that's how you get dependencies. And the second thing I want to mention is that view components have nothing to do with either requests or model binding or whatever. Okay, so they are their own thing, and you supply them what you want to supply them here, the data to work with. Okay, so anyway, I want to display pages. So to do that, I'm gonna use a method of view component called invoke async. Okay, so I'm gonna say public async task, and the type is gonna be iView component result. Okay, and it's gonna be called invoke async. So this is the method you use with view components. Either invoke async if it's asynchronous or just invoke if it's synchronous. And with view components you can return strings and so on, but that doesn't really make much sense. I'm not gonna go into that. With view components you're supposed to return a view. Okay, so I'm gonna say return view here. And the view by default should go into the shared folder components, and then the name of the view component, and then the view itself should be called default. Okay, and we'll see that in a minute. So anyway, I'm returning the view here, and I'm supposed to return some data with this view as well. So for that, I'm gonna say var pages, and this is gonna be equal to await, and I'm gonna have a method here, call a method, which I'm gonna call get pages, that is async. Okay, and I'm gonna show potential fixes and generate this method. So here it is, and I'm gonna say that type for task is a list of pages, and another diamond brace there, and this is gonna return the pages. So I'm gonna say return context pages order by, and I want to order by sorting, and say to list async. Okay, and import tf core. Save that, and that should do it for actually past pages here. So that should do it for the view component, the class that is. Okay, so once again to recap, you get dependencies through the constructor, same as with controllers, and you need to have a method here, invoke async if it's asynchronous, or just invoke if it's synchronous. And you have your logic in this method and return the view, which is supposed to be in shared components view component name default. So let's create that view now. I'm gonna go to shared, right click, go to add folder, call it components, and in here create another folder with the name of the view, so main menu, and then create a view. The name will be default, and I can leave this user layer page checked, it doesn't really make a difference. I'm gonna add. Okay, so here it is. I'm gonna get rid of everything, Control A, just get rid of everything. And for the model, I'm gonna say IEnumerable page, right? So that's what we said here. So I'm gonna loop through that and display lease for each, double tab. So for each var item in model, I'm gonna have a li with the class of nav-item, and inside of that have an a with the class of nav-length, and let's say text dark as well. And to specify the URL, I'm gonna say ASP area is empty, ASP controller is pages, ASP action is page, and the route parameter is a slug in this case, right? Because we set so here. So I'm gonna say ASP route slug, and that's gonna be equal to item slug, and A itself is gonna say item title, so the title of the page. Okay, looking good. So finally we need to invoke this view component in the main layout. I'm gonna get rid of these leaves here, and I'm gonna say await component and invoke async, and the name of the component without the suffix, so main menu. Okay, and let's see what we have now. Refresh, and here it is, CMS shopping cart, so that's coming from here. And home page, contact page, services, about us. Okay, great. The only thing I want to modify here is I don't want to display the home link menu item that is in the main menu, because this already links to home. So to get rid of that in the default view for the view component, I'm just gonna have an if here and say if item slug is not home. In that case I want to create a li, otherwise I don't. So cut and paste. Okay, refresh, and here it is. Great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna create the products controller and the associated index method. So I'm gonna right click controllers here and go to add controller, empty, and call it products. Okay, so here it is, and I'm also gonna open the products controller from the admin area, so I can copy paste some. Here it is. Just make sure you're working in the right file. Okay, so anyway, get this DB context first of all, we always need that. And I open pages, that was supposed to be products. So copy, actually this is fine here. I'm gonna copy just the constructor name and using. Okay, so now for the index, I'm gonna copy this index from products. So I'm just gonna copy the whole thing and paste it here. So this is gonna be /products. And index name is fine, and I want this P here for page, and again here I want page size to be 6, so same as before. And I'm gonna get rid of this include category here, I don't need that, and the rest should be good. So if I just import here EF core for this to list async, that should hopefully do it. Okay, so now I'm gonna create a view, and I'm not gonna use any predefined template. So I'm just gonna create that with a layout page and call it index, that's fine. Okay, so here it is. The title is gonna be products, or yeah, products is fine. And the model is gonna be IEnumerable of product. Okay. And to this h1 I'm gonna give a class, because this is the front end, so let's just like spice it up a bit, you know, of display 4 and some bottom padding, and change this index to say all products. Okay, now I'm gonna have a row, and now I'm gonna loop through the list, the IEnumerable that is. So for each var item in model, I'm gonna have a div with a class of call-4, and in here first of all I'm gonna have the image. So the source is gonna be tilde/media/products and item image. And I'm gonna give this image a class of image fluid. Okay, Control Shift Enter to go to new line. and then h4 here now for the item name. Now I'm gonna have a div for the content or the description in this case, so HTML raw and item description, and I'm gonna have a p for the price, and I'm gonna say item price and to string c2 to format it, and finally another p for the add to cart button or link, that is. So I'm gonna have an a here and get rid of the href. Actually, for now I'm just gonna have it linked to hash, and when we create the cart functionality I'm gonna modify this. So for now this is just gonna say add to cart, and I'm just gonna give it some classes to style it a bit, so btn and btn dash primary. Okay, save that. So let's see now if I go to /products, and it seems I need to restart my server, the application that is, so Control F5. Okay, so let's try again, go to /products, and here it is, or here they are. Okay, so we get 6, and so far so good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna add the products by category method so that we can get the products by category instead of just getting all the products. Okay, so for that I'm gonna copy this index method and call it here products by category, and I want the URL for this to be /products/category. Okay, so as it is now with route we have defined, this would be products by category / the category, and I want this URL, so we're gonna need to create the route for that. But anyway, first we'll deal with this, and this np1 I want it because of pagination, but I also need here to get that category slug. Okay, so in here first of all I want to get the category by slug, so I'm gonna say category, and that's gonna be equal to context categories where slug is equal to category slug, and first or default async, and there's supposed to be a wait here and import category as well. Okay, and just to make sure it exists I'm gonna say if category is null, redirect to action index. So if the specific category doesn't exist, we're gonna redirect to all products. Okay, anyway, now I have this in page size 6, that's fine, but for the products I want to say where here, so where category ID is equal to category ID. Just indent this like so. Okay, so next I get the page number in the view bag, the page range, and the total pages. This needs to have a where here as well, so just get this where to get the correct count, like so. And I also want to pass the category name to the view, so I'm gonna use viewback for that as well, and say category name here, and that's gonna be equal to category name. Okay, so let's add that route now to the startup CS file and see if this works so far. So here, and that's gonna come after pages, and I'm gonna duplicate this pages route. So this is gonna be products, it's gonna be called products, that is. which can be anything, but the URL itself is gonna be products / and category slug, which is not optional. There needs to be a category slug, and the controller is products, and action is products by category. Okay, so let's see if this works. I'm gonna go to products and let's say fruits, and there's no view, so let's just create that view now. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy the index view and call it products by category. Yeah, so this is all good. I'm just gonna have that category name here. That should be the only difference. So view bag and the category name. Okay, save that and let's refresh, check now. And here they are. Okay, looking good. And if I go to t-shirts, I get the t-shirts. And if I go to some gibberish category that doesn't exist, that gives me an error. Okay, I'm gonna see what's up with this now and get back to you in the next video. Okay, see you then. In this video, I'm gonna add pagination to the views, and before that, to fix that last error from the last video, it's just that I'm missing the return here. Okay, that's it. So anyway, back to pagination. And for pagination, I'm gonna copy from admin views products index, where I have it already. So copy that and paste in products and index. Okay, inside of the div. So the total pages I'm getting from the method, and the target is gonna be / products. Page number I'm getting as well, and the page range I'm getting. Okay, looking good. Save that. Let's refresh and see what happens. And nothing happens. So what do you think the problem is? The problem is that in this view imports, we're not importing custom tag helpers. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the admin one and copy this line and paste it here as well. Save that, let's check now. And here it is now. So let's see if I go to the second one. Okay, I get the fruits. If I go to the first one, I get the t-shirts. If I go to last, it's good again. And if I go to first, it's good. Okay, great. That works for that. And let me copy and paste this for products by category as well. So inside the div again. Okay, so now it's kind of the same thing, but I need to change this page target a bit, because this isn't /products, it's /products / some slug, right? So how to get that some slug here? I'm gonna get it through view bag. So I'm gonna say view bag and category slug, and I need to have this in the method. So copy this, and in products controller, products by category, down here I'm gonna say view by category slug is gonna be equal to category slug. Save that, and let's see now. So if I go to fruits, there's pagination, but I only have 6 fruits, and I'm saying I want 6 per page, so that's it. Okay, so the problem here is, first of all, I don't want this one here in case there's only one page. And that's actually the only issue, but I want to check if this actually works. So I'm gonna change page size for by category to 3, or let's say even 2, and refresh. Okay, so I have 6 fruits and I get 3 pages here, so that's correct. Go to the second one. Okay, third one looking good. First, Good. And last works fine. Okay, great. I'm just gonna have this back to 6. And in here, I'm just gonna have an if. So I'm gonna say if viewBag total pages is greater than 1. In that case, I want this pagination div, otherwise I don't want it. Okay, so let's refresh and see. And there's no pagination here. And if I go to all products, the pagination is there. Okay. And we can add this if for all products as well. There's no need to for this particular project because this is a course and we know that we have 12. But anyway, let's just do it. Okay, and refresh. And it's still there, as it should be, for all products. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create a view component to display the categories here. So the idea is I want to have categories here in a sidebar basically, and the products to the right. Okay, so I'm gonna go to infrastructure, right click, go to add class, and I'm gonna call this components categories view component. Okay, so here it is, and I'm gonna copy from main menu view component since it's kind of the same thing. So just copy the whole class body and paste it here. Just change the constructor name and have the main class extend view component. Okay. So let's see here. First is the dependency injection, and then this invoke async. So this is gonna be var categories, and I'm gonna call this method get categories async. Just copy and paste that here, and copy this categories, paste it here, and this is gonna be category, not page. Okay, and import models and import EF core, and this is gonna be categories as well. Save that, and that should do it for the class itself. And now on to the view. So in shared components, I'm gonna create another folder called categories, so same name as the actual view component, and I'm gonna copy this default and paste it in categories. Okay, so open the right one, and I'm gonna close this main menu view component. So anyway, in here, first of all, I'm gonna get rid of this if, I don't need it, and I want to have a UL here, so I'm gonna say UL and give it a class of list group, and I'm gonna have one li in here to display all categories, so I'm gonna say li and give it a class of list group and item, and have an a in there, so I'm just gonna copy from here and paste that. So this one is gonna be for all the products. Okay, so SP area is gonna be empty, controller is gonna be products, and I'm not gonna have an action, so it's gonna default to index, and I'm not gonna have the route parameter either, so get rid of that, and this is gonna say all products like so, and I'm gonna copy this a and paste it here for the loop, and let me just end the UL after the loop and indent this back a bit, so shift tab, okay, get rid of this closing UL there. Okay, looking good. So now to modify this a bit, products controller, and now I do need the action. So action is products by category, and I need a route parameter as well. So sp dash route dash and category slug it's called. Okay, so that's, let's see, in startup CS, this right here. Okay, so category slug is gonna be equal to item slug, and this is gonna say item name this should be, and it's not because this is supposed to be category here. Okay, so anyway, item name. Okay, looking good. The last thing to do is to call it in the layout, in the main layout. So here in this main element, I'm gonna copy this await component from up here. So here in the main, I'm gonna have a row and the div of call dash 3 and paste in here that categories view component. And I'm gonna have a call here for render body, which should take up the remaining available space. Okay, looking good. Let's see. And here it is. And the length seems fine. It just looks like crap. So let me just, whoops, let me see what's up with that. Yeah, this is supposed to be a list group item, not nav item. So list group item. Let's see now. Okay, looking better. So all products points to this page, and t-shirts to t-shirts, and fruits to fruits. Actually, from fruits or t-shirts, this is defaulting to where it is actually, not to the index. So I'm gonna say here ASP action index. For some reason I was sure it would point to index. Okay, so if I go to t-shirts and then to fruit, it's all good, and all products points to slash products now. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. Okay guys, we are moving along great, and the time has come for the cart. So for the cart, I'm gonna first of all create a controller. So add controller empty and call it cart. And for now, I'm just gonna add the DB context dependency in here because I want to do something else in this video. So I'm just gonna go to pages and get the DB context dependency and just paste it here and change the constructor name and import this using. Okay. And another thing I wanna do is create a class called session extensions. And that class is going to be used to store complex data in sessions because for some reason ASP by default provides ASP core, that is, provides support only for adding ints and strings to sessions as it is. And to add more complex data, such as lists, for example, you actually need to write that extension and then serialize them and deserialize them. So anyway, let's create that now. It's not a big deal. So in this infrastructure folder, I'm gonna have it there, and you can have it anywhere. So I'm gonna add a class and call it session extensions. Okay. And here I'm gonna have two methods. So what I want to do is turn that complex data into JSON. So I'm gonna say here public static void, and I'm gonna call it setJSON, this method. And for parameters, I'm gonna say this and session and the string key and object value. Okay, so we need the session and the key and the value. And the class is actually gonna be static as well. So now I'm gonna say session and set string, key, and the string value. So the string value is going to be JSON convert from newtons of JSON and serialize object and that value. Okay, so that's it for setting, and now for getting. So I'm just gonna copy this method and I'm gonna call it getJSON, and this is gonna return a type and have that here as well. And I need just the key for get. So I'm gonna get rid of this method body, and I'm gonna say var and session data, and that's gonna be equal to session and get string key. And now I'm gonna say return, and if session data is null, I'm gonna return the default type. Otherwise, I need to deserialize that session data, so I'm gonna say JSON convert and deserialize object and pass the type here and session data. Okay, so with this in place, you can now use complex data for sessions. Okay, so anyway, we're ready to move on now. So that's gonna be it for this video, and see you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create a class called cart item, and that class is gonna represent one product in the cart. Okay, so the cart is gonna be a list of these cart items. So to do that, I'm gonna right click models and go to add and class and call it cart item. Okay, so in here I want to have the ID, so I'm gonna say product ID and the string product name and int quantity and decimal price and decimal total. And for this total, I'm gonna say that this get returns quantity times price. Okay, and I'll get rid of set. And finally, I'm gonna have a string image. Okay, and I'm gonna be getting this data, these properties from the product model. So for that purpose, I'm gonna create a constructor in here, just so the code is cleaner when adding a cart item. And I'm not really sure what I just pressed there, so ctor. And actually this is supposed to be inside of the class. I went outside by accident. Okay, so this cart item, and I'm gonna pass product here. Okay. And now for the body, I'm gonna say that product ID is equal to product ID, and so on for the rest. So product name is gonna be equal to product name, and price to product price. For quantity, I'm gonna say 1, and image is gonna be product image. Save that. Okay, looking good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the index method of the cart controller, and this method is gonna be synchronous, so I'm gonna go straight to the body here. Okay, so what I want to do here for the cart index is I want to have a list of those cart items we just created, which are either gonna be in the session or not. Okay, so if they are in the session, then get them, and if they're not, then just create a new list. So I'm gonna say list of cart items, cart, and in this session extensions class, we extended iSession, right? So now I can access these methods, setJSON and getJSON, by saying HTTP context and session. So now I'm gonna say getJSON, and I want to get the list of cart items, and the session is gonna be called cart. Okay, so we don't have that add product method yet, but when we do have it, the session is gonna be called cart. Okay, so either get the list, serialized list from the session, or if it's null, then create a new list of cart items. Okay, so now to the view I can just pass this cart. That's fine, but let's create instead a view model, because we haven't done that yet. So let's just have one pure view model in the project, because so far we used these category page and product classes as both DTOs and view models. Okay, so once again, DTOs are data transfer objects, and they represent the actual table in the database, and view models are the classes you specify for a view to use as the data for the view, so you get that IntelliSense and so on. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna right click models and go to add class and call it cart view model, like so. Add that. So here I'm gonna have two properties. One is gonna be a list of cart items, and I'm gonna call it cart items, and the other is gonna be grand total. So prop double tab decimal grand total. Okay, great. So in cart controller here, I'm gonna say cart view model, cart VM, and that's gonna be equal to a new cart view model. And cart items are gonna be cart and grand total. And once again, I could have just passed this cart to the view and calculated the grand total in the view as well, but let's just use a view model just to have that as well, and it's a bit cleaner. So the grand total is gonna be cart sum of, actually let me use X here, of price times quantity, and return that view model. Okay, cart VM. I have a semicolon here. Okay, looking good. Let's just create the view now, just a basic view for the index, and we're gonna modify that view later on, but now just so we have something. So index, and it's gonna be details, and model class is gonna be a cart view model, and use a layout page. Okay, add that. Here it is, and I'm not gonna modify the view now. I'm just gonna add an if here just to check if there are any items. If not, display a message for now. So if model cart items count is greater than 0, then I'm gonna have some HTML for the cart. Else I'm gonna have an h3, whoops, with the class of display for and text center, and say your cart is empty. Okay, and I'm just gonna add a comment here for the index to specify the page. So this is gonna be slash get slash cart. So let's see, slash cart. I'm asking for session here, but we haven't added it in the startup file. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna do that in the next video. Okay, see you then. In this video, I'm gonna enable sessions. So to be able to actually use sessions, you need to enable them in the startup CS file. So I'm gonna go there, startup CS, and in the configuration method, configure services method, that is, above add controllers with views, I'm gonna say first services and add memory cache to use that memory cache. And then I'm gonna say services and add session. Okay. And also in the configure method, below this use routing, let's say, I'm gonna say app and use session. Like so. Save that, so hopefully that should do it. Let's refresh and see. And here it is, your cart is empty, great. Okay, so that's it for just enabling sessions, but I wanted to cover an option in here when adding a session. So I'm gonna say options, fat arrow and curly braces. And now here I can specify the timeout. Okay, so options and idle timeout. So when you want the session to clear. So I can say, for example, time span and let's say from seconds and 2. So this would clear the session in 2 seconds, for example. Okay, and let me copy this and comment out this first one. And you have, for example, from days, hours, minutes, and so on, milliseconds. Okay, so from days to in 2 days and so on. So I'm not going to be using this, I think. I'm just going to have it commented out here for your reference, just so you know this exists. Okay, that's going to be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm going to add the add to cart method. So I'm going to copy this index one, paste it down here. And the comment is going to be /cart/add/some ID. And I'm going to call the method add, and this is going to be async. So async task iAction result. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of the whole body here. So I'm going to get the ID in here. So first of all, I need to get the product. So product, and that's going to be equal to context products and find async ID and just have a wait here as well. Okay, so get the product, and now again I need that list of cart items either from the session if it exists or create a new one. So I'm gonna copy from up here and paste that in here, and now I need to get the particular cart item. So cart item is going to be equal to cart where, so where product ID is equal to ID, first or default. And now I want to check if the cart is null, the cart item I mean. Else, okay, so if cart item is null, I want to add the product, the cart item to the cart, but if it's not null, I want to increment the quantity by 1. Okay, so if it's null, I'm gonna say cart add and new cart item, and I'm gonna pass product in here. So let's control click this cart item. Okay, so that's where this constructor comes in. You don't have to have this constructor, but it just makes for cleaner code. And while I'm here, I'm gonna add an empty constructor as well in here, just so nothing breaks along the way. Okay, so I'm adding a new product here if it doesn't exist, and if it does, increment quantity. So cart item quantity plus equals 1. Okay, and now I need to set that session for the cart. So I'm gonna say HTTP context and session and set JSON. And by the way, so this set JSON is our method from session extensions, but there's also this set method you can use to set simpler types as I talked about before, such as integers or strings. But for complex data types such as lists, you need to serialize them. So set JSON, and it's going to be called cart the session, and pass the cart in here. And finally return a redirect to action index. Okay, so now if I go to, let's say, all products, I'm supposed to click here and add a product. So I need to modify these anchors. So I'm gonna go to view and products index and products by category, and modify this A's a bit. So right here I'm gonna get rid of this href, and I'm gonna have ASP controller, which is gonna be cart, and ASP action, which is gonna be add, and ASP route ID, which is gonna be item ID. And I'm gonna copy this A and just replace this one here in products by category. Okay, refresh. The URL seems fine. So if I click add, and great, I'm taken to the cart page, and I can see that there is something in the cart. We still need to modify the cart index view, but it's working. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna modify the cart index view. Okay, so I'm gonna right click inside the method and go to view. Here it is. So get rid of the namespace, and the title is gonna be cart overview, and copy that for the h1 as well. Actually, I'm gonna have this h1 inside of the if. So if there is something in the cart, then something else this h3. Okay, that's good, and I'm gonna get rid of everything but the h1 inside of this if. So first I want a table, and it's gonna have a class of table as well, and now have a tr. So th product, and just control D a few times. So product quantity, and then I'll have some actions to add and remove the product. So I'm gonna leave this empty, and price and total, and that should do it. So get rid of these two, and now I'm gonna loop through the model. So for each var item in model cart items. Whoops. Okay, so for each I'm gonna have a tr, and this one is gonna be product name and quantity, and here I'm gonna have those actions. So I'm gonna have an A with the class of btn, btn-sm, and btn-primary, and ASP action is gonna be add, and ASP route ID is gonna be item ID, product ID that is, and it's gonna say plus. Okay, so to add one basically, and copy this 2 more times. This one, the class actually is gonna be success, btn-success, and ASP action is gonna be decrease, and minus here. So you can add one with the plus, remove one with minus, or remove the product entirely from the cart. Okay, so this one is gonna say remove, and btn danger here, and remove here as well. Save that. So the add method we have, and we still need to create the decrease and remove ones. Okay, so let's see, price and total we have left. So item price to string c2, and the total is the total for this particular product. So if there are 3 items of the same product, that's the total for that, not the whole cart. Okay, so I'm gonna do that in here to get that sum. I'm gonna say model cart items where product ID is equal to item product ID, and get a sum of that particular product. So where quantity, not where, but I mean, so sum quantity times the price, and to string C2, that as well. Okay, and finally I need the grand total of the whole thing. So outside of the for each, after the for each, that is, I'm gonna have a new tr with the td of class text right, and call span 4, and this is gonna say grand total. And I said before that I can get the sum of that grand total in here in this way, but I'm already doing that in the cart view model. Okay, so this grand total right here, which I'm setting here, so I can just use that. Okay, so anyway, this is gonna say model and grand total, and to string C2 to format it. Save that. Okay, and I also want another tr here for the clear cart and checkout buttons. And let me just copy this td. I'm gonna have one td in here again with two a's. So the first a is gonna have a class of btn and btn-danger, and sp action of clear, so to clear the cart entirely, and it's gonna say clear cart here. And the second a is gonna have an href to hashtag and btn primary, and this is gonna say checkout. Okay, so the clear cart a clears the cart via an action method, so clear action method, and the checkout is gonna go to PayPal later on. Okay, so far so good. Let's refresh here. Okay, the cart is empty, so all products, add a yellow shirt, and here it is. And let's say a white shirt. Okay, and some fruit as well, some melons. And let me add the watermelon again. Okay, so you can see it's working fine. One yellow t-shirt, $3.99, and as a total, white shirt same thing, and watermelon, 2 watermelons at 50 cents each, so the total is $1, and the grand total is correct as well. Okay, looking good. And I can also click here, so let's add another yellow t-shirt, let's say, and the grand total is changed, quantity is 2, and the total for yellow shirt is correct as well. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna do the decrease method. So I'm gonna copy this add, Control D. This is gonna say decrease in sum ID, and decrease here as well for the name. Okay, so let's say here I don't want this product, I don't care about the DB context at all in this method, just the cart. Okay, so if I'm doing a decrease, then that means that there is data in the cart. The cart session exists, so this is gonna be equal to the cart session, cart is. Then I want to get the cart item. Next, I want to check if the quantity of this particular cart item is greater than 0, greater than 1, that is. So I'm gonna say if cart item quantity is greater than 1, In that case, I want to decrease it. So I'm gonna say minus minus cart item quantity. Else, if it's 1, then I want to remove the product, the cart item from the cart, not just decrease it by 1. Okay, so if it is 1, then I'm gonna say cart and remove all x product ID equal to ID. Then I need to set the cart session again. And after that, I want to check if there are any items in the cart at all. Okay, so maybe we had one product in the cart and we removed it. So this remove all kicked in for the cart item. And then there's nothing in the cart. So in that case, I want to clear the cart session. So I'm gonna say if cart count is 0. In that case, I'm gonna say HTTP contact session and remove that cart session. Okay, and finally redirect to index. So let's see if this works. Refresh. Okay, all products. Add a yellow shirt and another, and let's add a white shirt. So if I go here to decrease, okay, I get 1 here now. It was 2 before, the quantity. Again, okay, now there's only this white t-shirt, and if I remove that and the quantity is 1, so now when I decrease, the cart should be removed from session because there's nothing in it. And your cart is empty. Great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add the remove method. And before that, let me just get rid of this async task here because this method is not asynchronous. Okay, and also here I'm setting the session here and then clearing it if the count is 0. And there's no point that is to first setting it if you're gonna clear it anyway. So I'm gonna have an else here actually, and then set it in this else. Okay, so after this remove, if the cart is 0, then just remove the cart, otherwise set it again. Okay, anyway, on to the remove method. I'm gonna copy this decrease one. So this is gonna say remove and some ID and remove here. Okay, so again I need to get the cart from the session, and I don't need to get the particular cart item because I just want to remove it. So get rid of all of this. Oops, just leave the remove all here to remove from the cart, and that should do it. Okay, save that and let's see, go to all products again. Let's add one yellow shirt and let's add some kiwi. Okay, so 399 and 350, and this is the total. So remove yellow shirt, and seems to be working fine. And remove this last product with quantity of 1, and cart is empty. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add the clear cart method. So I'm just gonna copy this remove one. And this is gonna be /cart/clear and clear here, no parameters. And here I'm just gonna say HTTP contact session remove cart. So copy that line, get rid of everything, and return a redirect to action index. Okay, so let's see if this works. Go to all products. And let's add a few products, so yellow shirt, and let's say kiwi, and clear cart, and great, the cart is empty, and we are redirected back to the cart index. So it's all good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create the small cart view model and view component. So the point here is that I want to have a small cart overview here below the categories, which is gonna display the total number of products and the total amount. Okay, so let's get to it. First of all, in the models folder, I'm gonna create a new class and call it small cart view model. And in here, I'm gonna have one property int called number of items and another decimal called total amount. Okay, so now on to the view component. I'm gonna right click infrastructure and go to add class and call it small cart view component. So this is gonna extend view component and it's gonna have that invoke method. So public iView component result is the return type and I'm gonna call it invoke. So before we used invoke async and now it's just invoke because it's not asynchronous. Okay, and this is gonna return the view at the end. So first of all, here I need to get that session data. So I'm gonna say list cart item cart, and that's gonna be equal to HTTP context session and get JSON. So list cart item, and the session is called cart. And now I'm gonna initialize that view model to null. So small cart view model, small cart VM, I'll call it, and that's gonna be equal to null to begin with. Okay, so first I want to check if the cart is null or the cart count is 0. In that case, actually, I'm gonna say that small cart VM is null, and here I'll just declare it. Else small cart VM is gonna be equal to new small cart view model, and in here the number of items is gonna be equal to cart and sum of the quantities, and the total amount is gonna be equal to cart and sum quantity times price. Okay, and finally return the view with small cart view model. Save that. Now to create the view, I'm gonna go to views, shared components, and in components create a new folder and call it small cart. And I'm just gonna copy this default from categories or main menu, whatever you have handy. So small cart default view. I'm gonna get rid of this UL. So the model is gonna be small cart view model. And first of all, I want to check if it's null. So if model isn't null, then something, but if it is null, I want to display a message. So this is gonna be a P with the class of lead and m-0 margin 0, and it's just gonna say your cart is empty. Okay, but if it's not null, then I'm gonna have a P and say items in cart, and then I'm gonna have a span with the class of badge and badge primary, and this is gonna display the number of items, and I'm gonna have another P that's gonna say total, and B tags here, and this is gonna be the total amount. So at model total amount, and to string C2 to format it. Okay, and now I'm gonna have two ways here to view the cart and clear the cart. So A with class of btn and btn primary and mb-2 margin bottom 2 and ASP controller cart and ASP action index, and this is gonna be view cart and have a BR here, and let me just copy this A and paste it here. So this is gonna say clear cart and the action is gonna be clear, and I'm gonna change this primary to danger. Okay, save that and get rid of the mb-2 actually. This looks good. Finally, I need to invoke the view component in the main layout. So in the main layout, here in the call, actually in the call 3 below the categories, I'm gonna have a div with the class of small cart and now the bootstrap classes, so bg success and mt-3, p3 and text white. So this custom small cart class can be used either for styling or to get to it via Ajax, which we'll need to do later on regardless. So we might use it for styling, we might not, I'm not sure now, we'll see how this looks. But we will need this class to be able to access it with JavaScript, okay? Because we're gonna need to update this div when we add to cart via Ajax, which will be added in a bit. But anyway, invoke the component in here, so just copy this and paste it there, and this is gonna be small cart. Save that and let's see what we have. Okay, your cart is empty, great. And if I add something, so total is 399, one item. If I plus here, I have two items, so 798 is the total, same as here. And let's add the watermelon. Okay, so three items in cart, and view cart goes here, and the total is correct, and clear cart works. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna start adding the Ajax functionality for adding products. So first, let's modify these views. So I'm gonna go to views and products index and products by category. Okay, so first of all, for this A here, I want to add a custom data attribute. So I'm gonna say data-id and that item ID. So I'm gonna use that in the Ajax call to create the correct URL. So /cart/add/some ID. Okay, and now let's add the needed stuff to display that the product has been added to the cart inside of the div. So for that, I'm gonna have a div in here with the class of Ajax BG, so Ajax background basically. And in here I want to have an Ajax loader image and the message the product has been added. So for the image, you have in your course files this Ajax loader, so just drag it to, actually before we drag it, let's create an images folder for that. So it's in a proper folder, so add new folder and images. So this images folder should hold static images that have to do with design and so on. Okay, so anyway, grab this Ajax loader and paste it here. Okay, and I'm gonna drag it to the Ajax BG div like so, and have the P as well. So the P is gonna have a class of lead and alert success and text center, and it's gonna say the product has been added, like so. Okay, save that, and let's see, refresh. Okay, here it is, looking good so far. I'm gonna just right click and inspect, just so I can see it here as well, in case I want to remove a class or add a class or whatever. So let's style this a bit. I'm gonna go to site CSS, and down here I'm gonna say div ajax bg, and the background is gonna be RGBA 255 255 255, so white, and 0.8 here for opacity. Okay, and the position is gonna be absolute, and top 0, left 0, and width 100% and height 100% as well. And I'm just gonna give it a z index of 1. Okay, so let's see, refresh, and Control Shift R to refresh to clear the cache. Okay, looking better. And now for the image, I'm gonna copy this and paste it here. So for the image, it's gonna be position absolute, and top, let's say 20%, and left 50%, and z index 2, and to center it horizontally, I'm gonna say transform and translate x minus 50%. Okay, save that, Control Shift R. Here it is in the center horizontally. Okay, and the P as well, so copy this. So this is gonna be P, and that's gonna be position absolute, and the top 50 pixels, and z index of 2. Okay, Control Shift R again. Okay, looking good. And to begin with, I'm gonna give this AjaxBG div a class of d none, so display none, and p as well. Okay, refresh. So when we click add to cart, I want to get rid of this d none and have this Ajax loader, and then when the cart is added, I want to display .p. Okay, so far so good. And let me also copy this AjaxBG div to products by category, so here as well, and this data ID as well. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna add the Ajax code for that Ajax request. Okay, so in the index view down here, I'm gonna have that section scripts and script tag in here, and jQuery ready. Okay, bring this back a bit. So I want to respond to click for this add to cart, and I'm gonna give it a class as well here, add to cart, like so. Okay, so add to cart class, and click function. So first of all, I'm gonna have E in here for event and say prevent default, like so. Okay, so first I'm just gonna have that basic functionality of adding to the cart and updating this small cart here. And then I'm gonna add code to get those success messages and so on. The Ajax image and the product has been added, P and so on, okay? So first of all, I need to get the ID, which is this data ID here. So I'm gonna say let ID, and that's gonna be equal to this and data ID, like so. And then I'm gonna create that Ajax request, so get, and the URL is gonna be /cart/add/ and the ID. And I'm not gonna pass anything here, so just an empty object, and have a callback here. And data in here for the argument. Okay, so I want to replace the contents of this small card here with the data that I'm gonna get from the cart add. So I'm gonna say div and small cart class. So that's this small cart class right here. Okay. And HTML data. And that's the gist of it for the Ajax in here, this Ajax call. So we just need this ID and that's it. We make the get Ajax request and that's it. So now the issue is that in the cart controller add method, let's see. Add, actually, where is it? Here it is. Okay, so here the issue is that we are returning a redirect to action index, cart index, which is fine if we invoke this method on the cart page with the plus sign. But now, because we want to make an Ajax request, if I'm adding from here, then I want to return that view component, the small cart view component. Okay. So the way I'll do that is I'm gonna say here if, and I'm gonna check the request. I'm gonna check if it's not an Ajax request. If it's not, I'm gonna return redirect to action index. And if it is an Ajax request, then I'm gonna return that view component. Okay. So I'm gonna say if HTTP context request and headers. Actually, this is supposed to be in square brackets. So in here, I'm gonna have a string and x dash requested dash width. Okay, so if this isn't equal to XML HTTP request, in that case, I'm gonna return this. So I'm just gonna paste it here like so. And if it is an XML HTTP request, so Ajax, then I'm gonna return the view component, small cart. Okay, so let's see if this actually works. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, so I'm gonna click add to cart here on all products because we only have this in the index view. And let me actually just copy this from the index view over to products by category as well, since it's the same thing. And just add to this A here, that add to cart class. Okay, so let's check it out, refresh again. So on all products, add to cart yellow t-shirt, and here it is. Okay, add another, now there's 2 in the cart, and this is the total. Add another shirt, 3 in the cart in the total, and let's check these products by category views. So let's say some fruits, add a watermelon, and it's updating accordingly. Okay, and if I go to view cart, here is the correct cart overview. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna modify this code so that when we click here, add to cart, we get that image and then the message and so on. Okay. So let's see. In here, as soon as I click, I want to first of all get that Ajax BG div. So I'm gonna say Ajax div, let Ajax div, and that's gonna be equal to this and parent, and find div with the class of Ajax BG. Okay, so I want to get, if I click here at to cart, I want to get this specific Ajax BG here, because each product has its own Ajax BG div. So I said, let me right click and inspect. When I click this A, I'm gonna go to parent and parent, which is call -4, and then find this Ajax BG div, okay? And then I want to remove that dnone class. Whoops. Okay. And inside of the Ajax, in the callback that is, after I fill this small card div with returned data, I'm gonna say Ajax div find, and find that image, Ajax loader image, the only one that's in that Ajax div, and I'm gonna add class of dnone to it to hide it. Okay, because as soon as I remove this dnone, I'm gonna see the Ajax loader as well. So after the get request is done, I want to hide that image. So just give it this dnone bootstrap class, and I'm actually just gonna make a copy of that and find the p as well. And for the p, I'm gonna say remove class dnone so that I see it. And I'm gonna reset the whole thing after 2 seconds. So set timeout, and I can have an arrow function in here. So I'm gonna say here Ajax div, and first of all I'm just gonna set its opacity to 0 with an animation. So I'm gonna say animate and pass an object in here, so opacity 0, and a callback, and say this add class dnone. So this is the Ajax div, and I also want to fade it to opacity of 1 again in 0.1 seconds, so opacity 1, and this find image and remove class dnone, and copy that, find p, and add class dnone again to the p. And the reason I'm setting its opacity to 0 here and then back to 1 is because of the animation. Okay, I don't want to just give it a class of dnone. I want it to have an animation because that's a better UI experience. So anyway, let's test this out. Refresh. Okay, so if I click add now, and there it is, looking good. It's all fast because it happens fast, but it happens as it should. First there's the Ajax image, and then the product has been added, and it all disappears and resets. Okay, great. Let me just copy this whole get Ajax request to products by category, like so. Save that. Okay, that should do it. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna revisit this clear cart method and show you a few more useful redirects. Okay, so right now we're saying here return redirect to action index, which is the index method in this controller. So let's just test that out quickly. Add something, go to clear cart, and it goes to the cart page, which doesn't really make sense. And I'm gonna change that and show you a few other redirects. Okay, so first of all, the thing we haven't covered still is redirecting to an action method in a different controller. So let's say I wanted to redirect to the pages action method in the pages controller. Let's just see it. The page method, actually, that is. Okay, so I could say here page for the method and then specify the controller pages. So let's see what happens now. If I go to all products, let's say, add to cart, clear cart here, and you can see I'm taken to the home page. Okay, so that's how to redirect to an action method in a different controller. But one useful thing to know as well is I'm gonna make a copy of this and just comment it out so you have it as a reference. Is you can just say here redirect, just like so, and let's see, string URL. Okay, so this is literally gonna redirect to the specified URL. So this takes us to the root basically, right? So we can, with just redirect, say just a / for the root. Save that and let's go to all products again. Okay, so add to cart, and if I click now clear cart, I'm taken to the root again, but in a different way. And the third redirect I want to show you is make a copy of this one, Ctrl+KC to comment it out. And the third option I want to show you is how to redirect back to the previous request. Okay, so for that, I'm gonna have redirect again here, but in here, for the argument, I'm gonna say request headers and pass refer in here and toString. Okay, so now if I go to all products and click add to cart here, so I am at the all products page, I click clear cart and I'm taken back to that same page from which I made the request. And if I go to, let's say, add something here and go to services, let's say, clear cart, same thing. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna get started with the checkout process, and we're gonna check out to PayPal. So I'm gonna search for that, say adding PayPal checkout to your third-party shopping cart, and here's the link. Okay, so you can go through this, read the whole thing. I'm just gonna show you briefly what's up. So there are two methods. Method 1 is passing the aggregate amount to PayPal, so the whole thing. And method 2, which is right here, it's passing individual items to PayPal, and that's what we'll do. Okay, so let me just get the form from here. So I'm gonna copy that, and in the views cart folder I'm gonna add a view, which is gonna be a partial view, and I'm gonna call it PayPal partial. Okay, get rid of everything and paste that form. So let's see here what it says for method 2. So first change the CMD input from this to this. So value should be _cart. I'm gonna copy that and paste that there. Let's see what's next. Now we need to define item specific variables. And before that, I'm gonna enter my email here. Okay, so to use the PayPal sandbox, you first need to have a PayPal account, a regular PayPal account, and then you can create a sandbox, and you can use my sandbox email for this course, but you would need to create sellers and buyers as well in your sandbox account. And I believe I'm already logged in with my sandbox buyer account. So I'm not sure you're gonna see the whole thing that I see, but once again, you need to have your own regular PayPal account in order to use the PayPal sandbox. So anyway, my sandbox email is this /facilitator and gmail.com. Okay, so anyway, back to here. To pass item specific variables, you have the names here, and this X is the count. Okay, so as it says here, the X values must increment by 1 continuously, and so on. So once again, you can go through all of this. I'm just gonna use the necessary ones to get a list of all the products that I have in the cart. So in the form, I'm gonna get rid of the amount and item name. Okay. And up here, I'm gonna initialize a count variable. So add in curly braces, and I'm gonna say int count is equal to 1, and increment this count for each product. So how do I get the products in this partial view? We used the partial view before. Let me just find it. It's the notifications one, actually, in the admin area. So let's see it. This one right here. And this partial view used its own data. So nothing was passed to it, but when you call a partial view, you can pass data to it. Okay, and I'm gonna pass to this PayPal partial the cart items when I call it. So I'm gonna loop through those cart items in here. I'm gonna say for each. So for each item in model, and once again the model will be the cart items. So let's see from here what I need. I'm gonna use this item name and the amount and also quantity. So that quantity isn't listed here, but it exists. So anyway, I'm gonna have a hidden input here. Let me copy from up there. Just bring this back a bit. Okay, so name is item name, item underscore name underscore and X. So this right here. And the X is the count variable. So it's gonna be 1 in this case. And the value is gonna be item and product name with a capital P. And I'm gonna duplicate this twice. So next is the amount, so this right here. So copy that and paste it here. Amount underscore and count, whatever the count is, and the value is gonna be item and price. And finally the quantity. So once again, that quantity isn't listed here for some reason, but I know it exists. So quantity underscore count and value is gonna be item quantity. And now in the index view, I'm gonna inject that partial view. So after this else, I'm gonna say partial and the name. And because this isn't in the default location, which is the shared folder, like we have it here in the admin areas, I need to specify the full path. So it's gonna be tilde and views / cart / underscore PayPal partial CSHTML, and I need to pass the data to this partial view. So I'm gonna say for and cart items. And I just realized I forgot to increment this count in here. So I'm just gonna say here count plus plus. Okay, so hopefully that should do it. Let's see if I go to all products and add to cart this and this and go to view cart. So here's the PayPal button, and if I inspect it, here are the cart items. Okay, so value $3.99 for the amount, item name is yellow shirt, and here's the quantity as well, and then the second item. So it's all good. And let's say if I add another here, so add another yellow shirt. So yellow shirt and quantity value is 2. Okay, so it's all good. And if I click this PayPal button, I have a bit of a problem, and that problem is something I didn't see in the documentation now, but should be in the form. So I'm just gonna add it. And that is after this underscore cart. Let me actually just duplicate it. I'm gonna have another hidden with the name of upload. And the value is gonna be 1. Okay, so now it should work. Let's check. Not sure why that's not in the documentation, but I know that's needed as well. Okay, let's just add a yellow shirt and a white shirt. Go to view cart, click PayPal. And let me see here. Okay, this is supposed to be the sandbox, PayPal sandbox, not the regular PayPal account. Okay, this is supposed to link to the sandbox PayPal, not regular PayPal. So I'm just gonna say sandbox here, save that. And let's try again, just refresh this page. Okay, again add a shirt and a white shirt and go to view cart and PayPal again. Okay, so here it is. Here's the total, and if I click here, I get the names and basically all the details. If there's more than one, it's gonna show up as well, and so on. So it's all here. And once again, I want to mention that you might not be able to see this because, as you can see, this test buyer, I'm logged in as a test buyer, which you can create only in the sandbox account. So once again, you should have that PayPal sandbox account if you want to see all this. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna modify this cart overview page so that when we click checkout, a message pops up here saying that we are being redirected to PayPal, and also to submit the PayPal form when this checkout is clicked. Okay, so let's get to it. So in this index view, so cart index, I'm gonna have this table in a div. And I'm gonna give it a class of cart wrapper, like so, and let me just end that here, like so. And in here I'm gonna have a div with a class of cart bg, and in here an h3 with the class of text center, and this is gonna say redirecting you to PayPal. And I'm gonna have that Ajax loader in here as well, so let me just grab it and drop it here, like so. Okay, so if I refresh and add a product and go to cart, so here it is. Now I'm gonna go to site CSS, control comma, site CSS, and just tell it a bit. So I'm gonna say first of all that that cart wrapper div is position absolute, actually relative, and div card bg, and let me just copy from this Ajax bg. So the same thing, and div card bg and h3, and let me copy from this image here. So position absolute, top 50% and left 50% as well. And translate, I'm gonna get rid of the x, so minus 50% and minus 50%. So that's gonna center it both horizontally and vertically. And the image as well, so make a copy of this. Position absolute, top can be 60%, and just change this to image. Left 50%, and translate, I'm gonna say minus 50 and minus 60%. Okay, that should do it. Let's see. Ctrl-Shift-R. And looking good. Let's just, let's see here. I'm gonna remove minus from here. So just 60. And that looks good. Okay, so just 60 here. I mean, it doesn't really make a difference. I just want it to look decent. So anyway, that's good enough. And I want to get rid of this PayPal button here. So for that, I'm gonna go to the form, PayPal form, and give it the class of PayPal form. Okay, and inside CSS, I'm gonna say that form with the class of PayPal form has a position absolute and left minus 3000 pixels, let's say, just to get it out of the way. So refresh again, and let me add something. So a shirt, and a shirt, view cart. Okay, there's no PayPal, and I'm gonna give to this cart wrapper div a class of dnone to begin with, because I don't want to see it when I go to the cart overview. I want to see it when I click checkout. Okay, so anyway, in the index view here, after the partial, and let me just copy from products index, for example, this section scripts thingy, paste it here, and I'm going to remove the body from this add to cart, except the prevent default. So this is going to be a with the class of checkout, and let's give that class to this a here, so checkout. And I'm also going to say get that div cart bg and remove class dnone. And before I submit the form, I also want to clear the session. So I'm gonna make an Ajax call here to cart clear. Okay, so I'm gonna say get, and let me just space this out a bit. So get /cart /clear, and just pass an empty object and have a callback here. And in the callback, I'm gonna submit the form. So form, PayPal form, and submit. Okay, and now I need to go to that clear method in cart controller and check if this action method is invoked normally or from Ajax. Okay, so I'm gonna copy from add here, so this, if it's an XML HTTP request, and paste that here. If it's not, that is. So if it's not, I'm gonna return this redirect. Otherwise, I'm gonna return OK. So OK 200 response. OK, save that. And let's see what happens. I'm gonna go to all products and Control-Shift-R just to clear the cache and get that new CSS. So add this and this and this and one more white shirt. Go to view cart. And there's nothing because I see here I added the none to cart wrapper. I wanted to add that to cart BG actually. Okay, so just get rid of that and add it to this one, save that, refresh. And once again, add this and this and this and one more white shirt. Go to view cart. So here's the whole shebang, and if I click checkout, here it is, the message, and you can see it's working here. Okay, so here it is. Here's the total, and if I click here, you can see that, for example, for the white t-shirt, I can click more because there's two of them. So that's listed here, quantity 2, item price is $3.99, and so on. So it's all good. And if I go back to here, I can see that the cart is empty, so the session has been cleared. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna get started with identity. Okay, so identity in ASP is responsible for managing users. So registering, logging in and out, having roles and so on. Okay, so anyway, to get started, I need to create a class to represent the user. So I'm gonna right click the models folder and go to add class and call this class app user. Okay, and this class is gonna extend identity user like so. So that comes from ASP.NET Core identity, and just like so, we're gonna have all the necessary tables and so on. So for the user specifically, the users table is gonna have email, username and so on, so all the necessary stuff, but you can also add your own columns in there, and I'm gonna do that now. So here I'm gonna say prop double tab string and call this property occupation. So on top of all the default ones, the users table is gonna have this occupation column as well. And you'll see what I mean in a minute. But anyway, now I need to modify the DB context class as well. So I'm gonna go to infrastructure and CMS shop picker context. So now here the change I need to make is, instead of extending from DB context, I'm gonna extend from identity DB context. Okay, and I'm also gonna need to install this EF Core identity EF Core package. So find and install latest version. And also here I need to specify that user class. So app user in this case. Save that, and that's all that's needed. Okay, so before I do the migration, I just want to mention that what we have so far regarding database operations still works. So everything is the same as before. This is basically the same as just extending DB context like we had before, but now we also have this identity support. Okay, so anyway, on to the migration. I'm gonna open package manager console here, and I'm gonna say add dash migration, and I'm gonna call this one identity create. Okay, and now I'm gonna say update database. Okay, let's see if I open the CMS shop picker context tables here. So right click, refresh, and now as you can see I get a bunch of tables here, all thanks to identity. And of concern to us are the ASP.NET users, user roles, ASP.NET roles. Those three we're going to be using. Okay, and let me just open this ASP.NET users table. So right click view data. Actually, I wanted to say view designer. Okay, so there's a bunch of columns here. So username, email, password, and so on. And there's also this occupation, which we added. Okay. So anyway, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create a new user class. So I already have this app user, but this is used for the table creation and so on. And now I'm gonna create an actual user class that's gonna hold the user data that I want. Okay, so I'm gonna right click the models and go to add class and call this class simply user. And in here I'm gonna have a property string username, so capital U and N, and string email and string password. And that's it for the properties. Now I'm gonna have an empty constructor just in case I need it, because I'm gonna have a constructor with parameters as well. Okay, so to ctor, so to this constructor I'm gonna pass app user. So app user, and here I'm gonna say that username is equal to app user and username, and email is equal to app user email, and password is equal to app user and password hash. Okay, looking good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna enable the use of identity in the startup CS file, create the account controller, and also introduce you to the authorize attribute. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, to actually be able to use identity, you need to specify that in the startup CS file. So I'm gonna go there and add a service here in configure services method. So after this, add the context service. I'm gonna say services, add identity. Okay, and here I'm gonna say app user and also identity role, so that roles are enabled as well. And add identity framework stores and pass here the CMS shopping cart context. And finally say add default token providers. This should be like so. Okay, so let's see here, import identity, and that's good now. Okay, so that's the whole thing, and let me just bring this down like so it's a bit easier to see. Whoops. Okay, and in the configure method, I'm gonna also say here after use authorization, I'm gonna say app use authentication as well. Okay, great. That should do it for the startup file. And now I'm gonna create the account controller, and that's gonna serve for registering, logging in, and editing users. So anyway, in the controllers folder, right click, add controller, empty, and I'm gonna call it account. Here it is. So for now, I'm just gonna return a string here for the index method. Just say hello. And let's test this out. I'm gonna go to /account. Okay, here it is. And now I want to introduce you to the authorize attribute. So I can specify that attribute for the whole class. Okay, say authorize here, like so. And now you have to be logged in order to access any method within this class. So if I refresh, you can see up here that it tried to access account/login method or page, and there's this return URL as well. Okay, so because we're not logged in, it tried to send us to account/login, which means it's working. So this authorize attribute can either be like so on class level, which means that it affects every method within the class, or it can be per method. So I can, for example, get rid of it there and have it just for the index method. Okay, but I'm gonna have it for the whole class. And that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the get register method and view. Okay, so I'm not gonna have this index method here. I'm gonna change it to register, and this fat arrow here, and this is gonna return the view. Get rid of the body here, and I'm gonna say here iActionResult. Okay, and just have a comment here as well. So get/account/register. And now I'm gonna go to the user model here and add validation. And let me open, for example, page as well, and just copy some from here. So this one here, required min length. I'm gonna have that for the username. And just import data annotations. And copy that for email as well. So for email, I'm gonna have required, and I'm gonna say email address. And I'm gonna copy this for the password as well. So I want required, I want min length, which is gonna be, let's say, 4. But I also want to specify that this is a password data type. Okay, so here, for example, I'm gonna say data type, and in parentheses, data type password. Okay, save that. Looking good. So in account, to create the view, right click the method, add view. So register template is going to be create, and model class is going to be user. Let's click add. Here it is. So I'm gonna get rid of this namespace here and just space this out a little, like so. And I'm gonna change this create to register, and let's see, get rid of the h4 and hr and change this to 10, like so. And let's see down here what we have. So back to list, I'm gonna get rid of that. And scripts with validation. Okay, so let's say this, I'm gonna go to account/register. And as you can see, again, it wants to take me to /account/login. Why? Because I'm saying here authorize for the whole class. So again, when you have this authorize on the whole class, it's applied to every method in the class, but you can get around it for particular methods by annotating this with allow anonymous. Okay, so now anyone can access this specific method, but any other method would still be accessible only to authorized users. So if I go to account/register again, let's see now, and here it is. Now I can access it. Okay, this is a password input. Right click and inspect. So input and type password. Okay, and we have the username and the email, which is of type email. And for this username, I'm just gonna, let's see here, just say username here, like so. Okay, and try to register, and I get the error messages. So it's all good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna do the post register method, and before that I just want to make a small modification here. So now if I click register, here it says username with the capital N. So let's just make that lowercase n. So instead of here, I'm gonna get rid of that username there, and in the user class I'm gonna, let's see here, I'm gonna say display and set a name here, okay, to username, like so. So it's not a big deal, but why not? And now if I refresh, it says username here like so, and if I click register, it's the same here. Okay, so anyway, on to the post method. I'm gonna make a copy of this get here. So this is gonna be post account register, and I'm still gonna have this allow anonymous here, and just have curly braces here like so. But here I'm also gonna say HTTP post and validate anti-forgery token, and this method is gonna be asynchronous, so async task action result, okay. And I'm passing that user model here, right? So user. Okay, looking good. So first of all, as always, check if model state is valid. So if model state is valid, in that case, I'm gonna create a new app user based on the user data. Okay, so I'm gonna say app user, and that's gonna be equal to new app user. And here I'm gonna say username is equal to user username, and email is equal to user email. Okay, so now here I want to create a user, but I'm not gonna be using that DB context we used before. Identity uses its own things. Okay, so I don't even have a dependency here, and I'm gonna add that dependency now, but that's not gonna be the DB context. It's gonna be user manager. Okay, so I'm gonna say here private and read only and user manager, and specify app user here, and I'm gonna call that user manager, that is, and add it to the constructor, so ctor, and I'm just gonna copy this, paste it here, and say here this user manager is equal to user manager, like so. Okay, looking good. So now here I'm gonna say identity result is gonna be equal to, so this identity result, let's see, it represents the result of an identity operation. Okay, so now here I'm gonna say await and user manager create async, and here I need to specify the app user and the password. So app user and user password. Okay, so I'm gonna say now if result succeeded, in that case I'm gonna return a redirect to action, which is gonna be login, which doesn't exist yet, but it will soon enough. Else I'm gonna loop through the errors, so I'm gonna say for each identity error in result errors. Okay, and model state, add model error, empty string, and error description. And finally I'm gonna return the view with the user in case the model state is not valid or there are errors here. Okay, looking good, so save that. And now if I just refresh here first of all, okay, so I'm gonna say here John and the email john@gmail.com and password pass and register. User must have parameterless constructor. I thought it did. Okay, public. Let's see now. That was a bit of an oversight on my part, but anyway, that should do it. Let's try again. So pass, register, and great, it works. Okay, so I'm getting these errors here, which is a good thing. It means this works, but by default, all these validations here must be respected, and they don't come from the user. Where is it? Here, the password here. Okay, that's built in into ASP identity, and that can be changed, and we're gonna do that in the next video. Okay, see you then. In this video, I'm gonna deal with these validation rules here that we got in the last video. So I'm continuing right where I left off in the last video. So as I said then, that's not something you edit here in the model. Okay, to deal with that, I'm gonna go to the startup CS file actually. And in here, I'm gonna say options and fat arrow, curly braces. And I can deal with that in here. So I'm gonna say options, password, and then let's say here I can say required length, okay, which is 4. And let's say here it says 6, but I want it to be 4, so now it's 4, and let me just indent this like so. Okay, so what else do we have here? At least one non-alphanumeric, so I'm gonna say options. And by the way, these are all good things to have for passwords, okay? I just want to override this because I don't want to have to write complex passwords for this project. So you might want to keep this for your own projects, is my point. But for this one, I'm gonna get rid of it. So let's see here, options, password, and required non-alphanumeric. And let me see here. Okay, there's this bug in Visual Studio Preview. This loading IntelliSense sometimes gets stuck, it hangs. So I'm just gonna get rid of that now, save this, and I'm just gonna reopen Visual Studio and get back to the video, okay? So see you in a second. Okay, here I am. So options and password and required non-alphanumeric. Here it is. I'm gonna set that to false. Okay. And I'm just gonna duplicate this line 3 more times. So I'm also gonna say here require lowercase false and require uppercase false and require digit false. Okay, so there's more here, so you can go through these on your own, but this is gonna do it for these validation errors here. So anyway, I need to restart the project again. Okay, so let's try again, John and John at gmail.com and password pass and register. And great, it redirected me to login, which is what it does in case of success right here. Okay, and let me just check the table. So ASP.NET users, right click, view data, and here John. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create the login class. So in the models folder, I'm gonna add a new class and call it login. And this is gonna be similar to user. So I'm gonna get all of this from user and paste it here. But I'm not gonna have the username because we're gonna be logging in with email and password. Okay, so I want here, let me import data annotations. I want for the email to be required and email address, password as well, same as it was. And I'm gonna get rid of these constructors here and have another property here, string return URL. So if you remember, there's that return URL query string when the user is redirected to login if they try to access a page that needs authorization. So I'm just gonna cache that in here in case it's there. Okay, looking good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the get login method and view. So I'm just gonna copy from here and paste that here. But I'm gonna have curly braces here and just change this to login and this as well. Whoops. Okay, so in here I want to get that return URL from the query string if it's there. So I'm gonna say string return URL. Okay, and I'm gonna use that login class here. So login new login and return URL equal to return URL. And finally return the view with the model. Okay, looking good. So to create the view, right click inside, add view. So view name login, template create, model class login. That should do it. Okay, here it is. So I'll just get rid of this namespace here and this h4 and hr, and this is gonna be 10. And let's see here, I don't want this return URL div. Let me just space this out a bit and change this to login and get rid of this div right here, back to list. Save that. Looking good. And in this video as well, I'm just gonna add the register and login links to main menu here, but to the right. Okay, so they're not part of the pages. Anyway, in the main layout, let's see, here it is. So here, I'm gonna make a copy of this actually, so just Control D. And that's gonna be up here, get rid of the await there. And to this, I'm gonna add justify content end. Okay. So for the links, I'm gonna say Lee here with class of nav-item and have an A here with class of btn and btn-success. Okay, and get rid of this href. I'm gonna say here ASP controller is account and ASP action login. And I'm gonna say login here, so save that and copy this link, Control D. Action is gonna be register and register here as well, and I'm just gonna add another class to the li, ml-1, so margin left 1, and let's see, refresh. Okay, here it is, looking good. I'm just gonna change the register button to, let's say, where is it here, to primary, just so it's of a different color, and refresh again. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the post login method, and before that I just need to make a couple of changes. So first of all, in the startup CS file, let's see, here there should be first use authentication and then use authorization. Okay, so the order is important. And secondly, I realized that this here actually I'm passing this return URL to the property here of login, but in the view I don't have it in the form. So I'm just gonna say here input hidden and ASP4 return URL. Save that. Okay, so on to the post login, I'm gonna copy this post register and paste it here. So this is gonna be login, and this is all good, and this is gonna be login as well, and here login like so. And I'm gonna get rid of everything inside this is valid, and finally return view with login model. Okay, so before I get started in here, I need to add another dependency. So up here I'm gonna make a copy of this, and now I'm gonna say sign in manager. Okay, so that's responsible for signing in, not the user manager. So change this to sign in manager as well, and copy this whole thing, paste it here, make a copy of this, so sign in manager and sign in manager like so. Okay, looking good. So back in the method, if the model state is valid, first of all I need to get that user. So app user is gonna be equal to await and user manager, and find by email async login email here, and now check if the user exists. So if app user is not null, in that case now instead of I used identity result here, but here I'm gonna use sign in result. Okay, and for that I need to use this fully qualified name like so, result, and this is gonna be equal to await and sign in manager now, password sign in async, and there are two overloads for this method. So the first one is this one right here now, string username, password is persistent and lockout on failure. And the second one is the same thing, but the app user is passed here, not the username, and that's the one I'm gonna use. Okay, so I'm gonna say app user here, and login password, and false and false. Okay, so now I'm gonna say if result succeeded, and I'm gonna return a redirect. So either to that return URL if it exists, so login return URL, and if it doesn't, I'm gonna return to the home page. And if the user is null, so if the user doesn't exist, I'm gonna add a model error, so model state, add model error, and I'm gonna say login failed, wrong credentials. Okay, save that, hopefully that should do it. And I'm also gonna go to the products controller and just have this whole class authorized, so that you can only access it if you're logged in. I mean, this wouldn't make much sense, I guess, in a real application, a real world application, but for us it's gonna do, because we can easily test stuff out like this and have some part here on the front end that's locked out basically. Okay, so anyway, now if I go to all products, let's say, and I can't access it, so I'm taken to the login page, and here's the return URL. So now if I say john@gmail.com and pass login, and great, now I can access it, which means I'm logged in. And t-shirts, fruits, all products, it's all good. And finally, I want to show you, if I right click and inspect and go to, let's see, application here and cookies and the current URL, so this localhost for us, and you can see here, let me just expand this, there's this ASP.NET Core Identity Application cookie. So that's because we're logged in. Okay. So anyway, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the logout method. So I'm gonna copy this get login here and paste it here and just get rid of everything in here and get rid of this allow anonymous as well, because you have to be logged in order to log out, and change this to logout as well, and the method name, and get rid of this. And this is going to be async, so public async and task. Okay, so to log out, it's actually really easy. I'm going to say await and sign in manager, sign out async, and that's it. And after that, I'm going to return to home. So redirect and /, and that's it. Okay, so let's test this out. Let me refresh here to see if I'm still logged in. And I am. So if you're not logged in, log in. And I'm gonna go to account/logout. And I should be logged out. If I try to access products, I can't. Okay, great. And also I want to add the logout link in the main layout. So here. Okay, so if I'm logged in, I want to see logout, and if I'm not logged in, I want to see these two. So to do that, I'm gonna have an if here. So I want to check if the user is authenticated. So I'm gonna say user and question mark, just to check if it's null, and identity, question mark, and is authenticated. And if not, I'm gonna set this to false. Okay, so if the user is authenticated, then I'm gonna have the logout link. So I'm gonna copy this one, paste it here. And this is gonna say logout, and I'm also gonna add the username in here. So I'm gonna say hi and user identity name and a comma. Okay, so hi user logout, and this is gonna point to logout, and I'm gonna change this to danger and have an else here. So if the user is not authenticated, I'm gonna have these two. Okay, so let's see, refresh. Let me log in. So john and gmail.com pass. Okay, and here I see hi John logout, and I can access products. And if I click here, I'm taken to the home page, and I can see now login and register here. And if I try to access products, I can't. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the get edit method and view. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this logout, and this is gonna be account/edit and edit here. Okay, so in here get rid of everything, and I need to get the user, so app user, and that's gonna be equal to await and user manager, and find by name async, and the name is user identity name. Okay, so now I'm gonna say user, and that's gonna be equal to new user and pass app user here. And finally return the view with the user. Okay, looking good. And by the way, this is where that constructor comes in with the parameter. So if I control click user right here, okay, that's why we have that there. I mean, you don't have to have it, you can just add that stuff in here, but I think this is cleaner. So anyway, to create the view, right click and add view, edit, template is gonna be edit, model class is gonna be user, and that's it, create or add. Okay, so here get rid of the namespace and the title edit account, let's say, and here as well edit account, and get rid of the h4 and the hr. And I don't want to be able to update the username. I'm just gonna pass the username in a hidden input, so input hidden and ASP4 username. Okay, and email I do want, and the password I want as well. And let's say edit here and get rid of this back to list div. Save that. Looking good. Let's also add that edit link or my account link in the main menu. So I'm gonna go to layout again and make a copy of this list, so Control D, and this is gonna point to edit, and I'm gonna say primary here, and this is gonna say my account. Save that. Okay, so let's see, refresh. Here it is. So if I log in as John and pass, okay, hi John, log out here in my account. Let me just add to this Lee ml-1, refresh. Okay, so if I go to my account, here it is. I can modify the email and the password. So far so good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna do the post edit method, and I'm gonna make a change here. I'm not gonna be using this user actually. I'm gonna make a new model, because as it is now here for the update, we need to update both email and password, okay, because the user control comma, let's see, the user here specifies that the password is required. Okay, so I'm just gonna create a new model. So I'm gonna just copy this user actually and rename it to user edit, like so. Okay, so user edit here, and I don't need the username. Email I do need, and password I do need, but it's not required. Okay, and I'm gonna leave this default constructor here just in case, and this one is gonna be same as before for the user, but without the username. Okay, and let's see here for the user, I'm gonna get rid of this constructor and get rid of this one as well actually, and let's just space this out a bit just so it's a bit easier on the eyes. Okay, so back in account controller, I'm gonna say here user edit, user and new user edit, like so. Okay, so this should give us the same thing now, except that the view expects user, so user edit, and I'm not passing the username here. Okay, so let's try again. Okay, here it is, looking good. So anyway, on to the post. So here we want to be able to update the email and the password. And the password should be hashed. So I'm gonna need a new dependency up here. I'm gonna say private and password hasher and pass app user here for the type and call this password hasher. Okay, and copy this and paste it there and say this password hasher is equal to password hasher, like so. And I'm just gonna bring this down so it's easier to see, like so. Okay, so in the post method now, I'm gonna copy this post login actually, paste that there, so this is gonna be edit and edit, and I'm passing user edit here, but I'm gonna call it user. Okay, and I'm gonna get rid of everything from here except for this one. Actually, I'm gonna cut and paste that line that finds the user and get rid of everything else and return the view here. Okay, so here instead of find by email, I'm gonna say find by name async, and the name I'm gonna get from user identity and the name. Okay, so now in here I'm gonna say app user email, and that's gonna be equal to user email, and the password I want to update if there is a new password, otherwise I don't. Okay, so I'm gonna say if app user, actually if user password is not null, in that case I'm gonna update it, otherwise I'm not. So app user password hash, and that's gonna be equal now to password hasher hash password and app user and user password. Okay, so now I'm gonna have that identity result, and that's gonna be equal to await user manager and update async and pass the user here. And if result succeeded, let's just return a redirect to home for now, just to see if this works as expected. Otherwise, return the view if the model is not valid. Okay, so let's test it. So here if I say John2 and edit, I'm taken to the home page, so hopefully it worked. Let's see. Let's log out, log in. So john2@gmail.com and pass. Okay, I'm logged in my account, and let me change the password as well now to, let's say, pass2, edit. It seems I've updated the password. Let's log out, log in again. So John2 Gmail and pass2 for the password, and I'm in. Okay, seems to be working fine. Actually, I wanted to click my account there just to go back to John and pass. So my account, and this is gonna be John@gmail and password pass. Edit. Once again, just to make sure, log in, John Gmail and pass. Okay, great. It's working fine. And actually, let's add a success message here for the update of the user. So instead of this return redirect now, I'm gonna have temp data success, and that's gonna be equal to, let's say here, your information has been updated or edited, let's say. Edited. Okay, and then return the view. So for this to work, I need to get that notification partial from admin shared here, admin view shared. So I'm gonna copy that and paste it in shared here. Okay, so paste that, here it is, and I need to include it in the layout file. So where is it? Here in main, I'm gonna say partial, and the name is gonna be underscore notification partial, and close that. Okay, so let's see if this works now. Login. So John Gmail and pass. Okay, I'm in, and go to edit. I'm just gonna edit the email now. Edit, and here it is. Your information has been edited, and I'm back to this page. Okay, great. Let me just edit this back to John. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna go back to the admin area and make a list of all the users so that the admin can see all the users. Okay, so in areas, admin and controllers, I'm gonna right click and go to add controller, and I'm gonna call it users controller. Okay, so I'm gonna just say here area admin, and I'm gonna open the account controller, so control comma and account controller, just so I can copy and paste the dependency. And for this one I just need the user manager, so get rid of this and that, and change the constructor name and import ASP.NET Core identity and models. Okay, good. So for the index view, I just want to return all the users. So I'm gonna say user manager and users, like so. Okay, so now to create the view, right click, add view, view name index, template is gonna be a list, model class, I'm gonna need to change this, but I'm gonna say user anyway, just to get some HTML there. Okay, so add. Okay, so here it is, and up here I'm gonna change this INumberable user to app user. Okay, and change the title here to users, and this h1 as well to users. Get rid of create new, and let's see. Okay, so I want to have the ID and the username and the email and the actions here. So in the for each, I'm gonna say item ID here, and this is gonna be item and username and item email. And I'm actually not gonna have these actions here because I don't want to edit and so on the users from the admin area, because each user can do that for themselves. So I'm gonna get rid of that actually, and let's check this out. So that's gonna be /admin/users. Okay, so here it is, the ID, and by default the IDs for users are actually strings, not integers, for some reason. But anyway, here they are. So we only have John now, and let's create a few more because we'll need them. So I'm just gonna go to the home page and register and say Bob here and bob@gmail.com, password pass. Okay, and the admin as well, so admin @gmail pass, and let's say Mary and Mary@gmail.com and pass, and I think that should do it. And finally I'm gonna go to the main layout view here for the admin and just add that link, So let's see, here it is. Okay, so copy that lastly, and controller is users and action is index, and this should say users. So let's see if I go to the admin area, admin pages, let's say. So here are the users, and if I click it, here they are. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna get started with roles. Okay, so roles enable you to allow access to specific areas of the website only for certain authorized users with certain roles. So anyway, in this series of videos, I'm gonna create a system in the admin area that can create roles and add them to users. Okay, so to get started, I'm gonna right click controllers in the admin folder, admin area that is. So add controller, empty, and call it roles. Okay, so I'm gonna say here first area is admin, like so. And now I'm gonna add the dependencies. So I'm gonna say private read only and role manager now. Okay, so that's responsible for dealing with roles. And in here I'm gonna pass identity role and call this role manager. And I'm also gonna need the user manager in some method, so I'm just gonna add a dependency now, Control D to copy this one. And this is gonna be user manager and pass app user here. And this is gonna say user manager. Okay, create the constructor, ctor, double tab, and copy this and paste it here, and this as well. So this role manager is going to be equal to role manager, and this user manager is going to be equal to user manager. Okay, that's going to be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm going to do the index view and the method. So I'm just going to get rid of this body here and have a fat arrow here and say view. So return the view and the role manager roles. Okay, save that and add the view, right click, add view. So index is the view name. The template is going to be empty and user layout page checked. Okay, so add that. Okay, here it is, and I'm going to get rid of everything in here. And for this view, I'm going to copy from pages index, let's say. So views pages index, and just get the whole thing and paste it here and modify it. Okay, so first of all, for the model, this is going to be identity role, enumerable identity role. Okay, so I'm just going to get that from here, the namespace, Microsoft ASP.NET Core identity, and paste it here, and identity role here, like so. The title is going to be roles, and this h1 as well. Create new is fine. And for the table, I'm going to get rid of sorting and this ID. Okay, so here I'll get rid of all these THs and this class home. So I'm going to have the ID of the role itself. I'm going to have the users that are assigned this specific role, whatever it is, and also some actions. So in the for each here, let's see, I'm going to get rid of this ID and class here. Get rid of this as well, just have it in a single line, this TDs. So I'm actually just going to say role here, let's say. So role ID, and copy that. This is going to be role name. Copy that. And the users I'm going to have in here, but for the users, I'm just gonna say users for this role for now. So for this TD right here, I'm gonna create a custom tag helper that's gonna get me the users based on the role. But I'm gonna do that later on, okay? And in here I'm gonna have edit, so role ID here, and delete. So I'm gonna get rid of this details one and this if here. And I'm gonna say this is role ID. And finally get rid of this section scripts here. I don't need that, save that. And also I'm gonna add this roles menu item to the layout. So layout, and here this is gonna be roles, action index, and this is gonna say roles. Okay, save that and let's see what we have. Go to the admin area. Here it is. So if I click roles, and here's the view. Okay, so far so good, since we don't really have any roles. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the get create method and view. So I'm gonna make a copy of this index one. And let me also just make some comments here. So this is gonna be get /admin/ roles, and whoops, copy that, Control C, Control V to paste. This is gonna be /roles/create. Okay, so rename this to create and just return the view without any model. So to create the view, right click, add view, view name create, empty template, and use a layout page, so add that. Okay, so again I'm gonna get rid of everything and I'm gonna copy from categories, let's say categories create, since there's less HTML here than in the pages, for example, and we don't need much. Paste that. So for the model, this time I'll just say string. Okay, so just use a string, and the title is gonna be create a row. Here as well for the H1, create a row. Okay, get rid of this H4 and HR, and actually while I'm here, let me get rid of that in here as well. I don't need that for the category create either. But anyway, I'm gonna close create category view here. So back to this one. For the label here, I'm gonna say role name and have an input, but it's not gonna be this for input. I'm just gonna create it myself. So I'll get rid of ASP4 and say that the type is text and the name is gonna be name. And I'll get rid of the validation here. And this ASP4 as well in the label, get rid of that. And the rest is fine. Okay, so save that and let's go to create new here. And here it is, looking good. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the post create method. So I'm gonna copy this get one, let's say, Control D, paste it here, and have curly braces here. So this is gonna say post and HTTP post and validate the token and the forgery token. And the method is gonna be async, so async task I action result, like so. Okay, so here in the view we're saying that the model is a string, which means we want to pass just a string here. Okay, so I'm gonna validate it here as well. That's possible too. So I'm gonna have square brackets here and say min length 2 and required. Okay, and string name. So here the name is name of the input. And of course you can make a model for this here, the role name. I just wanted to show you that you don't have to. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna do it like this. So again, if model state is valid, as usual, I'm gonna have identity result, and that's gonna be equal to await and role manager, create async. And here I need to pass that identity role, so I'm gonna say new identity role and the name. Okay, so if result succeeded, I'm gonna return a redirect to action index. Else, I'm gonna loop through the errors. So for each identity error, in result errors, model state, add model error, and error description, like so. Get rid of these curly braces here. Okay. And if the model state is not valid, I'm gonna say here model state, add model error, and the minimum length is 2, and return the view with the name. Save that. Okay, and let's test this out now. So if I refresh here and say create, and I get here minimum length is 2. Okay, that's not gonna work. So if I say, let's say now admin and create, and it seems to have been created. Okay, here it is, the rows index view. Let me also add the success message actually. So I'm just gonna have braces here now, curly braces, and say here temp data success, and that's gonna be equal to the role has been created. Okay, and return to index, else, and this. So let's create another role. Let's actually try to create the same admin role first of all. Okay, here it is. So admin, create. And yeah, I'm not actually gonna pass the name here because this becomes the name of the view because it's a string. It's not a model class. So anyway, just get rid of that and go back to create. So admin and create. And it says here role name admin is already taken. So let's see, this here is kicking in. Okay. Okay, so great. And let me add another role here. So let's say editor and create. And the role has been created. So we get the success message. So it's all good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create the role edit model, which I'm gonna use for editing roles. So in the models folder, let's see here, right click and add class and call this role edit. Okay, so first I'm gonna have an identity role called role, and I'm gonna have IEnumerable app user for members, so members of the role, copy that, and non-members as well, and the string role name, and the string add IDs, and that's gonna be an array, and the string delete IDs. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the get edit method. So let's say here in rows, when I go to edit, it's /edit/some ID, which is a string. Okay, So I'm gonna copy this post one, Control D, and this is gonna be get admin roles edit and some ID, get rid of the post, and this validate, and this is gonna be called edit. So here I'm gonna pass that string ID. Okay, get rid of this and get rid of everything in here as well. Okay, so first I need to get the role. So I'm gonna say identity role is gonna be equal to await role manager and find by ID async, and pass the ID in here. And now I want to make lists for members and non-members. So I'm gonna say list app user members, and that's gonna be equal to a new list of app users, and copy that, and the same thing here, just non-members. Okay, so now I'm gonna loop through the users and add them either to members or the non-members list. So I'm gonna say for each app user in user manager and users, and var list, and that's gonna be equal to await user manager is in role async. Okay, so this method checks for the role. So user and role name. If it is, the list is gonna be members, otherwise it's gonna be non-members. And then say list add user. Okay, and finally return the view. So return view, whoops, and this is gonna be a new role edit. So role is gonna be equal to role, and members to members, and non-members to non-members. Okay, looking good. And that's actually gonna be it for this video, and I'm gonna do the view in the next video because it's a bit more involved. Okay, see you then. In this video I'm gonna do the edit view. So right click inside the method, add view, view name edit, template is gonna be edit, and model class will be role edit, and use layout page checked, add. Okay, so in here I'm gonna get rid of the namespace here, and the title is gonna say edit roles, and this h1 edit roles, get rid of the h4 and the hr. And let's see now in here, this validation summary I don't really need, but I'm just gonna leave it there. Okay, so let's see now, I want to have two divs in this form, one for adding users to roles and the other to the role, and the other for removing users from the role. Okay, so two divs with two tables, a table in each. So I'm gonna get rid of this div form group, and I'm gonna have a hidden input here. First, for the role name, because I need to pass that to the post method. So ASP4 role name, and actually this isn't gonna be ASP4, I'm gonna say name is role name, because I need to get it, let's see the value, I need to get it through model and then role and then name. Okay, so have it like so, and now I'm gonna have a row with call 6 and another div with the call -6. So this one here is gonna have an h2, and it's gonna say add users to, and I'm gonna have a span with the class of badge and badge primary, and say model role name here and role. Okay, and then I'm gonna have a table with a class of table and table bordered. And in here first I want to check if there are any non-members for this row. So I'm gonna say if model non-members count is 0. Then I'm gonna have a tr with a td and say all users are members. Okay. Else for each, so for each app user in model non-members, and then have a tr in here and a td, so user and username, and another td with a checkbox. So input checkbox, value is gonna be user ID, and the name is gonna be add IDs. I don't need the ID. Okay, so this add IDs here is actually in role edit, control comma, role edit. It's this one right here, okay, so a string of add IDs. That's why this is a checkbox, because we are gonna have an array here of add IDs. So you can add multiple users to a role at a time. Okay. And now to remove, and it's kind of the same thing, so I'm gonna copy actually the table and the h2. Copy the whole thing, paste it here, and this is gonna say remove users from the role, whatever it is. So now if model members count is 0, in that case I'm gonna say no users are members. Else for each user in members, I'm gonna have the username, and this is gonna be delete IDs. Okay, so this right here, an array of strings called delete IDs. Okay, looking good. So now let's see if I go to edit admin. Okay, it seems to be working, it just looks like crap, so let's see what's up here. And this is supposed to be 10. Okay, let's see now. Okay, great. So we don't have any users for any roles, right? So for admin it says no users are members, which is correct, and add users to admin role. So here's a list of users that you can add to the role, which are all the available users. And back to list, if I go to editor, role, edit, and the same thing. No users are members, and here's a list of all the users that can be added. Okay, looking good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna do the post edit method. So I'm gonna copy this get one and say here post, and the comment is fine. So let's see, add the HTTP post attribute here and validate anti-forgery token. Okay, so let's see here, I'm gonna pass the model, so role edit, and I'm gonna get rid of everything in here. So first I'm gonna declare identity result. Okay, identity result, just like so, because I want to both edit and delete users from the role. So anyway, now I'm gonna loop through add IDs, that add IDs array string, right? So this one here and this one here. So for each string user ID, whoops, and this is supposed to be capital I. So for each string user ID in role edit, add IDs, and if that's null, I'm gonna create a new array. So new string array. Okay, so we are either gonna have an array of IDs or an empty array. In any case, I'm gonna say app user, and that's gonna be equal to await and user manager, find by ID async and user ID, and result is gonna be await user manager add to role async, and pass the user here and the role name, so role edit and role name. Okay, and I'm gonna copy this for delete IDs. So again, for each string user ID in role edit but delete IDs or an empty array. Again, I need to find the user, but then I need to say remove user, remove from role async, that is. Okay, so don't get confused by this empty array here and here. If it's empty, then nothing is going to happen. For example, for this empty array, nothing is going to happen here. Okay, and here as well. That's why we have these empty arrays here. So if there are any add IDs, it's going to add them, or it's not going to do anything. And same for delete IDs. If there are any, it's going to remove them, or it's just not going to do anything. So it's all good. And finally, I'm going to return to the previous request. Let's return this time. So we use that as well. So return redirect and request headers refer and toString. Save that. Okay, looking good. So let's see if this actually works. Go to roles and let's say admin edit. So I want to add admin to admin, and let's say Bob as well. Save, and there you have it. Admin and Bob are in users in the admin role, that is. So I can now remove them, and back to list. If I go to edit editor, let's say Mary can be the editor, so save that, and here's Mary, the editor, and back to list admin, and I want to remove Bob from admin. I just want to have admin for the admin role. Save, and great. Okay, let's also go to the table and see what we have there. Okay, so if I go to roles, view data here, here are the IDs and the names. Okay, so this is the ID and this is the name, and so on. And let's see also user roles here. So view data, and here it is, the user ID and the role ID. Okay, so great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create a custom tag helper to display the users here for specific roles. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna go to roles index, and here for this TD, I'm gonna say user-role. So that's gonna be the custom tag helper, and I'm gonna give it a value of role ID. Okay, so now on to the tag helper, I'm gonna go to infrastructure, right click and add class, and call this roles tag helper. Okay, so it's gonna extend tag helper, and I needed those role manager and user manager dependencies, so I'm just gonna copy from the roles controller here, paste that in here, and change the constructor name and import what's needed. So identity and models. Okay, so when creating custom tag helpers, you get the dependencies via constructor. same as with controllers. And now I'm going to have a property which is going to be a string called role ID. But I want to target this user-role attribute. So I'm going to say here in square brackets HTML attribute name and specify it. Okay, so that's user-role. And also, because I want to target this TD, so this isn't a custom element like, let me see, in the pagination tag helper. Okay, here a custom element was created, pagination, but in here we actually want to target a valid HTML element. This TD, which is a regular HTML element. So because I want to target that TD, I'm gonna say here on top of the class HTML target element. So which HTML element to target, and that's gonna be the TD. And I can specify the attributes as well, which is role-user. User-role, that is. User-role. Okay. So that's the difference between this one and the pagination one. This one creates a custom element, and our one targets an actual HTML element. Okay. And also because it's called user-role in here, the attribute. That's why I'm specifying the attribute name here, because I call the property role ID. Okay. So now, same as in the pagination one, I need this process method. Just in our case, it's gonna be async. So it's either process or process async. Okay, so I'm gonna say public override async task and process async, and we need the tag helper context and the output, so tag helper output. Okay, and this output is what outputs the actual string at the end. That's returned here. So let's see, in this pagination tag helper, this guy, he had this method which he called here in the end, but we're gonna do our thing in this actual process async method. We're gonna do everything in here, the logic. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna have a list of names. I'm gonna say list string names, and that's gonna be equal to a new list, like so. And now I want to get a role, so I'm gonna say identity role, and that's gonna be equal to await role manager and find by ID async, and pass that role ID in here. Okay, so this property right here, which comes from here. And I'm gonna say if role is not null, just in case, even though it can't really be null because it's in a list here, but anyway, let's just have it there. So anyway, in here I'm gonna have for each and var user in user manager users. So again, loop through all the users and see if there are any in this role. So in here I'm gonna say if user isn't null, and await user manager is in role async, user and role name. In that case, I'm gonna add to the named list. So names add user, and I just want the username. Okay, and now I need to output this. So down here, I'm gonna say output content and set content, and I'm gonna check if names count is 0. In that case, I'm gonna say no users. Otherwise, I'm gonna say string and join and have a comma and a space here and names. Save that and let's see if this works. So if I refresh, actually let me just get rid of no users here, or users for this role text actually. So refresh, and here it is working fine. Admin role is admin, editor is Mary, and let's go to edit for editor and say Bob as well is an editor. Save that, go back to list, and now it says Mary, comma space Bob. Okay, great. I'm gonna get rid of Bob for the editor, but it's working fine. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna lock down the admin controllers so that only the admin role can access them, and I want the editor role to be able to access pages controller. Okay, so let's get to it. I'm gonna go first to categories and open each one actually, so all 5 of these. So for the categories controller, I'm gonna say here authorize. So now, as we know, this means that anyone logged in can access this controller. So to enable this controller for a specific role, I'm gonna have parentheses here and say roles and equal to the role, so admin. Okay, and I'm gonna copy this and paste it here for the pages. Copy and just import authorization. Save that, so copy for products and copy for roles and copy for users and just import authorization here and here and here. Okay, let me just build the project so I know it's all good. F6 for me. Okay, it's all good. So let's check this if it really works. I'm gonna go to the home page and I'm gonna log in as John. So John and pass. Okay, so if I go to products, that's fine, I can access products. But if I go to the admin area, admin pages let's say, and I can't, as you can see, I'm taken to account /access denied method. And I'm not gonna create this method in the view. You can if you want, but the point is it takes you there, access denied. Okay, so you are logged in, but you don't have sufficient privileges to access this specific area of the website or part of the website. So I'm gonna go back and log out and log in as admin. So admin gmail.com pass. Okay, and now if I go to the admin pages, I can. So I can access H1. Okay, great. And let me log out. And if I log in as Mary, and remember that Mary is the editor. Okay, and if I try to access, let's say, pages, I can't, because Mary is the editor and not the admin. But I want the editor to be able to access pages as well. So I'm gonna say here comma and editor. So now both admin and editor can access pages. Okay, and if I try to go to pages again, account, actually this is supposed to be admin pages. So admin pages, and I can as Mary. Hi Mary. Okay, so this is Mary logged in and I can access pages, and if I go to categories I can't. and products I can't either, and users I can't, and rows I can't, but pages I can. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna modify the two menus a bit. To the admin one, I'm gonna add the logout button, and to the main one in the front end, I'm gonna add admin area link in case it's the admin or the editor that's signed in, and I'm also gonna make the URLs lowercase. Okay, so let's get to it. I'm gonna open the two layouts, control comma underscore layout, and the other one as well, underscore layout. Okay, so let's see which is which. This is the front end one, and I'm just gonna get this logout li here, copy that and paste it here for the admin, and this is just gonna say logout, and I'm also gonna give it a class of logout. Okay, and let me go to site CSS, and I'm gonna say here li nav item logout and position absolute, top 10 pixels, right 10 pixels, and list style none. Okay, so let's see, refresh here, and it says logout, but I'm gonna Control Shift R to clear the cache, and it's here. So I have this logout button here now as well. Okay, click that, and I need to say, let's see, it's here. I need to specify the area. So ASP area is empty. Okay, let's try again. Go to the front end, and I'm logged in as Mary still. So go to the admin area, admin pages, and log out, and great, I'm taken to the home page and I'm logged out. Okay, now if I'm logged in as the admin or the editor, I want to have here admin area link. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the layout for the front end, and I'm gonna close this one, I don't need it. So here after logout, I'm gonna say if user is in role. Okay, so if is in role admin, or user is in role editor. And I'm gonna copy some li, let's say this one here, and this is gonna say admin area, and it's gonna point to ASP area admin with the capital A, that is, and controller can be pages and action index. And I'm gonna give this a btn success class, like so. Okay, looking good. Let's see if I log in. So I'm gonna log in as admin and pass, and here it is, admin area, and if I click it, I go to pages. Okay, log out, and if I log in as, let's say, John, and I don't see the admin area here. Okay, great. So finally, I want to make all URLs lowercase. So now if I click, let's see here, this points to the slug, so it's lowercase, as you can see here. But if I go to, let's see, all products, for example, you can see here it's uppercase, and so on. There are others as well. These ones here point to slug, I think, so they are lowercase. But In any case, let's just make all of them lowercase, which is the way it should be in a proper application. Okay, so for that, I'm gonna go to the startup CS file, and in configure services, here after add session, I'm gonna say services add routing, and options fat arrow, options lowercase URLs equal to true. Okay, so let's go to the home page and products again, and as you can see, it's lowercase now, and that goes for each URL now. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video and this project as well, unless there are some bugs yet to be found. Okay, so see you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna get started with the REST API project and create that project. And by the way, I'm gonna have this CMS shopping cart project open here, so I can copy some stuff from here. Anyway, to create the project, I'm gonna right click Visual Studio here and Visual Studio. Okay, so create a new project, SP.NET Core Web Application, over here, next, and I'm gonna call this REST API, create, and let's see here for the template, I'm gonna choose API and no authentication, and leave this configure for HTTPS checked and create, and here it is. Okay, looking good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create the pages controller and the page model and connect to the database. Okay, so what I want to do in this project is I want to manipulate pages from CMS shopping cart project. So I'm not gonna create a new database and so on. I'm just gonna use the existing one. Okay, so anyway, let's get started. Firstly, notice that this is a bit slimmer than what we had here when we started in CMS shopping cart, because when you choose API for the template, you don't get models and views. Okay, so views you certainly don't need, but I'm gonna create the models folder. You don't have to, they have it here, for example, when you create the project in the root, but I'm gonna create the folder nonetheless. So right click the project and add folder models. Okay, and let's see here, I'm gonna get rid of this controller and this weather forecast here as well. Okay, so firstly I need that page model, so right click models and add class page, and I'm just gonna copy from CMS shopping cart, so models and page and all of these without these validations. Okay, I don't need those. And now I want to add the database connection. So first I need to create the DB context class, and I'm gonna do that in the models folder. So right click and add class, and I'm gonna call it again CMS shopping cart context, because that's the database is gonna use. Okay, and let's see here, infrastructure CMS shopping cart context. I'm just gonna get all this and paste it here, get rid of categories and products, and this is supposed to extend DB context. So let's see, install package EF core latest. Okay, looking good, no more red squigglies. Save that, and now on to the startup file to register that service. So here in configure services, and again I'm just gonna copy paste from startup from this project. Where is it? Here it is. So get this line, services add DB context, and add that here. Okay, so this we need to import, and for use SQL server we need a package. So I'm gonna go to tools and NuGet package manager, manage packages for solution, and I'm gonna search for SQL server and get this EF core SQL server. So REST API and install latest table. Accept. Okay, it should be installed. So Alt Enter here and using EF core. Okay, looking good. I need to add the connection string as well, so open app settings JSON and here app settings JSON, and here it is. Copy that and comma here, paste it here, save that. Looking good. And finally, to create the pages controller, so right click controllers, add controller, pages. Okay, here it is. And instead of extending controller here, I'm gonna say it extends controller base. Okay, so let's see a base class for an MVC controller without view support, because we don't really need views. And I'm gonna get rid of this action method here and just add the dependency for now, which is that DB context class, which again I'm just gonna copy from here. So pages and this right here, copy that and paste it here. Import. Okay, looking good. Save that. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the get pages method. And firstly, I wanna talk about routes. So if we go to startup CS in here, and by the way, I closed the CMS shopping cart project because we don't need it anymore. Anyway, here in startup for routes, so these endpoints here, now it says here endpoints and the map controllers. And for CMS shopping cart, we had endpoints and map controller route and specify the routes there. Okay. And here we have map controllers, which means that we can specify the routes in the controllers themselves, which is what you do with APIs. So let's do that. So here I want to specify some route for this controller. So I'm gonna say on top of the class here, route, and in parentheses specify the route. Oops, so double quotes, and I'm gonna have it as API slash and in square brackets controller. So the base route for this controller is whatever the domain is, slash API slash and this controller. So pages in this case, okay? And I'm also gonna specify that this is an API controller. So I'm gonna say here API controller. And let's see what this does. As you can see, it says it indicates that the type and all derived types are used to serve HTTP API responses. Okay, so on to the method. Here, I'm gonna say public async task and action result. And for the type, I'm gonna say here IEnumerable page. And I'm gonna call this method get pages. Okay, so I'm saying here that the return type is an IEnumerable of pages. And that coupled with this API controller here is gonna give me a JSON list automatically. So I'm gonna say here return await context pages and order by sorting. and to list async. Okay, and import this, save that and start the project, Control F5. Okay, so I'm gonna go to API/pages, and here it is, all the pages in JSON format. Okay, great. So to recap, I'm saying here API controller to specify that this is an API controller and it should return API responses. So it's gonna give me JSON, and here I'm saying that I want to return the list of pages, and then automatically when I get that here from the database, I get JSON here. Okay, so it's really clean and nice. And as far as routes go, I'm saying here that the route for this controller is API/whatever the controller is, so pages in this case. And because this method doesn't have any additional route specified here, it's gonna default to this. Okay, so the name here, get pages, doesn't make a difference, so I can call this fruit and save that and refresh, and I still get the same thing. Okay, because the route for this method is gonna be this. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna do the get page method, and before I get started with that, I just want to correct myself from the last video. In the last video I made it seem like this API controller annotation is necessary to produce JSON, but it isn't. Okay, so this in itself is gonna give me JSON automatically, and this API controller indicates, as we said, that the controller is supposed to serve API responses, and it improves the developer experience for building APIs, but it's not actually necessary. So if I get rid of it and save and refresh, it still works. Okay, but I'm just gonna have it there regardless. So anyway, on to the get method, and before that I'm just gonna say here get and /API/pages this is. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this method and I'm gonna call this one get page and say int id here, and the URL for this will be API/pages/some id. And also, because this is an API, I'm gonna annotate each method with the request attribute, even if it's just get. Okay, so here I'm gonna say HTTP get, and here I'm gonna say HTTP get as well, but also in parentheses here I'm gonna pass ID in curly braces, so that this method expects an ID. Okay, so the full URL for this get page method is API/controller, which is pages in this case, and then / whatever is here. So let's first get the page. I'm gonna say here var page, and that's gonna be equal to await context pages, and find async and pass the ID in here and get rid of this. Okay, and this returns just one page, so I'm gonna get rid of this IEnumerable as well, and just have page here like so. And I'm gonna say if page is null. In that case I'm gonna return not found, otherwise I'm gonna return the page. So save that and let's check this out. If I go to API/pages/ and then some ID, so I have 1, 4, 3 and 2. So let's say 2, which is supposed to be about us. Okay, and here it is. Great. And let's say 1, and I get home. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the put page method, and put is basically update in REST terms. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this get one here, get ID, and the URL itself is gonna be the same, but I'm gonna change here to put, and this is gonna be HTTP put, and I'm gonna rename it to put page, and I'm gonna be passing the ID and the page. Okay, so let's just first of all check that the ID is indeed equal to page ID. So I'm gonna say if ID is not page ID, I'm gonna return a bad request. Okay, and if we hover over this, we can see that this returns status 400 bad request. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of everything here, and I'm gonna say context and now entry, and pass the page in here, state, and that's gonna be equal to entity state modified. Okay, and then save changes, so await context save changes async, and there's no specific rule what should be returned after a put, so I'm just gonna return a no content, which makes sense. So let's see, this returns a status of 204, no content. Okay, and we're not actually going to be able to test this out right now because we need a client for that, but this should work. And one last thing I want to mention in this video is that you should get acquainted with these status codes if you don't know them already. Okay, so if I just Google for HTTP status codes, there's this link, for example, and you can see here that let's see, 2 something is some kind of a success, 4 something is a client error, and 5 something is a server error. Okay, and you have them here now in detail. So that would be my advice. But anyway, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the post page method. So I'm gonna copy this put one, and this is gonna be post, and the URL is gonna be /API/pages. So change this to post as well, and I'm not gonna have anything else for the URL or the route, and I'm gonna call it post page here, and I'm gonna pass the page. Okay, so in here I'm gonna get rid of these lines and just say context pages add page. Okay, as simple as that, and save changes async after that. And now for the return, again, you can return really anything. There are no hard and fast rules, but this time I'm gonna return created at action. So created at action, and let's see here, there are a couple of overloads. So I can return here the action name and object value, and route values as well, and controller name. So I'm just gonna use this first one. Okay, so I'm gonna say name of and post page and page here. Okay, so let's see what this says. It creates the object that produces status 201 created response. Okay, and again, we're not going to be able to test this right now, but hopefully it should work. Okay, that's going to be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm going to do the delete page method. So for that, I'm going to copy this put one and paste it here. And I'm going to say delete here. and the URL is fine here, and the request is gonna be HTTP delete and the ID. So this is gonna say delete page, and I'm gonna pass the ID. Okay, so in here again I need to first find the page, so I'm gonna get rid of this and just copy from here. So context pages find async by ID, and get rid of this here, and then I'm gonna say context pages remove page, and semicolon there, and save changes async, and I'm gonna return no content, so 204. Okay, save that, and we could test this out now, but I don't want to delete any of the pages I have at the moment, so I'm not gonna test it now. I'm gonna wait for the client to add some pages, and then I'm gonna test delete as well. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the CRUD and the API. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna get started with the REST client and create that project. And throughout that project, I'm gonna have this project running, REST API, okay, so that I can access these methods. So anyway, to create a new project, I'm gonna right click here and go to Visual Studio Preview. Okay, create a new project. Whoops, back. So ASP.NET Core Web Application. And I'm gonna call this one REST Client. Create. And for the template, I'm gonna use MVC. Okay. And no authentication, and configure for HTTPS. So create. Okay, so here it is. I'm gonna close this, and I'm just gonna get rid of, let's see, in views home folder, I'll get rid of that, so delete that. And in controllers, get rid of the home controller, and the models, get rid of the error view model. And in shared, get rid of error CSHTML. Okay, so let's build this and just see if it's all good. It's F6 for me, for you, whatever it says here. Okay, it's all good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create the pages controller and model. So in controllers folder, right click and add controller and call it pages. Okay, here it is. And for the models, I'm gonna right click the folder, add class and call it page. And from the REST API, let's see, page here, just copy this and paste them here. Okay, and I'm just gonna rearrange this a bit like so. So looking good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the pages index method and view. So here's the index method, but I'm gonna make it async. And let's first of all add a comment here. So get pages, this will be. So async here, and task iAction result index. Okay, so first I'm gonna make a list. I'm gonna say list of pages called pages, and that's gonna be equal to new list page like so, and import this. Actually, that was the wrong import. This should come from models. Okay, so always make sure to have correct using statements here. Okay, now, so how do we communicate with the API in ASP? We do that via HTTP client. So I'm gonna say here using var HTTP client is gonna be equal to new HTTP client. Okay, which comes from systemnet HTTP. So first here I'll do the request. So I'm gonna say using var request, and that's gonna be equal to await HTTP client get async. And in here I need the full URL. So as you can see here, request URI or URL, whatever. Okay, so to get that, I'm gonna go here. Here to this API URL and copy this whole thing. So your port number is probably gonna be different, but anyway, just copy what you have and paste that here. Okay, after that, I'm gonna say string response to get that data. So I'm saying string here because I expect to get a JSON string, right? So I'm gonna say await request content, read a string async, and now I want to add that to the pages list. So I'm gonna say pages is gonna be equal to JSON convert and deserialize object. So I need to deserialize it from string and actually the type here. So I'm gonna say list page and response. Just another diamond bracket there and get rid of this one here. Okay, that should do it. And finally return the view. So return pages. View with pages. Okay, so let's create this view. I'm gonna go right click and add view. Index template is gonna be a list and model class will be page. Okay, and here it is. And I'm not gonna mess with anything here because I'm just interested in getting the client to work. We modified all this to make it better in the CMS shopping cart project, so there's no need to do that here. So I'm just gonna leave everything as it is. Okay, so here we'll open through the model and so on. We know all this by now. And I'm just gonna change these links here to use the tag helpers. So I'm gonna have an A here. And the SP action is gonna be edit. And SP route ID is gonna be item ID. And say edit here and have a pipe here, Control D. Get rid of this pipe and this is gonna be delete. Okay, so delete SP route ID and delete here. Okay, so hopefully that should do it. Let's see, Control F5 to run the project. And if I go to /pages, okay, here it is, great. I'm just gonna copy this and open a new instance of Chrome and just have that there, just so I have it in two browsers. Okay, so far so good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna do the edit page get method and view. So I'm gonna copy this index one and this is gonna be get pages /edit /some ID. Let me just have a / here as well. Okay, so this is gonna be called edit and I expect to get the ID here. So int ID. And instead of a list here, I'm gonna have a page. So page is gonna be equal to new page. Okay. And this using var HTTP client, new HTTP client. I need that. And request is kind of the same, just this URL needs to change a bit. So I'm gonna add an add here. And say here /pages/ and in curly braces the ID, right? Since that's the URL. Let's see here the put one. This get one with ID that is, and the put one we're gonna use for post edit. But anyway, that's the URL. So /API /pages /some ID. Just like so. Okay. And then get the response. And I'm gonna say here page. And that's gonna be equal to JSON convert, deserialize, and this is just gonna be a page. And return view page. Okay, so hopefully that should do it. Let's create the view and see. So add view, edit, and page. Okay, so I'm just gonna have this as MD10 and get rid of this too. So anyway, in here, let's see. I don't want the ID and I don't want sorting. And the slug actually either. But I do want to pass the ID as a hidden input, so input hidden, and this is gonna be ASP4 ID. Okay, and say here edit. Okay, so let's see if this actually works. If I go to edit, let's say services, and there's a bit of a problem. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna check what the issue is here and get back to you in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna fix that little bug we just had, or I did. You guys probably caught that, so I just have here the @ sign instead of a $sign. So this here didn't work, interpolation. Okay, so now if I go to edit contact, let's say, here it is, it's all good, or let's say about us, and it works. Okay, so let's also, while we're here, change this to text area and add CK editor. So here I'm gonna get rid of this input and have a text area and get rid of this, say ASP4 content, and I need that CK editor CDN, so let me just Google it, CK editor, and here it is, and let's see, CK editor 4, so right here, and download, standard. Okay, here's the CDN finally, so copy that and paste that in the layout view, that is, so here. Okay, and here for edit, say script and CK editor replace content. Okay, so let's see if this works. Okay, it really doesn't, so let's see what's up. Oh, the replace is supposed to be lowercase. Okay, it's all good now. And also let's change this to actually display HTML. So in index and content here, I'm gonna say HTML raw item content, that is. Okay, so let's see. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the post edit page method. And firstly, I just wanna add to the edit view sorting as well. Okay, just like so. So anyway, in here, I'm gonna copy this get edit. And I'm gonna say post here. So even though this is put here, there's no put in HTML. Okay, so you can't say for this form here to have a put method. The form can be either get or post. So this is gonna be a post request, and here I'm gonna pass the page, get rid of that line. So here I'm just gonna say page slug is gonna be equal to page title and replace empty space with a dash and to lower. And I'm not gonna check if the slug exists and all that. Okay, I'm not gonna do any validation. I just want to have this actually work, and we did all that in the previous project, so you can incorporate it here in exactly the same way basically. So I think it would just be a waste of time to spend all that time on validation and stuff. Okay, so anyway, let's see now. I need this using var http client always. But now before the request, I'm gonna say var content because I want to actually pass something. And this is gonna be equal to new string content. And in here JSON convert and serialize object. So now I need to serialize it because I want to send it to the API, right? So serialize that page. And I'm gonna specify, I'm gonna specify encoding. This is supposed to be capital E encoding like so, which for some reason isn't working. So let me say here UTF-8 and again capital E here. Using system text, okay. And say here application JSON. Okay, that looks good. Now for the request. Instead of get async, I'm gonna say put async. And I'm gonna change this ID to page ID. And also pass the content as the second argument. Okay. I'm gonna have the response here, even though I don't really need it in this case, but you might for some project, depending on what you're doing, if you need the response or not. I'm just gonna leave it there, but I'll get rid of this page. And finally, I'm gonna return a redirect to the previous page. Okay, so request headers refer and to string. So let's see if this actually works. And I'm not gonna mess with the home page. I'm gonna go to, let's say, contact page. Okay, I don't have HTTP post here. Again. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna say contact 2 for the title and contact page 2 as well, just to make some modification. Edit. And I'm back here, redirected, and I can see contact 2 and contact page 2, so it should work. Let's go back to list to make sure. And it is. And it did work, that is. So contact 2 for the slug, and contact page 2 for the content. So it's all good. And let's also, before we edit this back to contact without the tools, let's use breakpoints just to see it in action. So if I just exit from here, and to use breakpoints, you need to start with debugging. Okay, so that's F5. Anyway, here's the put. So I'm gonna have a breakpoint there. And here for the post, I'm gonna have a breakpoint here, let's say in the get, actually, not the post. So anyway, let's do an F5 here. And an F5 here as well. So start with debugging. Okay, and if I go here to, actually this doesn't even matter. I'm just gonna go here to pages. Okay, so if I go to edit contact, you can see I'm hitting this breakpoint here. So I'm gonna go to continue, and here it is. Modify this, edit, and you can see that I'm hitting now the breakpoint in the API project. Okay, so here's the page and so on, the whole shebang. So continue, and again I'm hitting this return view page, get in the client. And here it is. It's been edited. Back to list, and as you can see, it's all good. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the add page get method and view, and hopefully post as well, since it's kind of the same as edit, but we'll see. So anyway, to create the get method, I'm just gonna copy from, I'm not gonna copy from anywhere actually. I'm gonna say get and pages create, and this is gonna be public action result create fat arrow view. Okay, so create the view, right click add view and create page. Here it is. I'm just gonna get rid of this h4 hr and have this as 10 and get rid of the id and the slug and sorting. Okay, and change this input to text area, so go to edit and copy from here and paste here, and also the CK editor thingy as well, copy that and paste it here. Okay, so let's see. And by the way, I restarted both projects with Control F5, so without debugging. I mean, you don't usually want to have debugging on because it takes too long to start the application every time. It's too much hassle, for me at least. So I keep it like this usually, unless I really need the breakpoints. Okay, so let's go to create new. And here it is, looking good. So I'm gonna do the post as well in this video because this was really quick. So for the post, I'm gonna copy post edit here, and that's gonna be pages/create http post, and this is gonna say create past the page. So I'm setting the slug and sorting as well to 100. Okay, and in here the content is the same as in edit, so not gonna change anything there. Just this put async is gonna be post async, and I'm gonna redirect to index, so to /. Okay, so hopefully that should do it. Let's see. I'm just gonna refresh here, enter, and say test page here, create. And yeah, this was supposed to redirect to pages, not to home. But anyway, if I go to pages, I don't see anything, and that's because the URL here is wrong. It should be, I believe, just API pages actually. Yep, /API/pages. Okay, and while I'm here, let me actually change this to redirect to action then and index, so it goes to pages index. Okay, let's retry, create new, and test page, create, and here it is. So test page the title, slug is test-page, content test page, sorting 100. Edit test page 2, back to list, and it's all good. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna do the delete method and finish this project as well. Okay, so I'm gonna copy from get edit here and paste that down here. So this is gonna be get and pages delete and some ID and delete here. Pass the ID, that's right. Get rid of this, and here in here that is, I'm gonna get rid of this response and the page, just have the request, which is gonna be delete async. And this same URL, let's just double check in here. So delete is /API/pages/SOMEID. Okay, so that's looking good. And I'm going to return this redirect to action. So copy and paste. And that should hopefully do it. So let's see. Refresh here. Okay, delete this page. And remember, there's no confirmation now via JavaScript that we had in CMS shopping cart. So don't delete anything you don't want to. I will delete this test page. So delete, and it's gone. It's been deleted. Okay, great. That's gonna be it for this video, and hopefully the project as well. In this video, I'm gonna make a new project for the standalone lessons. Okay, so create a new project here. And I'm gonna choose ASP.NET Core Web Application. Next. And I'm gonna call this project standalone lessons. Like so. Create. Okay, and I'm gonna choose the MVC template. No authentication and configure for HTTPS create. Okay, here it is. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna cover dependency injection. We have already used dependency injection when doing the projects, but there's more to learn about them. Let's first define what a dependency is. A dependency is an object that can be used, for example, as a service. It is any object that another object requires, such as the CMS shopping cart context we used in the projects, for example. And benefits of dependency injection are cleaner code, easier code maintenance, and easier unit testing. Okay, so let's get started. I'm gonna create a controller here. And by the way, I have the project running. It's here, just this homepage that comes with the MVC template. So I'm gonna right click controllers and go to add controller and call this one products. Okay, and I'm also gonna create a model called product. And this class is gonna have just a string name and the decimal price. Okay, so when you create a dependency or a service, you usually have an interface and then a class that implements that interface. Okay, so I'm going to create an interface, right click models and go to add and class, and I'm going to call this iRepository like so. And this is going to be an interface, not a class. And in here I'm going to have an IEnumerable of products called products. And I'm going to have a couple of methods, void and add product, and pass the product here and copy this one. And this one is gonna be delete product. Okay, now I'm gonna create a new class. So right click, add class, repository, and this repository is gonna implement the iRepository interface like so. So firstly here I'm gonna initialize a products list. So private list product products. Just declare, actually not initialize it. I'm just gonna have it like so. And I'm also gonna have a constructor to add some products to the products list, so I don't have to use a database, for example. So in here I'm gonna say products is equal to new list of products and new list product, and add some products in here. So new product, and name can be basketball, and price 399 M, and duplicate this 2 more times, and this can be a shirt, and this can be pants, and the shirt can be 499 and pants, let's say 1999. And I'm gonna say for each add product and X. Okay, so now here I'm gonna have a property INumerable product, products, and fat arrow products. And I also need add product and delete product. So let me just go here and implement interface like so, just to get some code. Get rid of the body for this and this, and this is gonna be fat arrow and products add product, and this is gonna be fat arrow and products remove product. Okay, so I'm gonna end the video now because this is taking a bit of time, and pick it up in the next one. See you then. In this video I'm gonna continue with the dependency injection lesson. So I just have the products controller here open, and in here now I want to display the products in this index method. Okay, so to pass it to the view, I can do new repository and products. Right, so I can do that, no one is stopping me. And I can also create the view, so add view and index and list and product. Okay, here it is, and I'm just gonna change this a bit like so, and just say here to string and C2. And let me also add that link to the main layout here. So just copy this one, Control D, and this is gonna be products, and this is gonna say products, and action is gonna be index. Okay, so if I refresh now, here it is. So if I click products, here are the products. Okay, so you can do it like that, but this is called tightly coupled. Okay, and it's not good. This is not good practice. It's better for this to be loosely coupled. So the best practice is to use a dependency injection, which means that the dependency gets injected into the constructor, and that's it. The controller that uses it, so products in this case, doesn't need to know anything about how that dependency works internally. So to add a dependency injection, I'm gonna say here private and read only, and say iRepository, repository, ctor to make the constructor, and inject it in here. So get this, copy it here, and say here this repository equal to repository. Okay, and I'm gonna make a copy of this and comment out the first one. So now instead of instantiating repository here and asking for products, I'm gonna say repository products. So if I refresh, I get an error saying unable to resolve service. So whenever we want to use a dependency injection in the project, we need to register the service in the startup file. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the startup file, and in configure services here, I'm gonna say services, and now I can say either add singleton or add scoped or add transient. And I'm gonna explain the difference in a bit, but let's say add transient now. And here for the type, I need to specify the interface and the class that implements it. Okay, so I'm going to say iRepository and repository. And just have a semicolon there. So save that and refresh here. And now it works. So I get the same thing, but in a much better way. So here, as I said, you have transient and singleton and scoped. And that is what is known as service lifetime. Okay, so the difference is the singleton lifetime services are created the first time they are requested, and every subsequent request uses that same instance. Scoped lifetime services are created once per client request. So each new HTTP request creates a new scoped service. And transient lifetime services are created each time they are requested from the service container. So with the transient service, a new instance is provided every time a service instance is requested, whether it is in the scope of the same HTTP request or across different HTTP requests. Okay, so I can't really show you a difference now between transient and scoped, but I can show you the difference between the singleton and transient and scoped. So to do that, in here, I'm gonna create a new method, copy that, and I'm gonna call this one create. And I'm gonna say here, repository add product, and new product, name apples, and price 150, let's say. And I'm gonna return a redirect to action index. Okay. So now if I refresh here and click create new, I'm redirected back to index and nothing happens here because we have a new request. And as I said, scoped is created once per every request, and the transient service provides a new instance every time the service is required. So now we have, let's see here, transient, and if I say add scoped and refresh and create new again, I don't see a difference. Okay, but if I say add singleton, and again singleton services are created the first time they are requested, and then every subsequent request uses that same instance. So because of that, if I refresh here now and go to create new, and you can see that after the redirect back to index, I have apples. And again and again and again. And refresh again, and it's still there. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna cover environments and fallback HTTP paths. Okay, so there are three different environments you can use: production, staging, and development. And development is the default one. So if I go in here to properties and launch settings JSON, here is where you set the environment. And based on the environment, you can have different things in your views and so on. So for example, if I open layout and go down here after main, let's say, I can use the environment tag helper. So I can say environment and include or exclude. Okay, so I'm gonna say include development, and in here I'm gonna have a P and say development environment and default in parentheses, and duplicate this again and again and again. Okay, so this one is gonna be staging, and this one is gonna be production. So I'll just get rid of these defaults like so, and this is gonna say staging environment, and this is gonna say production environment. And for this one, instead of include, I'm gonna say exclude development. So here I'm gonna say not development environment, and get rid of this. Okay, so if I refresh here now, I see here development environment default. So that's this right here, and it's set here. So if I change this to staging and refresh, staging environment and not development environment. Okay, and the same thing for production. Okay, production environment and not development. And once again, if I go back to development and refresh, it says development environment, and I don't have that not development. Okay, so that's how you can use those. And I also wanted to show you how to use fallback href paths. So let's say here in the layout, we're including jQuery here, for example, locally from the project. So it's in here in root lib jQuery, okay? But we can say, for example, that we want to get it from a CDN if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, if the CDN link is dead for some reason, then we want to get it from here. But we want to try to get it from the CDN first. So I can say here environment include production. So let's say only in production I want to do that. And I'm gonna comment out this one here just for the lesson now. So save that, and let's actually refresh now. Inspect first and go to network and JS here. So make sure you have JS here and refresh, and there's no jQuery here. Okay, and if I uncomment this, which isn't uncommenting with a shortcut for some reason, save that, refresh, and here is jQuery. Okay, so once again comment it out, Control KC. So as I said, I want to get this from the CDN if it exists, and if not, only then get it locally from the project. So I'm gonna search for jQuery CDN, here it is, minified, and I'm just gonna copy like so, because this copy to clipboard doesn't really work, for me at least. So I'm gonna copy this thing, Control C, and paste it here. Okay, so save that, and let's see if I refresh here. I don't get anything because I need to change the environment to production. Save that, go back to layout and refresh. Okay, so here it is, it works, the CDN works, I mean. And to use the fallback thingy, I'm gonna say here ASP fallback SRC, so another tag helper, and the fallback is gonna be this. So copy that path and paste it here. So this means if this doesn't work, if it doesn't exist, use this. Okay, but it also needs some kind of a test to know whether this works or not. So for that, I'm gonna say ASP fallback and test. And here you need to pass something that exists in the script, some variable. For example, in here I can say window.jQuery. So it's gonna use this, whatever this is, to test whether this works or not. Okay, so again, if I refresh F5, I get jQuery from CDN still, but if I break this source, let's say jQuery 222 for example, which doesn't exist, save that and refresh, and you can see here this failed, but I am getting this one from the local host, from my project, that is. Okay, so that's a really handy feature. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. In this video, I'm gonna explain what middleware is. So, middleware in ASP.NET Core are components that are part of the application pipeline. So, whenever you make a new HTTP request, it first goes through all the middleware for inspection. And then upon inspection, the middleware either just passes the request to the next component in the pipeline, or it performs some work. Request delegates are used to build the request pipeline. These request delegates handle each HTTP request. And you can see a code example here. All middleware components are added to the startup configure method. And the order in which they are added is very important, because that is the order in which they are invoked on requests and the reverse order for the response. ASP.NET Core actually ships with a bunch of built-in middleware components, such as authentication, session, WebSockets, routing, etc. Everything in startup configure method is a middleware. When creating your own middleware, it must include a public constructor with a parameter of type request delegate and a public method named invoke or invoke async, which must return a task and accept a first parameter of type HTTP context. And you can see an example of that here. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this video, and in the next video we will create our custom middleware. In this video I'm gonna create custom middleware. So for that purpose I'm gonna create a new folder called infrastructure, and this middleware class can go anywhere, but I'm just gonna have it there. So right click the project and add folder and call it infrastructure. Okay, so now right click and add class, and I'm gonna call it custom middleware. Okay, so here it is, and custom middleware doesn't need to extend or implement anything, but it does have some rules I spoke of in the last video. So we need that request delegate. So I'm gonna say here private and read only request delegate and call it next, and add it to the constructor. So ctor and copy this, paste it here and say here this next equal to next. And now we need that invoke or invoke async method. I'm gonna use invoke. So I'm gonna say public async task invoke. And this is obviously an asynchronous method, but I'm calling it invoke for no particular reason. I might as well call it async, but I'm just gonna have it as invoke. And say here HTTP context, so that's a must. Okay. And now in here, I can do some work. So I'm gonna say if something, else await, next invoke HTTP context. Okay, so if nothing happens here, then it's just gonna go to the next request that it was supposed to go to in the first place. So let's say in here, I want to check if the URL is, for example, middleware. Okay, so something simple like that. So I'm gonna say HTTP context, request path, and toString. So that is equal to /middleware. If it is, then I'm just gonna write something on the page. So I'm gonna say await HTTP context response and write async and say this is from custom middleware, let's say. Save that. Okay, so I've written the custom middleware, but I also need to add it to the configure method of the startup CS file. So I'm gonna go there, and let's say after routing, I'm gonna say app and use middleware, and the type is custom middleware. Save that. Okay, so let's see. I have the project running. I'm gonna go to, let's say, home again. Okay, it works fine. Let's say privacy and product, so it's all normal. But if I go to /middleware, I get that string from here. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna cover filters. So filters are actually similar to middleware. The main difference is scope. So middleware only has access to the HTTP context, and filters have access to the wider MVC context. But they are also used differently, and there are also a few filter types. So there are authorization filters which run first, and they are used for authorization. Then come resource filters, which can be used for caching. There are also action filters, and they run immediately before and after action methods. There are also exception filters, which can be used to handle exceptions. And there are result filters, which run before and after a successful result from an action method is processed. Okay, so in the following videos, I'm gonna show you some examples of the action, exception, and result filters. In this video, I'm gonna show you an example of an action filter. So what I want to do specifically is display the time in milliseconds, how long it took for the page to load. Okay, so I'm gonna open home controller and create a new method after privacy, Control D, and this is just gonna return a string, and I'm gonna call the method action filter, and this is gonna return, copy that, action filter, get rid of these. Okay, so if I copy the method name and go here, /home/ whatever the method name is, and here it is. Okay, working fine. So now to create that filter, back in Visual Studio, I'm gonna create a class in the infrastructure folder. So right click, add class, and I'm gonna call this class time elapsed. Okay, and unlike middleware, this actually needs to implement iAction filter, but I'm also gonna say that it extends attribute, because that's how you use filters, as attributes. Okay, so I'm gonna go here and implement interface, and this is what I'm given. So on action executed and executing, and we said that these filters fire before and after action methods. I'm just gonna cut this and paste it after executing. Okay, so here first of all I'm gonna have a private stopwatch, which I'm gonna call timer. Okay, so on action executing here, I'm gonna get rid of this. So we said that this filter fires before and after the action method. So this is before. So here I'm gonna say timer is gonna be equal to stopwatch and start new. And on action executed, I'm gonna say timer and stop to stop the timer. And now I'm gonna print a string to the page. So I'm gonna say string result is gonna be equal to elapsed time. And in here I'm gonna say timer elapsed and total milliseconds. MS. And then I'm gonna get action result and append this string to it. So I'm gonna say action result. That's gonna be equal to context result. And in here I'm gonna say object result, action result. So cast this action result to object result and get the value and append the result string. And I'm just gonna have a space here, save that. Okay, so this is an attribute now. So here I can say time elapsed. Okay, get that using statement. So let's see, refresh, and here it is, action filter, the string, and elapsed time, whatever it is. And if I go to some other URL, it's fine, it all works as it did before. And let me also just add this to the main menu. So I'm gonna go to layout and just add it quickly. So get this li, paste it here, and this is action filter. So controller home, action filter, and it's gonna say action filter with a space. Okay, it's all good. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna show you an example of action filter async. Okay, so the end result is gonna be the same, but we're gonna do it differently. Okay, so in infrastructure, I'm gonna right click and go to add class and say time elapsed async. And I have time elapsed here just so I can copy paste some stuff. So again, this is gonna extend attribute, but this time it's gonna implement from async action filter. Okay. So now if I go to implement interface, I get just this one method. So here I had this one and this one, and here I just have this one. Okay. And I also have two parameters. So I'm gonna get rid of this, and I'm gonna say stopwatch timer, stopwatch start new, and actually we need to add an async there. Okay. So start the timer, and then I'm gonna say await next. Okay, so we're gonna start the timer, and then I'm gonna say await and next. So this is gonna go through with the action method. Okay. So after it goes through with the method, I'm gonna say timer and stop. And I'm gonna copy this string result again, copy that line, paste it here. And to display this string, I need to do it a bit differently now. So I'm gonna say byte array bytes, and that's gonna be equal to encoding ASCII and get bytes from the result. And then to actually write it to the page, I'm gonna say await context HTTP context response body, and then write async. And here I'm gonna say bytes and 0 for the offset, and the count is gonna be bytes length. Okay, so now if I go to action filter, let's see. Actually, I forgot to change the attribute name. So now it's time elapsed async, because that's the name of the action filter. So just go back and action filter again. Okay, elapsed time, and this is it. Refresh, and it's working fine. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna create a result filter. And before I do that, I just noticed that I have these errors here in the console. and I'm just gonna get rid of these cross origin and integrity thingies and just have this like so in the layout. Refresh. Okay, now it's fine. And we might as well use the CDN so there's nothing in the console. Okay, no errors, I mean. So anyway, back to the result filter. So what I want to do is I want this privacy method to return a different view. Right now it returns privacy, and I want it to return a view called change view. So first of all, I'm gonna create that view, copy paste privacy and call it change view, and get rid of this, and the h1 is just gonna say change view so we know this is the view that's active. Okay, and let's see, I'm gonna right click infrastructure and add a class called change view, and this is again gonna extend attribute and implement result filter. Okay, so I'm gonna implement this interface. So for executed, I don't need anything, and for executing, I'm gonna get rid of this and say, whoops, context result is gonna be equal to new view result. And here I'm gonna specify the view name, which is change view. Save that. Okay, so if I go to home controller and privacy here and say change view, let's see now if I go to privacy and here's the change view. Let me just make that C a capital C, like so. Okay, great. And let's also do one more thing. Let's add a custom header. So I'm gonna go here, and before I change the view, I'm gonna say context and HTTP context response headers add, and the key is gonna be, let's say, the name of the method, and I'm just gonna say here result filter header. Okay, save that. So again, if I refresh and go right click inspect and the network and refresh again and page, so privacy here and response headers. Okay, here it is. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna create an action result filter, so basically a mixture of the action filter and the result filter. And for that, I'm first gonna create a new method here. So copy this privacy and get rid of the attribute here, and I'm gonna call this, actually let's do it here below, get rid of the attribute, and I'm gonna call it action result. And I'm gonna say for now that I want this to return privacy view, the privacy view. Okay, so copy the name and I'm gonna go to layout and here just make a copy of this Lee and get this, so action is action result and the action result here. Okay, so let's see, refresh, and if I go to action result, here is the privacy policy view. So far so good. And let me actually change the name to action result mix, just because ASP uses action result, so just not to confuse it, copy this and action, okay, and here as well. So action result mix, like so, and go back here and refresh, and again, and okay, it's all good. So anyway, back to the filter, I'm gonna right click infrastructure and go to add class and call it action result mix. Okay, and this is gonna extend action filter attribute. So we don't need to extend attribute specifically. We're gonna get the whole shebang with just this class. So again, I want to have that timer and return a different view than I'm specifying here, okay? So first of all, I'm gonna say private stopwatch timer. And now I need to override some methods. So I'm gonna say public override on action execution async. So this one right here. Okay, just say async here as well and get this down so it's easier to see. And I'm gonna get rid of the body here. So in here I'm gonna say timer is gonna be equal to stopwatch and start new, and go through with the request. So await next, and then here I'm gonna override another method. I'm gonna say public override and on result execution async. Okay, and just say async here as well and get this down. Get rid of the body there. Okay, so here first let's say timer and stop to stop the timer because the action method has been processed at this point. And then again I'm gonna say context result and just space this out a bit. Is gonna be equal to new view result. And view name is gonna be time elapsed, so I need to create this view. And I'm gonna pass view data as well, so view data is gonna be equal to new view data dictionary. And in here new empty model metadata provider and new model state dictionary. And in here I'll say that the model is equal to, and that string, so let me just get it from time elapsed, let's say. So this right here. And I'm gonna say await next again. Okay, save that. And now I need to create this time elapsed view. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this change view and rename it to time elapsed. And I'm gonna say here that the model is a string. And h1 time elapsed view and pass the model data here. Okay, so now if I go to action result mix and say here action result mix attribute, save that, let's see what happens. I'm gonna go to products. Okay, now action result mix, and you can see I get the correct view and elapsed time, so I get the model as well. And it says here that it should return privacy view, but in the filter we are returning time elapsed view with this model. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna create an exception filter. So right click infrastructure, add class, and I'm gonna call it exception catch. Okay, and this is gonna extend attribute and implement exception filter. So let's implement this interface, and this is the only method. And I'm just gonna copy this body a bit from action result mix, get this whole context result thingy and paste it here. So I'm gonna get rid of the view name, I don't want that, but I do want this. So I want to create the model. Okay, and the model is gonna be context, exception, and message. Save that, and in home controller I'm gonna create a new method here, new action method, and I'm gonna say here exception catch for the attribute, and I'm gonna call it generate error. And in the body I'm gonna say throw new, and let's say not implemented exception. Okay, so let's see, copy that method name, and I'm gonna go here to /home/generate error, and I'm actually missing the view, so I'm gonna copy time elapsed and call it generate error. And again, the model is string and model here, and this is just gonna say generate error view. Okay, let's refresh and see now, and it's all good. Here is the error message, the exception message. That's gonna be it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video I'm gonna show you how you can display a custom 404 page and just a custom error page in general. So anyway, I'm gonna create a new controller, right click, add, and I'm gonna call this error controller. Actually this was supposed to be add controller, so add controller and error controller. Okay, so I'm gonna rename the method to HTTP status code handler, and here I expect to get an int that is the status code. So I want specifically the 404, but I'm gonna have a default as well. So anyway, here I'm gonna have a switch.status code, and if the case is 404, in that case I'm gonna have a view bag and a message, actually call it error message, and that's gonna say that page does not exist, and break, and the default I'm gonna have as well, just to cover that as well. So for the default I'm just gonna say there was a problem, and break, and finally return view not found. Okay, so let's create that not found view, and this is gonna be in the shared folder. So I'm just gonna copy this error view, copy and paste, and not found I'll call it. I'm gonna say for the title here not found, and get rid of the model and everything in here. So I'm gonna have an h1 view bag and error message, and just a link to go home. Get rid of the Csrf, so this is gonna have a class of btn and btn primary, and the SP controller. Actually I will have the Csrf, since this is gonna take the user home, so I might as well just do that and say go to home page. Okay, so we have this in place now, but how do we activate it? To do that I'm gonna go to the startup CS file, and right here. Okay, so this says if it's in development, use developer exception page, otherwise use this. So I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna say app and use status code pages with redirects. And in here I'm gonna say that URL is /error/ and some int. So this placeholder is the status code. Okay, and I need to create a route for this as well. So down here I'm just gonna make a copy of this and change it up a bit. So name is gonna be error, and without this name key there. So name is gonna be error, the actual URL is gonna be error/, and whatever the status code is, and comma there, and here I'm gonna say defaults actually. So new controller is error, and action is, and let me just copy it, it's this. Okay, so hopefully that should do it. Let's see now. If I just go home, okay, now go to some page that doesn't exist, /AAA or whatever, and you can see I'm taken to error/404. So 404 is the status code. So it's all good. And by the way, there's this we're using here with redirects, but there's also use status code with re-execute, and does the same thing basically, but it's gonna display this view in the same page that you try to access. So if I go to /AAA, I get the same thing, but the URL doesn't change. Okay, so depending on what you want to do, you can use either. I'm gonna stick with redirects, and just make sure to have in launch settings here environment set to production, because this is gonna kick in this else if it's not in development. Okay, so here if is in development, then it's gonna use this, otherwise it's gonna use this. So make sure to have the correct environment here. And by the way, I just want to mention that you have two profiles here, and the difference is that this one kicks in when you start the project with Control F5 or F5, which is what I always do, and this should kick in if you start the application using a CLI, okay, so some kind of a terminal with a command such as .NET run or whatever. Okay, so the point is changing this profile here should work for you as well. Okay, that's gonna be it for this video.